Hey, good morning. How's it going? Hello, hello. What is this camera angle that we're getting? Why are we staring at a corner? Hi, Savage, Quinn, Moondog. Mariah was here up and early. Hi, Taxi. Hello, hello. Christina's here. Hi, Brian. Oh, God. And I was like, where'd that come from? Good morning. Is that Nacho here? So today we have the evidentiary hearing. They're going to have to jurors go up there and testify, and Becky Hill as well. Apparently, one of the jurors already testified. One of them already testified. I gotta turn off the sound effects actually for this thing. I don't want it going off when we're doing the trial stuff. Why headphones? Why are my speakers going off? Actually, I'm a little confused. Hold on, let me check my audio really quick.
I want to talk about Susanna Clarke's new novel.
Okay, my audio is going to my headphones, but why is the other one going to speakers? Hello, 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 hello. You mean you can't see me? All right, 1, 2, 3. Press 1, 2, 3 if you can hear me. Here's Alec Murdoch coming on in. Yeah, one of the jurors already testified. It was like very short. Apparently, he testified for like 15 minutes on Friday, but it was in live stream. The judge says they were gonna release it right now, actually, so we can listen to it during lunch break. But hopefully, all the jurors will testify today, and then the judge is hoping that Becky Hill will testify this afternoon, and it'll just be over today. Because initially, it was supposed to be. Initially, it's supposed to be what, 3 days? Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. But they're hoping that's going to be just. How do I put this fucking headphones on? Sorry, I just got these headphones. Yeah, I just got to make sure I don't like mumble into the microphone. Is it good now? Hello, hello. It's because my microphone was too far from my mouth. Becky Hill, imbecile? I don't know. We'll see. I'm not convinced of that yet. I think when the state responded, I think they had a pretty good response. But yeah, we will see. He did bleep. He did. Yeah. He did. So am I putting this on right? Sorry, I just got these stupid earbuds. I hate it how it does this. You're supposed to wear it over your ear, which I think is so fucking weird. All right, testing 1, 2, 3. Am I cutting off or are we good? I think we're just cutting off because if I whisper or if I have my microphone too loud, or if I'm sorry, it's so early. I had like 4 hours of sleep last night. I went to sleep I got in bed at like 9, but I couldn't sleep. I sat there for 4 fucking hours, or maybe even 5 hours actually. I think I went to sleep at like 2 a.m. Just laying there trying to go to sleep early. My body wouldn't let me. Oh, can y'all see the stuttering video by any chance? I feel like something's up with my capture thing. Is my screen stuttering right now? Or is it just me? How can he even smile? He's been smiling. Yeah, I don't know if I like them. Because I want to wear them like regular earbuds without holding it over my ear like this. All right, I can. Okay, I set it to 35, so this should be better now. Hopefully, I don't cut off. Let me know if the microphone does cut off though when I'm talking. But I don't know. I feel like I should restart my OBS. Is my screen flickering or is it okay? Oh, it's good. It looks fine. Okay, maybe it's just on my end then, because the screen it'd be flashing a bit. I don't know, man. I don't like wireless earbuds. I have them for when I'm out and about, but I don't when I'm sitting on my desk, I like wired ones. I don't like Bluetooth connection and all that stuff. I just like having wired ones. And I don't want to worry about having to charge them. It's annoying too. And I don't like the noise cancellation as well. Good morning. Hi, Chill Cooks. How are you doing today? Hello. All right. Quick summary before it starts. It's supposed to start about 6 minutes ago. So we're having an evidentiary hearing to see if Alex Murdaugh is going to get a new trial or not. We're going to have the jurors. They're going to testify, hopefully in the morning. And then Becky Hill, who was the clerk of court, who was accused of jury tampering. She's going to testify hopefully this afternoon. The judge is hoping that it's going to be just an all-day thing and then we'll be done and over with. But they do have Tuesday and Wednesday reserved just in case. Now, we found out that on Friday, one of the jurors already testified because there was a scheduling conflict. They couldn't make it today. So they had one juror already testify on Friday, but that wasn't live stream. The judge prohibited it from being live stream. And then she also told the reporters, anyone that showed up, to not comment on anything the juror said. So I think it's going to be released right now. I don't know if it's going to be on Court TV or Law and Crime, maybe both, but maybe you can watch it during the lunch break. Oh, I finally got a new monitor, by the way. I got a new second monitor. I replaced my fan over this weekend. It sounded like a jet turbo engine. We've been doing things. And then, I don't know. I'm trying to really organize my desk. So I got a bunch of desk organizer stuff. But if you guys have like ideas for desk organizing, like I don't know, little things I can buy, let me know. Just drop it in the Discord. Hello, hello. I don't know why my audio is coming out on my speakers. It's so weird. Let me test something really quick.
And a witness who says Hill had private conversations with jurors to influence their decisions. Now, some of the key pieces of evidence we expect to hear are from two affidavits from jurors, law enforcement interviews, and interviews with two jurors, and then emails, text messages, and other forms of communication from.
Also, Harpootlian says he has a witness that he wants to go out there and testify. We don't know who that witness is. I wonder who that witness is going to be. Apparently, Egg Lady's not going to be able to testify. The judge doesn't really want her to come in. And anyone who was like dismissed or who were like alternate jurors, they're not going to be testifying as well. Do I think he's going to get a new trial? I mean, honestly, maybe they'll uncover more stuff here as we question the jurors and Becky Hill. But from what I've read so far, I don't know. I didn't think it was that strong. I did not think so. But it was the state's reply that I read, and I was like, okay, I could see this happening this way. But I don't know. We'll see. I mean, we just need one member of the juror to go up there, of the jurors to go up there and say, hey, I heard Becky Hill say this, and the judge seemed like, oh, did it affect your did it affect your verdict? And if they say yes, then, there we go. New trial, right? But if they all said, they're like, oh, yeah, I heard it. And then if the judge is like, oh, did it affect your verdict? They're all like, no trial, I guess, right? Yeah, Harpootlian apparently wanted to file for a continuance, and the judge denied that. Apparently, Harpootlian said he didn't have time to go over, or he feel like he wouldn't have time. he feels like he wouldn't have time to go over Becky Hill's 6-hour statement that she did with the prosecutors. And so he was like, can I get a, continuance on this? And judge's like, nope, we're just going on with it. The IE 900s, now aren't they like 1500? Gross. Yeah, I got the cheapest ones. But if you guys have any recommendations on earbuds, let me know, because I'm not actually in love with these. They seem okay. I don't know. I got them for $150. I just want earbuds that are wired, good reputation, and I want them to, I don't know, I don't like this over the ear fit thing. I think it's really weird. I don't know if I'm going to get used to it. I just want to just pop in my ear and just go, but I think I have to wear them upside down, which I don't like. And I don't want noise cancellation. Off Amazon, I did too. Because I don't care about quality usually. I got a $20 one on Amazon. It was like a Sony one. It's the one that I love. And then every 4 months, one of the sides would just keep breaking. And I replaced it twice. And I was like, okay, these are just really cheap maybe. Maybe I just have to upgrade. And then so I went up and got a $50 Sony one. And then those started dying on me as well. And I'm like, I don't know, man. Maybe Sony's just not good for earbuds. Maybe earbuds in general are just cheap. Or Dennis thinks I was just buying fake ones on Amazon, which I was like, what? Fake ones? But yeah, I looked for Bose as well on Best Buy, but Bose didn't really have what I was looking for. A lot of them have the noise cancellation, which I don't want. I don't want noise cancellation. When I'm at my desk, I want to make sure I can hear my surroundings. Hi, Rain. How are you doing today? How's it going? I lose every single earbud I own. Batteries are so tiny on the little earbuds. Hi, Go Lucky. Good morning. Hello, hello. Also, it's really hot in here. I cannot fuck with earbuds. I hate the feeling. I don't know. I like earbuds. I don't like headphones. I fucking hate headphones. I bought these headphones for I think these $450 headphones. Noise cancellation Sony ones. They're really good, and I ended up just not using it. But it's okay because Dennis uses it when he flies, which is good for him. But yeah, I don't know. I hate headphones, man. I hate the look of them. I'd having to mess with my hair with them. I'd having to take it on and off when I get up to use the bathroom when I'm streaming. Ay. Lots of complaints. My son has earbuds hidden somewhere in the house. It's been a year. Oh no. Wait, don't they have a tracker thing where if you lose an earbud, there's a way you can I don't know, beep it and ding it? Or is it ding? Ding. Ping it. Guys, let me tell you something, okay? I'm only on 3 or maybe 4 hours of sleep. I don't even know because I got into bed at 9-ish and then I laid there for a very long time. And I was like, okay, it's probably just 11. I accidentally looked at the time. It was 1 o'clock. And I was like, how was I sitting here for 4 hours laying here and not going to sleep? And then I laid there for a little bit, and then I might have sort of fell asleep, but because I had so much anxiety of waking up in 3 hours, I felt like I was awake the entire time. You know how when you're sort of asleep, but then you're awake and you're just hey, I have to wake up soon, I have to wake up soon, I have to wake up soon. God damn it, I gotta wake up soon now, I'm not gonna get no sleep. It's this cyclic anxiety. And then I just feel like I just got no sleep. I was gonna make some Earl Grey tea. I don't think I really need it though. So if I'm messing up words, okay, it's going to be even worse today. You just want word I to go away. Hi, Be Cool. How are you doing today? How's it going? Yeah, I thought we were just going to be over with, I thought we were just okay, we did his conviction, got his sentencing, and then, we got little blips here and there about maybe Stephen Smith stuff, and then all of a sudden, bam, the book comes out, jury tampering, the financial stuff, a lot of Murdoch stuff. But I mean, this is enjoyable for Murdoch, he's keeping busy. He's got light at the end of the tunnel. You should try Bose conducting headphones are super cool. You can hear everything that's going on around you. You mean Bose? Get wireless. I don't want wireless. I don't like wireless. Because I don't want to have to worry about charging it, Jan. I don't like it. I mean, should I? I have my for wireless earbuds. I mean, I have the AirPods hurt my ear if I wear it for too long, but I have my my Samsung ones. I don't know. I just don't like connecting things on Bluetooth. I think like when it comes to that, I'm like old school. I don't know. I don't like thinking about batteries and then sometimes Bluetooth connectivity. Like I don't know. But I mean, I guess that could. I mean, and I think my computer came with Bluetooth too. Low key, wireless is so annoying. It's also convenient. I hate it when it just pops out of your ear, especially when you're on a flight. Oh my gosh. There's been so many times where it'll just pop out of my ear and then I'm like, no, please, God, no, please don't let it roll down the aisles. When one earphone connects but the other one doesn't. Oh no. Actually, when I wear the I only wear like one. I don't know why. I don't like wearing two if I wear like earbuds. I usually actually, why am I wearing two right now? That's true. I don't usually wear both. I just wear one. I don't know. Maybe we'll do the wired one. Actually, the wired one wouldn't be too bad, or wireless one wouldn't be too bad because if I only wear one. No, but then I hate wearing the one I'm playing video games. I don't know. Complaining. Oh, it's called conducting. It just vibrates on the outside of your ear. What? Are they expensive? They sound pretty expensive. JBL has some hybrid headphones that will be both wireless and wired. Oh, I do like JBL. I will try out JBL. Okay, thank you, Rain. I'll try it out. I have JBL's. They have like the little tiny little speakers, the portable ones. You have wireless headset on for like 16 hours a day. Wear them out in public too. Does it not bother your ears? Yes, waste 50,000 points. All right, y'all. I hope y'all have your waters ready. Wait, it's not going on right now, right? It's not like, are you just like muted? Nothing's happening, right? Is there sound? Okay, I'm not the only one. I was like, what if the trial or what if the hearing already started when my sound sync messed up? All right, everyone's saying there's no sound, so I think we're good. My daughter always wears one as well. I don't know why. Maybe she doesn't get caught wearing them at school with just one. I mean, you can have your hair down, you know? You won't get caught wearing it. You can just totally do that. Oh, really? They're cheap? What's considered cheap? I just like his face. I don't know. When I first saw Murdoch, I was just like, oh, this guy just seems like an idiot. But I wasn't convinced that I don't know. I was like, oh, but like he seems like an idiot, but I don't know. Killing his family, I don't know. He just seems like a moron. But then the more I watched his trial, the more I was just like, no, this motherfucker's like calculating shit. You called me Jan on Twitch, did I? Listen, I'm on like barely any sleep, okay? I'm like debating, should I take a nap today? I'm like, no, I can't, because after we're done with this, I'm probably going to I don't know, chop up the stream and then edit some videos. And then by the time I'm done with that, I'm like, well, it's probably gonna be what, 5 o'clock? Is there any point in taking a nap at 5 o'clock? No. Useless. Man, I started using this note taker called Obsidian, but then I just found out that if you want to sync your notes for all your devices, you have to pay like $8 a month. I'm like, what? $8 a month? Are you serious? $8 a month? Create new note. True crime. All right, take notes for the Murdoch stuff. I got my clock right there. Running out of space. Get some caffeinated tea. Yeah, maybe later. It's more like, it's not the sleepy aspect. It's just more like your brain is just like fucked aspect. Like I could stay awake. It's just that like we're gonna be, I don't know, man. It's gonna be a little blah. I think if my eyes start twitching, that means like something's really up with me. There's always a point in taking a nap. Yeah, I just gotta make sure if I take a nap though, I only take a 20-minute nap and then I have to get up. I can't be staying there. Can't be staying asleep for that long. You're 30. Oh god, that's pounds, right? 30-pound earphones lasted 7 months. Oh, what brand were they? No, Red Bull's disgusting. I hate Red Bull. Oh, I hate energy drinks. It's just like the smell. I think it's because when we were younger, we would get like Red Bull vodkas. I can't be bothered with Red Bull. Like just the smell of it. Oh my god, I just want to. Red Bull Dragon Fruit. Remember when he got all mad when the prosecutor called Paul Boy, whatever Alec kept calling? Oh, you mean Paul? I remember his reaction was intense. And we finally saw something real in him. Yeah, I feel like Creighton Waters really brought out the real Alec Murdaugh. Because he was trying to go up there and he was trying so hard to play this persona and then it would break. You know, that's what happened with people like this. When they're getting called out for their actions, they break. We saw that with Amber Heard, you know, when Camille Vasquez went up there, cross-examining her. You know, Amber was trying to go up there and she thought it was going to be breezy, easy, and then boom, get hit with Camille Vasquez. Honestly, I remember saying this too when I was watching the Amber Heard Johnny Depp stuff. I remember saying like, oh my God, Camille Vasquez looks so nice. Like she looks like such a nice person. I don't know if she can go up against like Amber Heard. Amber Heard seems like she's like the top manipulator. I thought Camille Vasquez looked way too sweet to go up against Amber Heard, but boy, did she prove us wrong. Oh, judge is here. We have audio. Hello. Can they unmute with the mics for us? Let me have it on my iPad just in case. Oh no, they haven't unmuted their mic yet. Unmute the mic. Unmute the mic. No! Whoever's in charge. Elaine! Elaine, are you there? Can you unmute the mic for us? We can tell about Mariah. She looking fine, okay? Youthful. Oh my God, where's the audio? Or maybe this part is meant to be muted for the audience. Can you go tell? Yeah, Mariah, go up there. Can you go show up there? Tell the courtroom, hey, yo, can y'all unmute your shit so we can listen? Okay, we can totally mouth read. She said, well, actually, she's standing though. Why is she standing? She's not. Oh. Oh, okay, it's working. It's coming. It's coming. It's coming. You just gotta be a little patient.
But I don't want any photographs. I don't want any photographs taken of the jurors by the media. With respect to the rest of the audience, if you have devices, cell phones, iPads, or anything of that nature, please silence them. Please do not use them. The press is allowed to use their devices in order to make notes.
How's the audio?
The press is not making any photographs either. I have a pool photographer as well as a pool court TV arrangement, and that's what will be used to photograph, and that those materials will of course be fed and available to the press. I think if there's anything else. All right.
Oh, do we see any of Alec Murdaugh's family members?
The jurors are in place in the jury room, Mr. Bailiff.
Yes, Your Honor.
Very good. Bring me the jurors.
If the police court, Your Honor, required to bring that juror in, but that puts something on the record.
Sure. Hold for a minute. Yes, sir.
Your Honor, you have a list of questions you've distributed to us, and
yes, sir.
Of course you went through those with juror
Z or X.
X. I knew it was one of those last letters. Juror X. The third question you say, did you hear Ms. Becky Hill make any comments about the merits of this case before your verdict?
Yes, sir.
And clearly the juror didn't understand what the word merits meant.
I disagree with that, but you may make your record about that. I think the juror understood what was being asked. And frankly, in some of the materials that we've exchanged back and forth about questions, you yourself have used the word merits. So I don't think she was confused.
Well, Your Honor, occasionally I make a mistake. I think in this case, perhaps you've made a mistake. And if you would just respectfully use the words, did make any comment about the case before your verdict. Just leaves out their judgment about merits. They don't know merits is a legal word.
I will take what you say into account, but I have already examined one juror using that term, and you now say that that term confused the juror. You have that on the record, and certainly would be able to argue that to any of the appellate courts that review what I do here, but my intention is to use the language that I used with the juror I've already interviewed.
But, Your Honor, you went and did a follow-up question, our request, which elaborated on what that meant, and certainly after you asked that question, we think that clarified it, and you could use merits or anything else about the case and deal with both issues. I just think it's going to require us, based on statements that these jurors have given to SWED, to ask very specific questions.
Okay, I understand what you're asking. Let me ask you this, Mr. Harpootlian. Do you happen to have the transcript of Friday's proceedings?
I don't think so.
State, do you all happen to have a transcript of Friday's proceedings?
State, help him out.
Your Honor, we're looking right now.
Give him a lifeline.
All right, belay that. I've got a copy. Let me look at it for a minute to see what I did in clarification, and so just pause for a minute. Let me look at that.
Judge is like, don't worry, I got y'all. I got it. Actually, I am curious to hear what the follow-up question is. Because maybe it was clear that the person didn't understand what the word merit meant. Hey, it's a great start. Okay? Got a little bit of chuckles here and there. Yeah, I like how the way she announced jurors. I should do that from now on. Because that's a word that really trips me up when I say it. Jurors. Hi, Christine. Yeah, he was like, excuse me, but I think you made a mistake, Judge. But hey, maybe Harpootlian's right. That's why I want to hear the rest of the transcript. All right, scan the room. Do we see any Murdaugh family members? I don't think so. The camera hasn't panned to the left yet. Also, is that Charlie Painter in the green? Does anyone know where she went?
Yes, Your Honor.
I'll look at this transcript, and the only thing I note.
Wait, there's
Hang.
Okay. Okay, these were the follow-up questions.
I would never say a judge. I think you made a
I
mistake.
said this. I asked the attorneys for any further commentary about the questions I asked, and I have been asked to ask one more question, and I'm going to do that. I'm going to read you a memorandum by the state to counsel for the defense and then ask you about it, all right?
You got the
And then here's what I read. Per Chief Attorney Waters, please be advised that the attorney for Juror X has told us that his client says that prior to the defendant's testimony, his client did hear Clerk Hill say words to the effect of, quote, looks like the defendant is going to testify. This is an important day, close quote. Or, quote, this is an epic day, close quote. And that there was some statement that it was rare for a defendant to testify. And then I said, Juror X, can you verify that what I've read is something you heard and told your attorney? And she says, yes, ma'am. Very good. Did these statements have any impact on your verdict? No, ma'am. Very good. I will ask that question.
Well,
I didn't change well, I've read you what I asked. I will be glad to do that again.
Your Honor, different jurors say different things based on the memorandums we've received.
I won't say you told your attorney or anything like that, but I will ask about that statement having been made.
Your Honor, just for the record, we believe the term merits is a term of art, just as if you asked them was there a probable cause. Again, or anything else, we're not asking you to open Pandora's box.
I hear what you say, and I will take it into account.
Okay, thank you, Your Honor.
Mr. Waters, anything on your behalf?
I do
Kinda
not have
sounds
anything
good,
further,
though.
Your Honor. We believe the term is self-explanatory.
Thank you, sir.
You looking for the middle finger? Stop. That clerk was just gossiping. It's a small town. I mean, I don't know. She made those statements like... How long was she the clerk of court for? Like, come on. You should have known better. But okay, that's one juror so far. Let's see what the rest says. Maybe it gets
You
worse.
know, Mr. Harpootlian,
Maybe it's innocuous.
I'll have to go to my screen to do this other, but I will. The third question will read: did you hear Ms. Becky Hill make any comment about this case before the verdict?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, that's what I'll ask. All right. All right, Mr. Bailiff, bring me the jury.
We pretend we polite and we talk about your shoes. Not the crusty shoes. Speaking of which, I need to do my toes. Nail polish be chipping off. I wish I had a South Carolina. I know, right?
Yeah.
Southern accent is nice. I do miss Judge Newman, though, but I like this judge, too, so far.
Yes.
Actually, I always notice these people behind Alec Murdaugh. Blonde girl, and then who was this guy again? I feel like we know him. He's introduced himself so many times. Is he someone's lawyer? I mean, you guys are the one with the funny comments. Hi, Yifro. How are you doing today? Good morning. Good morning, good morning, good morning. Oh, did y'all hear about the Kohberger stuff? Kohberger's defense attorney is hoping to push the trial to summer 2025. Initially, I heard there was rumblings that they were aiming for 2024, but Kohberger's attorney is like, nah, man, this is too much evidence. Dude, another year and a half, possibly.
Same thing, except without.
Yeah. Thank you very much. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen of the State versus Murdaugh jury. I wanted to make a few opening remarks to you before I question each of you about the matter. You have done absolutely nothing wrong. None of you, not any of you.
That's nice.
You didn't ask to serve, but you served and did your duty. This was an unusually difficult trial because of its length. 6 weeks is almost unheard of in South Carolina as the length of a case.
Really?
It was difficult because of the intense publicity and public interest in the case. It was difficult because of the complexity of testimony and exhibits in the case. And you acquitted yourself honorably. So this question today is not about anything you did wrong. Please be assured of that.
Great.
I respect you and I respect your service. Today, I'm going to ask you to do something that's difficult. This case is unique. Most of the time, if there's some issue about improper conduct or contact with a juror, it comes up immediately. The judge puts questions to the juror and perhaps to the person who may have made an improper comment, and then you go on to verdict. Or sometimes it's very shortly after the verdict is rendered. And again, the judge questions the affected jurors and the supposed interference and makes a ruling right then and there on either a new trial or a mistrial. Now here, we are almost a year after your beginning of service on this case.
Yup.
And that makes it mighty difficult for you to do something I'm going to ask you to do, and it's this. Today, I ask you to focus your attention.
Hello?
What is that?
Who got the air purifier on?
Mr. Bailiff, what is that noise? Is that the sound system doing
I
that?
believe it's the court sound system.
This is the funkiest sound system in the world, so you just have keep up with it. I've had trouble in every case I've ever tried with the sound system. So, jurors, if something happens and the sound system goes haywire, we'll stop for a minute until it gets stopped.
Oh, okay. I thought she was going to be like, end the street.
As I was saying, I want you to focus your attention as you answer the questions I'm going to ask you on your 6 weeks of experience as a juror in this case, and on the point in the trial where the judge charged you, and on your verdict as you rendered it on March the 2nd, 2023. That's what I want the focus to be. And again, I know I'm asking a lot to have you cast yourself back into that time, but that's what the questions I'm asking are about that time and not about this time. There has been so much drama about this matter since the verdict was rendered, and my heart goes out to everyone, the lawyers and you who are in this trial. That I can't help. But I've been asked by the Supreme Court to take a look at this issue. The appeal is on pause until I do, and I've got to do my duty as I see it. And you do yours as I know you see it. So I thank you very much in advance for, again, the terrible inconvenience of calling you all back together now. But it's very essential to completing the record about this case and placing it before the appellate authorities as it needs to be. So in advance, I thank you. What I'm going to do now is dismiss you to the jury room, and one by one, I will call you, and I will refer to you by a letter that I have just assigned you that isn't your jury number and certainly isn't your name. You know, these people in the media saw y'all all through the trial. They probably know who you are. But I'm trying to do my duty as I see it when I make your appearance here anonymous to the record. And only the clerk, the court reporter will have a sealed document by me indicating what the key means in terms of your juror number and your name. So I'm doing everything I can do about this matter. But it goes without saying that your business is your own business. You don't have to interview with a soul, not lawyers, not media, not anyone after this matter. That choice is purely yours. And I will respect that and protect that to the best I can if anything comes up afterwards. All right, you may go to the jury room.
Don't want to be vacuuming. Hi, Bimo. How are you doing today? Is your name from Adventure Time? So we got one juror down for Friday, and I guess we got 11 to go. I like how the judges always make the jurors feel so special. Like, this is not your fault, you're here.
All right, Mr. Bailiff, bring me Juror Z.
One other matter.
Yes.
One of the individuals sitting in the jury box has called this, the next jury, liar publicly. I'd ask that that'd be Mr. Bland and his partner, cohort, not sit behind her or near her while she's testifying.
I object.
Well, just
Your Honor, I object to him speaking.
One moment. We're not going to have a big colloquy about this. Keep your seat for a moment, Mr. Harpoot.
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Bland, you do the same. Mr. Bender, is there a seat over next to you?
There is.
Mr. Bland, will you go over and sit next to Mr. Bender, please? Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
An early start?
For the record, I have some people in the jury box. Two of them are SLED agents. One of them is the media consultant, and one of them is attorney for several of the jurors, Mr. Bland. And that's being done at my direction.
And Justice, told you have Scott Mongillo and Blaine Richter also in the jury box.
Very good. Yes, sir. That's fine. All right. Bring me Juror Z.
Oh yeah, for sure. The defense, they probably want to do a lot of exploratory questioning of the jurors and Becky Hill, and the judge is like, we're gonna keep it very limited. But I think with Becky Hill, they could be a little bit more broad, but probably not to the extent of the questioning that they wanted to do. juror called the other juror a liar. Wait, is Eric Bland?
Juror Z, you may take the witness box after you are sworn. Step over here to the clerk and she will administer the oath.
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give in this case is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? I do. Thank you. Please sit down.
Juror Z, I will ask you some questions, and there are no right or wrong answers. The truth is what I seek, and that is the truth of what you experienced in relation to these questions at the State versus Murdoch trial. You rendered a verdict on March the 2nd, 2023. That verdict was read in open court by the foreperson of the jury. And then the court said this: Madam Forelady and members of the jury, if that is your verdict of each and every juror, let it be known by raising your hand. The transcript then indicates that the jurors complied. The jury was individually polled, and each was asked, was that your verdict? Each juror answered yes. Each juror was then asked, is that still your verdict? And each juror answered yes. Was that an accurate statement about your verdict at that time?
Yes, ma'am.
Right. Was your verdict based entirely on the testimony, evidence, and law presented to you in this case?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you hear Ms. Becky Hill make any comment about this case before your verdict?
Yes, ma'am.
If yes, what did Ms. Hill say?
To watch his actions.
To watch his actions. What else?
To watch him closely.
To watch him closely. Anything else you remember?
Sorry, the audio is crispy.
There it is, but I can't remember.
Okay, that's fine. Was your verdict on March the 2nd, 2023, in any way with any influenced in any way with any communications by the clerk of court, Becky Hill, in this case?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, please.
All right. Was your verdict influenced in any way by the communications of the clerk of court in this case?
Yes, ma'am.
And how was it influenced?
To me, it felt like she made it seem like he was already guilty.
All right. And I understand that. That's the tenor of the remarks she made.
Right.
Did that affect your finding of guilty in this case?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Be at ease.
Why didn't she tell Judge Newman?
Those are my questions are submitted to the juror. Are there any reactions, further questions, and so forth? If there are, and you would like to voice them, I can ask the juror to retire to the jury room. Just tell me whether I need to do that. All right, sir.
That was my impression. If there was one person on there that said that it affected their verdict.
Your Honor, we asked the juror we need to put some things on the record.
All right. Take the juror to the jury room, please.
I will note that initially when she was asking questions, there was a very long pause. And I was like, oh, maybe there's a translator there or something. I think it was like the second or third question she asked. There's a long pause.
Mr. Waters.
Yes, ma'am. Your Honor, in the affidavit that was given by this particular juror, paragraph 10 said, I had questions about Mr. Murdoch's guilt, but I vote guilty because I felt pressured by the other jurors. We would request an inquiry as to that, which is how, when this motion was filed, she expressed the basis for her verdict, which obviously this answer is a little different now. So we would request a brief inquiry from the court as to that specific issue.
All right.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Mr. Harpootlian?
Your Honor, as to two things. The first thing is, he is correct. She gave an affidavit. We would ask Your Honor to let her read her affidavit to refresh her memory of, she said other things. They're very detailed in here. We'd ask you to, and let me hand up to the court a copy of her affidavit and ask you to have her read it before she's asked any other.
What I have here from Mr. Waters, for the record, Mr. Waters, what I've been handed for the record is something, affidavit of Juror, now referred to as Z. It was taken August the 14th, 2023. It was sworn before Holly Miller, paralegal for Mr. Harpootlian, and he would like for me to give that to the juror and ask her to read it and then ask her about it. I'm inclined to do that, but I want to hear from you first.
Your Honor, again, if they want to refresh the recollection, that's fine with the state, so we have no objection to that.
Very good. It will be done.
Your Honor, also we would ask that you not ask the question that that Mr. Waters asked you to ask, because it violates Rule 606B, which provides upon an inquiry into the validity of a verdict or indictment, a juror may not testify to the effect of anything upon that or any other juror's mind or emotions.
What was the question he asked?
If you look at that affidavit,
it's paragraph 10, Your Honor.
Paragraph 10.
It's in the very affidavit.
She said she was influenced. She was influenced by other jurors.
Yeah,
okay.
I'm gonna ask her about that. I'm gonna give her the affidavit and then I'm gonna question her about it.
And we would, for the record, indicate that we object to that under 606B.
Your Honor, from our perspective, she's put an issue.
You're the one that asked me to have her look at this affidavit, but you're telling me I can't question about it. I deny that objection.
Your Honor, if it's something that's inadmissible, you should not ask her about it. And that's
well, you want me to admit it and have her examined on it.
I want you to have her read it to refresh her memory.
We're quibbling, Mr. Harpootlian, we're quibbling about things that I'm not going to take time to quibble about. My ruling is, pursuant to your request, I am going to allow the juror to examine her affidavit, and then I'm going to question her about it. That's my ruling. Your objection is overruled.
For the record, I just want to note, Your Honor, just for the record.
You noted 606. I hear you noted.
And in no way waiving anything or opening any door by asking you to let her examine.
That's for a higher court than me to decide.
Well, I understand that, and that's why I want to make sure when they read this transcript, there's no confusion. I'm not asking you to put that into evidence. I'm asking you to let the jury.
I don't see how in the world I can question the juror about something and not put it into evidence. You can't have your cake and eat it too, Mr. Harpootlian. You could have been very satisfied with the answers that were already given, but you have chosen to ask about this.
Wrong request.
Denied.
Your Honor, all the time we ask witnesses to examine a prior statement.
Mr. Harpootlian, I made my ruling. Please take your seat. All right, bring me Juror Z. Get me another copy.
It's in here.
Yeah.
It's in here.
I mean, I kind of wish she would let him finish his sentences. She kept interrupting him. But maybe to her, this really is a silly matter to go back and forth over. But I feel like, I don't know, at least let him get at least one sentence in. All right. Well, he put in, he objects. He said no. We move it on to the next. I will say that the Harpootlian, when he was dealing with Judge Newman is like very, very chill, very, very patient. And there were times where Harpootlian was, I felt like he was doing some silly things in the courtroom, and he got away with it because Judge Newman was just like super chill. So I think the same juror is brought back in. Oh, Lordy. Show just got renewed for another season. No. Oy, oy, oy. Spinning right now? Buffering? Okay, it's buffering. Yeah, I'm just going to have my iPad up. I just want to make sure it's not my computer. Hey. How are you going to buffer in real life? It's buffering on Alec Murdaugh, too. All right, we coming back. We're in the mid of season 2. Season 3 just been announced. Dude. Feels so bad for the state. Maybe we should let Jim handle the objections, or Mr. Barber over there. I also feel like it's bad manners for Harpootlian to, be pointing his finger as a judge like this. Did you miss anything? Sort of, yeah. Some big stuff. I'll have it clipped and ready for you this afternoon. Oh boy. Oh boy. Yeah, there was some back and forth with the judge. How many back and forths did we have already with Harpootlian and the judge? 2 maybe? If there is a retrial, I am going to watch it, though, because I do want to see how if they're going to do things differently, like the defense.
Very good. The first paragraph, of course, is a statement that you are a juror in the case. Second paragraph says, toward the end of the trial after the President's Day break, but before Mr. Murdaugh testified, the clerk of court, Rebecca Hill, told the jury, quote, not to be fooled, unquote, by the evidence presented by Mr. Murdaugh's attorneys, which I understood to mean that Mr. Murdaugh would lie when he testifies. Is that what your recollection is of that statement?
Yes, ma'am.
Is there anything in the statement that, on reflection, you think is not correct?
No, ma'am.
All right. Number 3, she also instructed the jury to, quote, watch him closely, quote, immediately before he testified, including, quote, look at his actions, quote, and, quote, look at his movements, quote, which I understood to mean he was guilty. Is that an accurate recitation of your view of the matter?
Yes, ma'am.
Number 4, paragraph 4. Immediately after he testified, the foreperson said Mr. Murdaugh was crying on cue. Is that an accurate statement of what you saw and heard?
Yes, ma'am.
5, the foreperson criticized the former foreperson for handing Mr. Murdoch a box of tissues when he was crying on the stand while testifying about his murdered son. She told the jury, we cannot interact with Mr. Murdoch because that's what the defense wants us to do. Do you still stand by that recitation of that conversation?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Number 6, the jury frequently discussed the case during breaks before deliberation. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Number 7, toward the end of the trial, Ms. Hill came into the jury room a lot. Is that your recollection?
Yes, ma'am.
Ms. Hill and the foreperson had private conversations on multiple occasions. The foreperson would tell the bailiff that she needed to speak with Ms. Hill. Ms. Hill would arrive, and then she and the foreperson would go to another room for a private conversation. The conversations typically lasted 5 to 10 minutes. The foreperson never said anything about the content of the conversation. For example, she never communicated logistical information after these conversations. This happened 2 or more times, more frequently towards the end of the trial. Is that still your recollection of the interaction?
Yes, ma'am.
9, when we began deliberations, Ms. Hill told us this shouldn't take us long, quote, and if we deliberated past 11 p.m., we would be taken directly to a hotel. We had driven from our homes that morning and were not prepared to stay overnight. Additionally, smokers on the jury asked to be allowed to take smoke breaks, but they were told they could not smoke until after the deliberations were complete. Did you hear that?
Yes, ma'am.
Including the business about the smokers?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Number 10, I had questions about Mr. Murdoch's guilt, but voted guilty because I felt pressured by the other jurors. Is that an accurate statement about your verdict?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. After the verdict and immediately before sentencing, Ms. Hill pressured the jury to speak as a group to reporters from a television show. Is that an accurate statement of what she said?
Yes, ma'am.
And did some jurors decline to do that?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, let me get back. Where are my questions?
Got 10 jurors to go. I thought Creighton was going to do the questioning, actually, about the affidavit.
Juror Z, I asked you previously, was your verdict on March the 2nd, 2023 influenced in any way by communications from Becky Hill, the clerk of court? You answered that question, yes. In light of what you said in the affidavit, which is I had questions about Mr. Murdoch's guilt but voted guilty because I felt pressured by the other jurors. Is that answer that I just read a more accurate statement of how you felt?
Yes.
Overruled.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. So you do stand by the affidavit?
Yes, ma'am.
Very good. Thank you. All right. You may go to the jury room. And let me just explain to you what the procedure will be. I'm calling the rest of the jurors, of course, one by one. When I'm finished with that, I will bring you out as a group one more time, and then you're free to leave. You don't have to stay. Okay? Very good. You may go to the jury room. What's that?
Before this juror is excused, but after she steps out, I'd like to address the court.
All right. You may be excused.
Are they all together in the jury room, or are they still separated within the jury room? It seems like they're all together, right? Yeah, I don't remember which question she was hesitant to answer. That could make sense as well.
Your Honor, just very quickly, I do have a redacted copy I can hand over to the court if you want to make that use of the court's exhibit for this witness.
That's good. What I'm going to try to do is redact as I did in the as you did in the document that you sent me. The identifying thing redacted now.
He has an extra copy of the redacted.
Right here. Oh, good. That's great. That would be wonderful. Show it to Mr. Harpoon.
I see.
Very good. Thank you. That's the one I will give to the court reporter, but I think you can see that I asked off of it. This is a court's exhibit.
3. Their identities are hidden. There were 3 that went out on TV shows to
have the juror numbers in it. It does not have the letters.
What I'd ask you to do, Elizabeth, is take off the juror numbers, just strike them through, and then where it says affidavit of juror and gives a number, just strike that out and you can put in pen Z. Thank you. Yes, sir. Mr. Harper.
Your Honor, we objected to the questioning because this juror gave 2 statements under oath, one in an affidavit and one here to you today. The one here today was Becky Hill influenced her verdict.
Yes.
The one she gave in an affidavit 6 months ago was based on jurors. It could be both. Your Honor picked out the one in the affidavit from 6 months ago and said, is that a more accurate statement? That presupposes and suggests to her what she should say. And we believe that this juror's testimony, and Your Honor, I'm afraid what you're going to say is, well, she said the affidavit was more accurate than what she testified under oath here today, and therefore I'm not going to consider her testimony. And I think that's where we're heading here. I'd ask you to bring her back in, explain to her there's nothing wrong with it both being true.
I decline to do that and overrule the objection. All right. Mr. Bailiff? Yes, sir.
I mean, I didn't really get that sense that she was heading towards that direction. But they just need to be very careful, because I think maybe this was the only juror that will say she was affected by Becky Hill. I think the rest weren't. But there was one juror that didn't have an affidavit, though, on record. Oh no, are we taking like a mini court break or something? Didn't we just start? Are we taking a mini court break? Okay, I'm gonna use the bathroom really quick. Or no? No, okay, we're not. No bathroom break.
Counsel, I have to report this to you, and I'm very, very unhappy about it, but there's nothing to do but put it on the record, and then I will proceed with questioning the rest of the jurors. The jurors' cell phones were not confiscated or taken from them, and they tuned this thing in on court TV and listened to all of what just went on. So you may make whatever statement you like to make, and then I'm going to go on and question the jurors. I will tell you in advance, I am not going to stop the proceedings or do anything to interrupt them. I'm going to get the rest of this on the record. You might imagine that they no longer have their cell phones with them.
What is going on here?
A 5-minute recess to discuss what we need to put on the record. I mean, this is.
I'm not going to take all day on this thing. I report things as they come to me. I will give you a couple of minutes, and then we're going to. They were late getting here. I didn't get to start on time like I wanted to, so I need to just calm down a little bit. But I tell you, don't take any long period of time. Court will be in recess for 5 minutes.
Wait, okay, so not only were their phones not taken, isn't it baffling to hear that they would think it's okay to turn on court TV and watch the live stream? I don't know, man. My conspiracy tingles is tingling. What is going on here? What the fuck? Oh god. Okay, I'm gonna use the bathroom really quick. Is there a mole in there? Bathroom break. Oh my god, y'all. What the fuckery is going on here? What in the hell? I wasn't ready for this. I don't think I need that Earl Grey tea no more. I think we're good. My mind is straight now. Oh. I wonder which member of the jury who opened up the live stream on court TV? Why would they do that? They've been sitting in the trial for 6 weeks now. Obviously, the same should apply. You can't hear other people's testimony. That's the reason why they're separated. Oh my god. This is truly a shit show. How do I get to communities tab again? View your channel. Oh boy, this is a personification of facepalm. Hate to say it, but maybe Putin was onto something, thinking the jury might understand the word of merit. Listen, I was very surprised to hear the judge cutting him off that many times. I thought like usually you'll hear the cutoffs when they put out their arguments, right? They say the reason, they put out their arguments, and then if it keeps going back and forth, at some point the judge is going to put a stop to it and then cut him off, right? But I felt like she cut him off pretty early on. I probably have to rewatch that. There are 4 lives at stake, right? What do you mean by that? No, y'all need it. We've taken away your cell phones too, okay? Taking away your cell phone, your tablets. You can't be watching the stream. All right, Murdoch hearing so far. First juror admits she was influenced into reaching guilty verdict by Becky Hill. Also, they forgot to take away juror's phone during the beginning of the proceeding. And apparently... How do you spell apparently? Apparent. How do you spell apparently? Oh my god, ouch.
Just a minute. Now, you about to do something that I've already said I'm not going to allow to happen. And that is, you've got standing next to you a member of the team that represents the juror. And I can tell you, Mr. Harpootlian, I made a ruling early on that when Mr. McCullough was in court and when Mr. Bland was in court, that I was not going to allow the attorneys to participate in formulating the procedure for this hearing. But I have not. I indicated that I would not allow the jury, the lawyers for jurors, to participate in this hearing, and so I'm not going to do that. I can just tell you that. And if what you want to do is by indirection tell me what the lawyers for the juror would say, I'm not going to accept that.
Your Honor, my understanding is she'd like to approach to ask if the juror can be excused.
No, not yet.
Your Honor, I actually approached...
Now, Mr. McCullough can be excused. There's still plenty of you lawyers and you can do it. I didn't want him to come to begin with, so I love him dearly, and he can go anytime. And I speak on behalf of Amy McCullough, his wife, when I tell you that.
Your Honor, I actually was here to let both of them know that I was going to ask to approach to talk about a security issue very quickly.
Well, come up here. Lord knows, I tell you what, Murphy's Law. What can go wrong will go wrong at the worst possible time, and Murphy was an optimist.
Hey, Judge Newman, where you at? Oh, God. I feel so bad for Creighton. Creighton's heck. She hating. Oh, God. Hello. You keep opening my door. Can you close the door? It's cold. Got this little corgi here. Keep busting on it. Judge having a bad day. It's a rough day for the judge right now. Yeah, she's definitely a no-nonsense judge, but she's got to give people a chance to speak really quick. She's a little too quick to rush to judgment. But I don't know. Maybe she knows Harpootlian always be up to something. Chat demands corgi. Oh, I don't know if you'll be able to see him. Let me see. Can you see him? No, you can't. Can you see him now? No, you can't. I was hoping maybe you could see the corner of his butt. Yeah, I think the judge thought Harpootlian was just breaking the rules and just being disrespectful. But instead of assuming, she should just be like, oh, hey, why is that attorney up here? Jesus. This is not wrapping around my ear. Ear wrapping is horrible. Hi, Reese Lewis. Hello. Pretty ironic name for a murder trial. Welcome back. Welcome back. Okay, so I don't know what the hell is going on here. I feel like we're just watching TV at this point. Is this like Judge Judy TV? The parent of the mom, right? She's yeah, she's on trial right now. I've been tuning into that a bit. Cause I don't know. That's crazy. I wonder what the security issue is. I mean, honestly, if I was Juror Z and I just came out saying that, hey, my verdict was influenced by Becky Hill, but I didn't say anything at the time. I don't know. There could be a lot of people that are coming after her. If I was her, I'd be scared too. I'd be worried. So maybe her attorney just wants to make sure that she's able to leave safely from the building. Or at least be escorted by security or something like that. So that makes sense. Wait, who's 5 days old? Is there a Paparino? South Carolina Department of Correction is SCDC, right? I think. Well, the kid already got life. But the parents, yeah, I don't know. The only evidence that I saw so far was the homework assignment or the test where the kid was like scribbling on it. He drew like a picture of a gun and then wrote like something about like dark thoughts or something like that. He can't control himself. And I think the teacher told the principal called the parents to come in.
Please be seated.
Y'all make sure to take the cell phones away. Why do the bailiffs look like security?
Let me place upon the record two things. First of all, I have made certain now that a bailiff will be in the jury room with these jurors. Why I announced that many times, that is the way it was to run. Why there wasn't a juror in the jury room is something I don't know.
Yeah,
but,
why wasn't there?
I have asked that be followed rigidly. I've also asked, I don't go into jury rooms, never have and never will, but I asked the bailiff to tell the jurors that they are not to discuss any testimony that any of them are giving. I asked Juror Z whether she was comfortable, because I would be glad to place her in a separate room so that she's not set upon by the rest of the jurors. She gave me a big smile and said she was perfectly comfortable. And I said, at any time you're not comfortable, you simply tell me, and I will have you placed in either my office or another jury room. So that's where I left it with Juror Z. I think she's fine, but I just wanted to make sure of that. And again, on the record, the conversation I had with her was outside the jury room. I don't go into the jury room for any reason. Very good. Mr. Bailey? Yes, sir.
For the record, Your Honor, we would ask, as jurors are brought in, we would ask that you ask them if they watched or heard anything this morning from their cell phone or other jurors about what occurred in here this morning with Juror Z, and if so, what was it?
I'm going to ask each one of them something about this. Whether it's exactly what you want, I don't know. But I will ask them something about this or make some direction to them about it. I'm not going to get into who shot John about what they said in that jury room today. I'm not going to do that. But I will try to, as best I can, deal with this question of of them hearing parts of the examination of Juror Z.
Your Honor, this morning I think you already instructed them not to discuss these matters among themselves. So if they have violated that, again, I think it's important for you to make that inquiry.
I'm going to make it as I see fit.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Yes, sir. All right. Bring me juror C. C.
Yeah, because initially when I heard that all the jurors are all sitting in the same room together, I was like, wait, they're in the same room together? Should they be? But then it would make sense if there's a bailiff there to make sure they're not talking to each other or on their cell phones. But apparently there was no bailiff there and they didn't have their cell phone taken away. Oh my God. All right, juror C, here we come. This is number 2 of the day.
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give today to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
I will address you as Juror C because I've designated from your juror number at Colleton to letters of the alphabet. I'm trying to protect the anonymity of the jurors as best I can. I can't promise you with all the time that they spent seeing you all in the trial of the case that they won't figure out who is who. But on my record here, which is all I can control, I will address you as Juror C.
Yes, ma'am.
And before I begin, I understand that there may have been some cell phones activated in the jury room and the watching of the questioning of Juror Z. Did that take place?
I know people were on cell phones, but I'm not sure of what they were watching.
Were you on a telephone?
No, ma'am, I was not.
Very good. I don't think I have to go any further then. Thank you, sir. You rendered a verdict on March the 2nd, 2022. The verdict was read in open court, signed by the foreperson of the jury, and the court then said, Madam Forelady and members of the jury, if that is your verdict of each and every juror, please let it be known by raising your hand. The transcript then indicated that the jurors complied. The jury was individually polled, and each was asked, was that your verdict? Each juror answered yes. Was that an accurate answer about your verdict at that time?
Yes, ma'am.
Was your verdict based entirely on the testimony, evidence, and law presented to you in the case?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you hear Becky Hill, Clerk of Court for Colleton County, make any comment about this case before your verdict?
No, ma'am. I wasn't privy to any of that.
All right, sir. Was your verdict on March the 2nd, 2023 influenced in any way with any communications by the Clerk of Court, Becky Hill, in this case?
No, ma'am, it was not.
Very good. That completes my questions. You may retire to the jury room.
Interject. So the first jury, on her affidavit, said that she was influenced by other jurors. She felt like she was pressured into voting guilty. However, and today in open court, she said that she was influenced by Becky Hill's comment. And that's why Harpootlian was making a big deal about the, between the two of them. Because he was afraid that the judge would be like, okay, well, in your affidavit, though, it says that you were influenced by the members of the juror and pressured to having a guilty verdict. So he was afraid that might influence the judge's decision into not voting to give Murdoch a retrial. Although, is it the judge that makes his decision, or does the judge just makes the inquiry and then it's like the Supreme Court that makes the decision? Right? I don't know if she makes a decision. What was the comment again by Becky?
Bring me Juror F.
She just remembers saying that the defendant will testify. Oh, sorry, that was Juror X. She said that she remembered Becky Hill saying to watch his actions, watch him closely, but she couldn't remember the rest. But she felt like Becky Hill was making those comments because he was already guilty, and that affected her fighting the guilty verdict. Everyone got the book deal going on. I don't know if the cry on cue part was in her affidavit, but that wasn't mentioned. I don't think it was mentioned in her affidavit. I don't remember hearing that, Nicole. Unless I spaced out. Oh, I wonder if they're gonna label the four-person. Because the four-person is where a lot of the drama happened. Allegedly. I'm so surprised that people still play Candy Crush. What level are people up until now? Like level 10,000?
You swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give in this case to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? I do. Thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I have designated the jurors by a letter, and that's how I will be addressing you this morning, and I will be addressing you as Juror F. Now, I realize that you folks were on the jury for a long time, over 6 weeks, and people may know who you are, despite my efforts to protect this record. But to the extent I can, I will protect this record and your anonymity as a juror in this record. So just wanted you to understand why I'm addressing you as Juror F. This morning it was brought to my attention that some jurors were perhaps on their phones listening or looking at a broadcast of the questions to the first juror I examined, Juror Z. Is that something that you know anything about or experienced?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you activate your own phone?
Another juror did.
All right. And will what you saw and what you looked at in any way affect your testimony as you're about to give it?
No, ma'am.
Very good. You rendered a verdict on March the 2nd, 2023. The verdict was read in open court and signed by the foreperson of the jury. The court then said, Madam Forelady and members of the jury, if that is your verdict of each and every juror, please let it be known by raising your right hand. The transcript that indicates that the juror complied. The jury was individually polled and each was asked, was that your verdict? Each juror answered yes. Each juror was then asked, is that still your verdict? Each juror answered yes. Was your answer an accurate answer about your verdict at that time?
Yes, ma'am.
Was your verdict based entirely on the testimony, evidence, and law presented to you in this case?
Absolutely.
Did you hear Ms. Becky Hill make any comment about this case before your verdict?
No, ma'am.
Was your verdict on March the 2nd, 2023 influenced in any way by any communications by the clerk of court, Becky Hill, in this case?
Absolutely not.
Very good. That's all the questions I have.
Not from the state, Your Honor. Generally, like discuss the matter with you before we finish with this juror.
You may go to your jury room and keep yourself ready. I don't know if I'm going to have any further questions, but as far as I'm concerned, the questions that I'm asking are at an end, but I need to consult with the attorneys before I can dismiss you. You may go to your jury room.
Didn't he get 27 years for the state financial crimes, right? Did I remember that correctly? So far. All right, y'all. What do we think? The one that opened his phone.
Your Honor, in interviewing the clerk of court for Barnwell County, who worked as an assistant to Ms. Hill during this trial, and interviewing the alternate juror who was not, wasn't needed, wasn't dismissed for any particular reason other than it wasn't needed. Both of them indicate they believe that Ms. Hill transported this juror by her personal vehicle or a bailiff's vehicle at least once during the trial. So I would ask you ask her, during the trial, did Becky Hill either drive or ride with you in a vehicle before or after court? If so, what, if anything, did Becky Hill and you discuss?
What's your position on that, Mr. Waters?
Your Honor, I have no objection to that, Your Honor.
Yes, all right.
That the juror got a ride with the
All right, bring the juror
up.
up. This is Juror C, returning to the stand.
Wait, Juror C or Juror F?
The same juror. Yes.
It's Juror F. Oh, you know what? Maybe the blonde chick behind Harpoon, that's his paralegal. Because I always wonder why she always sat directly behind Murdoch. That might be the paralegal. I think we've seen her before.
Thank you, ma'am. Of course, you're still under oath. And I have this question for you. During the trial, did Becky Hill either drive or ride with you in a vehicle before or after court? If so, what, if anything, did Becky Hill and you discuss? Do you recall that at all?
Could you please ask that again?
Ma'am?
Could you please ask the question again?
Sure.
Sorry.
During the trial, did Becky Hill either drive or ride with you in a vehicle before or after court?
No, ma'am.
All right. Then I don't need to ask the second question. This will conclude your testimony. You are dismissed. I'm going to ask the jurors to stay with me until I've completed this process, and then you are free to go. Thank you so much.
All right, on to the next, number 4.
All right, Mr. Harpootlian's question, Juror F is Court's Exhibit number 4.
I've actually never seen a judge walk around the courtroom so much.
L.
L as in Lima?
L, as in Lima, yes.
Usually they kind of just sit there and other people just bring documents for them back and forth. Maybe she likes to get her exercise in, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Gotta get her steps in on the Fitbit. All right, Juror L, number 4. Juror L is the 4th. I don't know, Nicole. Might win this one. We sweating.
Place your left hand on the Bible, right hand up, and face the court.
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give in this case today to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Thank you so much.
Is this drawer the cell phone one?
I have designated each of the jurors in the record for this case. And so I will be referring to you as Juror L, as in Lima. And, you know, y'all are all on this jury. If these people saw you for 6 weeks, they may know or be able to identify you, but I'm trying to, as best I can, protect your anonymity. You don't have to talk to anybody about this at all. That's purely your prerogative.
Justice
Oh, yeah. Juror L, before you came to testify and were sworn, you were in the jury room with the other jurors.
Yes,
I understand that some may have looked at their cell phones and looked at pictures of the proceedings as they involved the first juror who was examined. Did you see any of that?
Thanks, Taxi.
People had their phones out, yes, ma'am.
Did you look at any of it?
No, ma'am.
All right. And I don't need to ask you anything further about that. You rendered a verdict on March the 2nd, 2023. The verdict was read in open court, signed by the foreperson of the jury, and the court then said, Madam Forelady and members of the jury, if that is your verdict of each and every juror, please let it be known by raising your right hand. The transcript then indicates the jurors complied. The jury was then individually polled, and each was asked, was that your verdict? Each juror answered yes. Each juror was then asked, is that still your verdict? And each juror answered yes. Was that an accurate answer about your verdict at that time?
Yes, Madam Justice, yes.
Was your verdict based entirely on the testimony, evidence, and law presented to you in this case?
Yes, Justice. Yes, ma'am.
Did you hear Becky Hill, the clerk of court for Colleton County, make any comment about this case before your verdict?
No, ma'am.
Was your verdict on March 2nd, 2023 influenced in any way with any communications by the clerk of court, Becky Hill, in this case?
No, ma'am.
Very good. Juror L, thank you, and you are dismissed. I will send word back by the bailiff if there are any further questions. I always ask the lawyers that before I dismiss the juror completely and go to the next one. Please know that I will keep you in case there's anything I need to have the whole jury for at the end of this proceeding. Then you're free to go, and you don't have to speak to a soul about any of this. Thank you, sir.
I don't know. Maybe they weren't watching court TV. Maybe that was a lie. Okay, I kind of have to use the bathroom again. I drank a little too much water. It wasn't even a long crime. It was court TV.
Anything further?
Mr. From the state, Your Honor.
Nothing from the defense, Your Honor.
Very good. Mr. Bailiff. Bring me Juror E.
E is in Edward?
Yes.
Thank you.
Juror E. What is it, the fifth jury of the day? What time do you think they're going to do lunch today? Let's see, they started at like 9:30, but they started pretty late, right? Maybe 12:31?
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give in this case to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you.
Sir, I will be addressing you as Juror E this morning. I've designated the jurors by letter. I realize that you sat on this jury in Colleton County for a lengthy period of time, 6 weeks or better, and people may know who you are, but to the extent I can make this record a record that protects your anonymity, I am doing that. You don't have to speak to a soul about this matter after you're finished, and your service will be complete, as I'm sure you thought it would be when you rendered your verdict. I have these questions. You rendered a verdict. Oh, yes. It was brought to my attention that cell phones of the jurors were accessed in the jury room for a time, and that some were able to examine the broadcast of the testimony of the first juror called Juror Z. Was your cell phone one of those activated to look at the proceedings?
No, ma'am.
Did you look at the proceedings on any other cell phone?
No, ma'am.
Thank you. Now, you rendered your verdict on March the 2nd, 2023. The verdict was read in open court, signed by the foreperson of the jury. The court then said, Madam Forelady and members of the jury, if that is your verdict of each and every juror, please let it be known by raising your hand. The transcript then indicates the jurors complied. The jury was individually polled, and each was asked, was that your verdict? Each juror answered yes. Each juror was then asked, is that still your verdict? And each juror answered yes. Was that an accurate answer about your verdict at that time?
It was.
Was your verdict based entirely upon the testimony, evidence, and law presented to you in this case?
Yes.
Did you hear Ms. Becky Hill make any comment about this case before your verdict?
No.
Was your verdict on March the 2nd, 2023 influenced in any way with any communications by the clerk of court, Becky Hill, in this case?
No.
Thank you, sir. That completes my questions. You may go to the jury room. I always consult with the lawyers to see if there are any further questions. If there are not, please stay with the jury until I dismiss all of you. I'm hoping that won't be too much longer. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Sounds like Candy Crush?
Right.
Nah, it's like someone like, I don't know, I think they're putting their phone to
Anything
sleep,
from the
right?
state? And from the defendant. Very good. Bring me Juror P, as in Paul. Yeah.
Nah, as in Paul. All right, Juror P is like number 6. Juror P. 6. Jury testimony for the day. Oh, end call noise? Oh, like, yeah, it doesn't sound like end call noise, actually. All right, we're more than halfway there.
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give in this case to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you.
Are you the cell phone guy?
Good morning.
Good morning, ma'am.
I will be addressing you as Juror P, as in Paul. I've tried to redesignate the jurors without their number and, of course, without their name. Now, I realize you spent 6 long weeks hearing this case in open court in Colleton, and many people may know who you are anyway. But to the extent that I can make this record such that it protects your anonymity, I'm going to do that.
Yes,
and you certainly are not obligated to talk with one soul about this matter after your testimony is complete.
Okay.
Juror E, I understand that before I began to receive your testimony, that at the beginning when Juror Z was being examined, that some jurors may have had cell phones and accessed the proceedings. Did you have your cell phone?
No, ma'am.
Did you examine?
Oh, what the fuck? Hello?
Some jurors may have had cell phones and accessed the proceedings. Did you have your cell phone?
No, ma'am.
Did you examine any cell phone broadcasts?
There was a couple people, but I have no clue what they were viewing.
Yes, sir. Okay. Did any of this activity by other people in viewing this material have any impact on you in terms of your testimony today?
No, ma'am.
All right. You rendered a verdict on March the 2nd, 2023. The verdict was read in open of the jury. The court then said, Madam Forelady and members of the jury, if that is your verdict of each and every juror, please let it be known by raising your right hand. The transcript then indicates the jurors complied. The jury was individually polled, and each was asked, was that your verdict? Each juror answered yes. Each juror was then asked, is that still your verdict? And each juror answered yes. Was that an accurate answer about your verdict at that time?
Yes, ma'am.
Was your verdict based entirely on the testimony, evidence, and law presented to you in this case?
It was.
Did you hear Becky Hill, Clerk of Court for Clarendon County, make any comment about this case before your verdict?
I did. Yes, ma'am.
What did she say?
It was the day that Mr. Murdoch was taking the stand.
Yes, sir.
And she made a comment about watch his body language.
About watch his
body language.
His body language, I see.
Yes, ma'am.
And what else?
That's all I can recall.
All right, sir. Was your verdict on March the 2nd, 2023 influenced in any way with any communications by the Clerk of Court, Becky Hill, in this case?
No.
All right. That completes my questions, Juror E. Or
P.
P. Juror
no egg
P.
lady.
You may go to your jury room. You are free to refuse to discuss this with anybody. That's your prerogative. You're not required to talk about this anymore. That's your business. I've tried to do the best I could to confine this thing, but I appreciate your service. Thank you, sir, and you may go to your jury room.
Thank you, ma'am.
All right, which juror was watching the Clergy Sign stream? The judge said she's only going to focus on the 12 jurors that deliberated. No alternatives, no egg lady, the one who's dismissed so far.
Any questions by the state?
Nothing from the state, Your Honor.
All right, by the defendant?
Nothing, Your Honor.
All right. Bring me Juror O. O. Bring could to discuss Juror P. Influenced in any way with any communications by the Clerk of Court, Becky Hill, in this case?
No.
All right.
All right, no.
Just stand right here. Would you face the clerk? Put your left hand on your right hand. Raise your right hand.
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give in this case is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you.
Maybe it was a woman.
Good morning, Juror O. I have designated the jurors by letter in this record so as to try to protect your anonymity as best I can. Now, I realize you sat on this case for 6 weeks in open court in Colleton County, and many may know your identity. But to the extent I can, with the record of this matter, I'm trying to preserve your identity from any disclosure in this court. Juror O, I understand that several jurors may have activated their cell phone during the testimony of the first juror and looked at the proceedings. Are you aware of that?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you activate your cell phone?
No, ma'am, I did not.
Did you watch any of the other cell phones?
No, ma'am, I did not.
Very good. You rendered a verdict on March the 2nd, 2023. The verdict was read in open court, signed by the foreperson of the jury. The court then said, Madam Forelady and members of the jury, if that is your verdict of each and every juror, please let it be known by raising your right hand. The transcript then indicates the jurors complied. The jury was individually polled, and each was asked, was that your verdict? Each juror answered yes. Each juror was then asked, is that still your verdict? And each juror answered yes. Was that an accurate answer about your verdict at that time?
Yes, ma'am, it was.
All right. Did you hear Ms. Becky Hill make any comment about this case before your verdict?
No, ma'am, I did not.
Was your verdict on March the 2nd, 2023 influenced in any way with any communications by the clerk of court, Becky Hill, in this matter?
No, ma'am, it was not.
Very good. That concludes my questions. You may return to your jury room. I ask that you stay until I've completed the questioning of the jurors. You don't have to talk to a soul about this matter. It's purely your prerogative. And if you have any difficulties in that matter, let me know.
Yes, ma'am.
You are excused.
Can't wait to hear from Becky Hill.
Very quickly, I think question 2. I don't know that we did question 2.
Resume your seat. Was your verdict based entirely on the testimony, evidence, and law presented to you in this case?
Yes, ma'am, it was.
Very good. You're excused. Thank you, Mr. Water. All right. Bring me Juror Y. Oh, excuse me. Sorry. All right. Nothing further, Ms. Waters. Thank you.
I mean, people make mistakes. It happens, you know? Even silly mistakes. Even things you need to consider that aren't like that hard. All right, we at juror number 8 now. Couple more to go. We're almost there. What juror letter is this? No one admitted to it yet? No, we got a couple more to go. Someone's down to.
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give in this case to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
I will be addressing you as Juror Y.
Why?
I've tried to re-identify the jurors so as to preserve your anonymity in this record. Now, I know that you sat on this case for 6 weeks in open court, and many have seen you. They may know who you are. But as to the extent I can preserve your anonymity in the record of this case, I have tried to do so. You are completely free not to talk to a soul about this matter. That's always your prerogative. I understand that before you came out here, when the first juror to be examined was being examined, that some jurors may have activated their cell phones. Were you one who activated your cell phone?
No, ma'am.
Were you aware that some cell phones might have been activated?
I was aware after that.
All right, so did you hear anything about the examination of the first juror?
No, ma'am.
Thank you, sir. You rendered a verdict on March the 2nd, 2023. The verdict was read in open court, signed by the foreperson of the jury. The court then said, Madam Forelady and members of the jury, if that is your verdict of each and every juror, please let it be known by raising your right hand. The transcript then indicates the jurors complied. The jury was individually polled, and each was asked, was that your verdict? Each juror answered yes. Each juror was then asked, Is that still your verdict? And each juror answered yes. Was that an accurate answer about your verdict at that time?
Yes, ma'am.
Was your verdict based entirely on the testimony, evidence, and law presented to you in this case?
Hey, Brandon.
Yes, ma'am.
Did you hear Ms. Becky Hill make any comment about this case before your verdict?
Not to me, ma'am.
Did you hear her make a comment to anybody else?
Not that I'm aware, ma'am.
All right, sir. So you don't remember any details of any conversation?
No, ma'am.
All right, sir. Was your verdict on March the 2nd, 2023, influenced in any way by any communications by the clerk of court, Becky Hill, in this case?
No, ma'am.
Thank you, sir. That completes my questions. I'm going to excuse you. Stay together with the other jurors until I've completed my examination.
How long
and
till
then
we
you
get to
will
the
be
cell
free to
phone
go.
person?
Thank you so much. Anything further from the state? From the defense?
Your Honor.
Very good. Next, this one. Bring me Juror W.
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give in this case to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I'll address you as Juror W. I have redesignated by letter the identities of the jurors as I question them today.
Yes, ma'am.
And you know, you sat on this jury for 6 long weeks, and I'm sure that those who were there in the trial for a long period of time may know who you are. Mm-hmm. I'm just doing the very best I can to make your participation in this matter anonymous, and I will preserve that anonymity. You are free to not talk to one single soul about this if you don't want to. That's purely your prerogative.
What letter?
Yes, ma'am.
Is this?
I understand that when the first juror was being questioned, some members of the jury, as you were back in the jury room, may have activated their cell phones. Were you one who activated your cell phone?
No, ma'am. I left my phone in the car.
And did you hear any information coming from anybody else's cell phones about that examination?
I did.
All right. Does that have any impact on the testimony you are going to give today?
No, ma'am.
Very good. You rendered a verdict on March the 2nd, 2023. The verdict was read in open court, signed by the foreperson of the jury. The court then said, Madam Forelady and members of the jury, if that is your verdict of each and every juror, please let it be known by raising your hand. The transcript then indicates the jurors complied. The jury was individually polled, and each was asked, was that your verdict? Each juror answered yes. Each juror was then asked, is that still your verdict? Each juror answered yes. Was that an accurate answer about your verdict at that time?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Was your verdict based entirely on the testimony, evidence, and law presented to you in this matter?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you hear Ms. Becky Hill, the Clerk of Court for Clarendon County, make any comment about this case before your verdict?
No, ma'am.
Was your verdict on March the 2nd, 2023, influenced in any way with any communications by the Clerk of Court, Becky Hill, in this matter?
No, ma'am.
Very good. That is the end of my questions, Madam Juror. You may go to the jury room, stay with the jury until I've completed the questioning, and then you're free to go, and you're free not to say anything you don't want to say. And if anybody upsets you or bothers you in any way about that, you just let the court know.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Taxi, thank you so much for the donation, by the way. Donation for Mega Complaint for Murdoch Trial 2.0. Thank you. So this isn't about whether or not the jury did anything wrong. It's actually about whether or not Becky Hill did something wrong. And we'll hear from her this afternoon, hopefully. Seems like things are running pretty, I don't want to say smoothly, but quickly.
Any further questions?
Nothing for the defense, Your Honor.
Very good.
Not smoothly.
All right.
We'll hit
Bring me Juror Q.
Juror Q. This is number 10. We got one more to go after this. Juror Q. 10th jury so far. Q for a cutie pie. Hi, James. How's it going? Novo, thank you so much for the lurk. I appreciate that. Wait, how do Southern people pronounce it? W? Did she say W? I didn't hear that. Also, don't forget to like the stream. Thanks for hanging out.
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give in this case to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you.
Oh, this must be the cell phone person then. They're the last one, right? Oh, no. One more, sorry. My brain. One more after this.
Good morning. I will be referring to you as Juror Q. I have redesignated every one of the jurors by a letter. And in that way, I'm trying to protect your anonymity in these proceedings.
Hi, Leela.
Now, I realize that you spent 6 long weeks hearing this case in open court in Colleton County. And some folk may know who you are. But I'm trying to protect your anonymity in these proceedings as best I can. You don't have to speak to a soul about these proceedings after you have completed your testimony. That's purely up to you. And if anybody hassles you about anything, the court stands ready to assist. You rendered a verdict on March the 2nd, 2023. The verdict was read in open court, signed by the foreperson of the jury. The court then said, Madam Forelady and members of the jury, if that is your verdict of each and every juror, please let it be known by raising your hand. The transcript then indicates the jurors complied. The jury was individually polled, and each was asked, was that your verdict? Each juror answered yes. Each juror was then asked, is that still your verdict? Each juror answered yes. Was that an accurate answer?
Yes, ma'am, it was.
About your verdict at the time?
Yes.
All right. Was your verdict based entirely on the testimony, evidence, and law presented to you in this case?
Yes, it was.
Did you hear Ms. Becky Hill make any comment about this case before your verdict?
No, ma'am.
Was your verdict on March the 2nd, 2023 influenced in any way with any communication by the Clerk of Court, Becky Hill, in this case?
No, ma'am, it was not.
Very good.
Wait, the phone.
You may be excused, and if you just stay in the jury room until we've completed examination of all the jurors. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Very briefly, I know we were doing the cell phone inquiry
yes.
with the various jurors.
Yes.
I don't know if you wanted to have that with this particular juror as well.
Sure.
You see how tactful he is when he answers questions versus when Harpootlian does it?
I understand that before I began questioning you or the other jurors. On the questioning of the first jurors, some jurors in the assembly room may have activated their cell phones. Were you one of the jurors that activated your cell phone?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Was anything that you heard at that time something that has any influence or effect on the testimony you now give under oath?
No, ma'am.
All right. Thank you. Anything further? You may go to the jury room.
Wait. Were you the one who opened court TV? What if they just activate their cell phone, just look at their messages really quick, you know?
For the state.
Nothing, Your Honor. Nothing, Your Honor.
All right. Bring me Juror K.
When I think of activated cell phone, it's like, did you activate a new phone line? Go to AT&T and activate a new phone line. Unlimited calls, $9.99 a month. It's possible that they weren't given clear instructions to not turn on their cell phones. Maybe they didn't open court TV. Oh. All right, last person of the day.
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give in this case will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Yes. Thank you.
Good morning. I will be addressing you as Juror K. I redesignated each of you jurors and gave you a letter for purposes of this hearing. I'm trying to protect your anonymity as best I can. Now, I realize you sat for 6 long weeks on this case in Colleton County, and many folk may know who you are. But on the record of this matter, as best I can, I'm trying to preserve your anonymity. Please know that you don't have to answer anybody's questions about this matter in any way, shape, or form. Purely up to you. And if anything is done that you feel is harassing or makes you uncomfortable, you contact the court. We'll try to do as best I can to help in that situation.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. I understand that during the testimony of the first juror, some opened their cell phones in the jury room, in our jury assembly room here. Were you one who opened her cell phone?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you listen to or watch the broadcast of that first juror's examination?
We were on Facebook.
Ma'am?
I was on Facebook.
It was on Facebook, and you watched it?
No, we closed it.
All right. Did anything that you heard in that Facebook cell phone access impact or influence your testimony in this matter in any way?
No.
All right. You rendered a verdict on March the 2nd, 2023. The verdict was read in open court, signed by the foreperson of the jury. The court then said, Madam Forelady and members of the jury, if that is your verdict of each and every juror, please let it be known by raising your right hand. The transcript then indicates the jurors complied. The jury was individually polled, and each was asked, was that your verdict? Each juror answered yes. Each juror was then asked, is that still your verdict? Each juror answered yes. Was that an accurate answer about your verdict at that time?
Yes.
Was your verdict based entirely on the testimony, evidence, and law presented to you in this case?
Yes.
Did you hear Ms. Becky Hill, the clerk of court for Colleton County, make any comment about this case before your verdict?
No.
Was your verdict on March the 2nd, 2023, influenced in any way with any communications by the clerk of court, Becky Hill, in this case?
No.
Thank you, ma'am. That completes my questions. I'll let you go to the jury room now. I'll then ask the attorneys whether there are any further questions. If there are not, please just stay in the jury assembly room until I give you the word that you are all to come out one more time, and I dismiss you. Thank you, ma'am.
Well, the judge did announce that someone was watching court TV. I think I just thought worst case scenario. I thought they were all sitting in a circle. Someone had their phone out and they had it on speaker and they're all watching it on court TV, you know, the first testimony. But
for the
this
state.
Too bad.
Nothing from the state, Your Honor.
Nothing for the defense, Your Honor.
Very good. This then completes the questioning of the jurors. I will ask the jurors to come into the open courtroom again, thank them, and dismiss them. Anything further before I do that?
Nothing from the state, Your Honor.
Murdoch looks upset. Well, he's playing the role of victim right now. Like, boo-hoo, I'm innocent. I got this guilty verdict because of Becky Hill. She was coming after me. But
Your Honor, I would move for the record that I be able to question Juror Z to follow up on what I believe the court is confused about.
Very good. I deny the request. Anything further? All right, bring me the jury.
Was Juror Z the first one? Or C? Juror Z, yeah, Juror Z was the one that said she was influenced. Okay. But, you know, if what Juror Z is saying is true, then he technically is the victim in terms of maybe having an unfair guilty verdict put against him. Oh. I think Harpootlian said he had another witness that he wanted to testify too. I wonder if he's going to allow that. Might be after Becky Hill. You're not buying what he's selling? Nah, me neither. Guilty for the murder trial. However, for the jury tampering, so we take Jury Z at their word, right?
Jury seated, Your Honor.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, that completes the court's examination of the jurors in this matter. I can only deeply apologize to you for having to inconvenience you so long after the trial of this case to come here, and I very much appreciate your candor. There are no right or wrong answers to the questions I asked you, but I think each of you, to the best of your ability, answered the questions, and I am deeply grateful for that, as is the state of South Carolina, as is the defendant. You don't have to speak to a soul about this matter if you don't want to. That's purely your prerogative. If there's any difficulty you encounter about this hearing that I can help with, please contact the court, and I'll be happy to do so. You're dismissed this time. You may go. Thank you for your service. Excuse the jurors.
You're surprised that any of them admitted to actually watching it? I mean, other people are going to tattletale on them. But I tend to think people try to be more honest, you know?
All right, Mr. Waters, is the clerk of court available?
Yes, ma'am. It's my understanding she is, and the state's prepared to call her when court is ready.
All right.
But I believe she's at a location. Mr. Lewis is here just a block or two away, so if we take a brief recess, we'd be prepared to present her after that.
Well, I will entertain going on and taking an early lunch break. I don't know how long Ms. Hill's testimony is going to take, but if that might be a better thing than hanging around here, I think that's what I would prefer to do. Mr. Harpootlian?
Your Honor, I need sustenance.
Okay. Well, good. I think I would join you in that. what I will do is I will recess court until
11:45 right now.
1:15. Please return at 1:15.
Thank you, Your Honor.
What? That is a long ass lunch break. An hour and a half? An hour and a half. What are we gonna do for an hour and a half? Oh wait, we can find Juror X testimony. Juror X. They said they're gonna release that. Juror X. Juror X. Juror X. Right. Juror X testimony. They said they're gonna release it today. Embargo lifted on testimony from Juror X. Here's what she said. We'll read this article. A long break, yeah, an hour and a half. Like, I'm trying to think if Judge Newman also had long lunch breaks as well. Maybe, no, I think Judge Newman, was he an hour and 15 maybe? The embargo was lifted. What an interesting term to use for that. Wonder what Murdoch's gonna have for lunch today. You guys ever played that game, Gauntlet Legends? What's it called again? Gauntlet something Legends. And anytime the characters would eat food in order to heal, they'd be like, sustenance. Every time I hear sustenance, I always think about that game. Murdoch be smiling like he went to jail for something good. I would need some booze after dealing with Murdoch. Some bologna. Bologna. Wait, what's
High-speed chases.
We got
Unruly suspects.
I will kill that mother.
Taste me?
No.
Do it.
Stay in the blue box.
I like it kinky.
Dramatic DUIs.
I'm a pass everything that she's trying to do.
And shocking body cam footage.
Hey! Get on the ground! Get on the ground!
Law and Crime presents
Loud, isn't
Body
it?
Cam, the place for real, raw, and wild police videos.
You should have seen it. It was good. It's on body camera. I'll show it to you.
Catch the action and subscribe to our new YouTube channel now.
Oh, they're gonna have it all separate. I like how they're doing that actually. They have like Law and Crime channel, and then they got the Law and Crime trials, and now they got Law and Crime body cam. Okay. Have I been following the story of the 3 Frozen guys? In Kansas City, Kansas City, right? Well, I started listening to it yesterday. Yeah, it's crazy. Apparently, they're all watching a football game. They went into their friend's house. So 3 guys, all very close friends. Were they close with the person that was hosting as well? And I think the person claims that he went to bed early. It was his house, by the way. He claimed that he went to bed early and that his friends were just like still in the living room hanging out. And then 2 days later, the friends' bodies were found in the backyard, and he had no idea. Apparently, one of the deceased guy's like fiance was trying to get in contact with the guy, couldn't, and then she like showed up, and then they found the body in the backyard frozen. Yeah, apparently the autopsy report should be out like in a week and a half or so. Yeah, that sounds crazy. That one sounds crazy, and also the Karen Reed trial sounds crazy as well. I was watching Court TV a little bit today. After we eat our Vienna sausage, we sit around the gas station and smoke non-filtered Camels. Oh man, I used to smoke the Camel Crushes, a little minty thing. You like crush it. Did he mention it was sleeping for 2 days? Yeah, because the segment that I watched wasn't. They didn't go into like a lot of details. They just said that the family members couldn't contact him. He said he was asleep, but I don't know if they were unable to contact him for like 2 days, or they couldn't contact him that morning, or what was up, you know? But I just heard that they were unable to contact, and then finally, fiance shows up, and then when they investigated the backyard, they were found frozen to death. But it's just really weird why you would just, I don't know, like why would you just leave the bodies there, I guess, or I don't know, maybe like something did happen and they're just like, okay, I'm just gonna not do anything about it. I don't know. I don't know. Yeah, it's weird stuff. Weird. How cold was it that night again? It was like, what, just like 30, 36 degrees Fahrenheit? Which is, I think, was even 32 is like freezing, right? Did it hit freezing temperatures that night? 100 oxys? Was he Murdoch now all of a sudden? All right, let's see what the other judge said. Oh, Juror X. Okay. Maybe Juror X will also say, I was influenced. The juror who testified Friday was labeled Juror X. Per Toll's direction, Friday's audio recording of the testimony was under wraps until the official start of the hearing on Monday to avoid the rest of the jurors being impacted by their testimony. Justice Toll says she wants to ask each juror a series of questions about the allegations and whether it impacted their guilty verdict against Murdoch last year. She started by telling the first juror they did absolutely nothing wrong, then asked them to confirm several details, most of which were answered with one word. Toll, on March 2nd, you voted guilty and affirmed that it was your verdict in court twice, first by a show of hands and then by an individual voice poll. Was that accurate? Juror X. Yes, Your Honor. Toll, was your verdict based entirely on evidence, testimony, and law? Juror X. Yes. Toll, did Becky Hill make comments on the merits of the evidence or case before the verdict? Juror X. No. Was your verdict influenced in any way in communications by or with Becky Hill? Juror X. No. Toll, your private meetings with Clerk of Court, were they anything to do with the procedures of the matter of the case? Juror X. It was about a different matter. It was nothing to do with the case. Oh, I wonder if they're the foreperson. Your private meetings with Clerk of Court. Oh, maybe they're the foreperson then, because I remember people were saying, or it was alleged that the foreperson was having private meetings with Becky Hill. Yeah, it must be the foreperson. The juror wasn't allowed to leave the courtroom, during which the... What the... Court TV! Oh, that was a long cry, my bad. The juror was then allowed to leave the courtroom, during which the defense furnished an affidavit from Juror X, attorney Eric Bland, saying they heard the words to the effect of, the defendant will testify today, and Hill says that's rare if it's going to be an epic day. Murdoch attorney Dick Harpootlian requested additional questioning of the jury to determine their understanding of the merits of the case and to elaborate on private conversations with Hill. When brought back to the courtroom, Juror X told those comments had no impact on her verdict. Bland said they also learned Friday more about anticipated testimony from Hill, who was facing allegations of jury tampering and other acts of misconduct in the office. Bland said the defense told the judge they understand that Hill spoke to the state prosecutors for 2 hours this week in a pre-briefing and asked a continuance to review notes of the briefing. Toll denied the request, but said as the state's witness, she can be cross-examined by the defense. Toll also said she does not intend to let Juror 785, known as Eggley, to testify and will not allow the defense to bring in new evidence of Hill's implication in crimes, including a search warrant indicating direct involvement in wiretapping scandal. Oh, God. Hi, Toy Box. How are you doing today? Hello. Yeah, I had no sleep last night. I am... My brain is a little bit all over the place. How's it going, Toy Box? How are you? How was your weekend? Okay, on Jan 7, it was 35. It was 26 on the next day. It might have hit 30, but on one night, it got down to, 18. The bodies are frozen, but there's no way that's way they died. Something very strange. Something very strange could be the friends not to... Something? I don't know what the hell you're saying there. Let me try to decipher. Something's very strange. Could the friends not get help? Oh, get into a different house for help. Yeah, I don't know. I think what Taxi was saying was like maybe they were drugged and I don't know, maybe they were drugged and just tossed outside, or I don't know. We'll see what the autopsy report says. It's all good. It's all good, John. It took the medical examiner 2 days to thaw them out before being autopsied. Jeez. I feel so bad for the family members because you're just waiting to get answers. I mean, you guys want to... We could watch a little bit of it. I was watching it in my history this morning. Watching some of the Crumbly stuff as well. Oh, apparently Jody Hildebrandt does not want the sentencing, I guess, to be live streamed. Psh, Jody, fuck off. This one. Where was I watching this? Oh, I think I was watching it on my other account. I got another YouTube account that I watch. Oh, God. All right. Oh, you can see Cheryl on this one. You can also see how tired I am right now. Was it Kansas City, right? Kansas City deaths. What I watched 2 days ago.
Mystery in Kansas City following the deaths of 3 men. Their bodies found frozen.
I wish I could pull off white like that. I don't know why. When I wear white, something about it just feels off. If I wear very light colors and I don't have any black or dark colors, it just feels weird to me. I wish I could pull off white, but I can't. I don't have, maybe it's like an angelic thing that people can emanate when they wear white.
In a friend's backyard after watching a night of football. CBS's Astrid Martinez joins us now with more on the investigation and family reaction. Astrid.
My wild speculation, he dosed them or experimented. But why would he leave the bodies there for 2 days? 2 days for people to possibly find it. And were they all close friends? Or was this fourth person not really a close friend? Or...
Good evening, Jericho. Well, tonight, police say no foul play is suspected, but the grieving family...
Okay, we got amazing eyebrows everywhere. Y'all are making me look bad right now.
Say they are still eagerly awaiting a medical report that could provide definitive clues into what killed these men or how these men died.
We're in a really hard place right now.
Growing frustration from the mother of David Harrington. Her son, along with Ricky Johnson and Clayton McGinney, were found dead nearly 3 weeks ago, frozen outside a friend's Kansas City rental home.
What do you think happened?
Honestly, I don't know. I know my son was not a drug addict. I know these men were not drug addicts.
Police say the longtime friends went to Jordan Willis's house on a snowy January 7th to watch the Kansas City Chiefs play. After the game, family of the 3 men say they couldn't reach them.
I read that 3 guys were friends for 20 years since their high school days. I think the guy who lived in the house was only friends with them for about 5 years. Okay, I mean, 5 years is still a lot.
According to police, 2 days later, one of the men's fiancé went to the house looking for him. When no one answered the door, she says she broke into the home and found a body on the back porch. Police discovered 2 more.
Dude, I would do the same thing.
More in the yard.
Oh, how did she get inside the house? Oh, was no one there? Who was the scientist guy? The scientist guy has given 3 different stories at this point. Who the hell is the scientist guy? Is that like a YouTube channel? There's a 5th guy that came into the picture who says he left around midnight and everyone's like, okay. 5th guy was also friends since high school.
Adriana Juarez is the mother of Ricky Johnson's child.
How do you not know there's 3 dead bodies in the back porch?
Police say Willis, who hosted the men, told him he saw his friends leave through the front door. Then he went to sleep with headphones on.
Oh, wait. Wait a second. Hold on a second. This is not the version that I heard. I could have sworn the version I heard was the homeowner went upstairs and their friends were like, okay, cool. We're just going to like hang in the living room area. And he went to sleep or something. Wait a second. Hold on.
More in the yard. Adriana Juarez is the mother of Ricky Johnson's child.
How do you not know there's 3 dead bodies in the back porch?
Police say Willis, who hosted the men, told him he saw his friends leave through the front door. Then he went to sleep with headphones on and a fan and didn't see texts from worried family and friends.
So he specifically said he saw them leave out the front door. He put on headphones. I mean, you're in a residential area. Does it get loud? Fireworks? 7 days after New Year's? He wore headphones and he had a fan on. He didn't hear them. Okay, but for 2 days? Okay, we're about to get there?
Jordan Willis's attorney says his client is not responsible for his friends' deaths.
Jordan had absolutely nothing to do with the deaths of his 3 friends.
And police say that it could take up to 6 more weeks for that medical report to be released to the public.
Because I was thinking like, okay, let's say the homeowner was like, hey guys, peace out. I'm going upstairs. I'm going to sleep. Like, but y'all are free to hang out, you know, because like they're friends for like 5 years plus, right? If he went upstairs, he went to sleep, and then the 3 guys were still hanging out. They got really drunk and they decided like, you know, go outside. I don't know if they smoke or not. Maybe they were smoking. Maybe they just went outside just to drink and chill. I don't know. And then something happened. But 3 of them? Yeah, I don't know. That is pretty weird. 3 people. What kind of scientist is he? Oh, he was like a scientist, researcher. The cops showed up one night. He came upstairs. He had a glass of wine in his hand. One of the guy's girlfriend said it was actually a bottle, not a glass. Where's the ring footage? Right. That's what I was going to ask you, Rihanna. And I was like, wait, does the homeowner have dogs? Because if they do, then where do the dogs go to potty? They go to the backyard, maybe in the front yard with a leash. But I feel like if it's really cold outside, they would probably be lazy to walk the dogs. I don't know, with the leash out front. Maybe just let the dogs go in the back. But I know some people don't want to have their dogs go in the back because it might ruin their yard. They don't want shit everywhere. Like, I don't know. Yeah, we do have a lot of questions. Man, oh, his dogs weren't home? Yeah, mystery. They were at his father's house. Gotcha.
Tarika?
Astrid, such a bizarre story. Thank you.
Hold on. There's this other one that I want to watch. So that was from CBS This Morning 2 days ago. What's the most up-to-date one? Was it News Nation, the one that I watched? I think I watched the News Nation one. Oh, I feel
That is not.
I think one of the men, I think he's like a father of like 3 children too. I feel so bad for their kids.
Not good enough for the families who are understandably devastated. Joining me now exclusively is Jennifer Marquez. She is David Harrington's mom. Jennifer, thank you for doing this, and I am so sorry that we're meeting under these circumstances. What have the police told you, if anything?
They haven't told me anything. I spoke with the detective today, and he didn't release any information to me. I asked him a few questions, and I told him some things that I had heard from people that were David's friends, and he seemed interested in some things, but they did not give me any information. And it took me 3 calls to get anybody to call me back today. And that was the first time I'd spoken with anybody since about a week and a half.
I mean, hopefully they can get a lot of information out of this because at least the bodies were, you know, they were frozen or preserved, right? Not like rotting in the woods somewhere in the heat or like in a lake somewhere where it could be damaged, you know, and evidence can like degrade.
No.
Oh my God, I feel so
What
bad
did
for
they
Ben.
tell you about Jordan Willis? Because they've spoken to him. They're not telling us what Jordan Willis has said, but did they say anything to you about what Jordan Willis said?
No, they have not said anything about what Jordan has said.
So I guess Jordan Willis, he probably just like lawyered up like ASAP then?
The only things that I've heard are what his lawyer has said on the news. I have not heard a single thing from him or from the police about him. The reports I get are strictly from news.
So the detective never said anything like Jordan's story adds up or anything like that?
Well, yet 2 weeks ago, right when I found out, there was a police officer that I spoke to. I think it was the day after I found out what happened. I had called to ask what I was supposed to be doing. And an officer that I spoke to in the morning, when I was talking to him, he said that they were allowed to go in the night that they were called to Jordan's house and that they looked.
Like, it's okay. So it's not bad to lawyer up because you always want to protect yourself just in case, even if you are innocent. But, you know, I'm trying to imagine if this happened to me and I had 3 super close friends that died in my backyard, even after discovering the body, I feel like I would be communicating with their family members like, hey, like, this is what happened. Like, I don't know what's going on. Like, I don't know, man. Like, ignoring their phone calls and stuff like afterwards, like, like I don't know. Like, you would want to find out what happened to your friends. And then you would try to talk to the family members and, you know, like, be like, hey, like, I don't know what happened. I'm sorry about this. And I don't know, just to make them feel better. Oof.
Around and that they took Jordan in and they talked to him and that his story added up. And he hesitated for a minute and said, I'm not really allowed to go into very much, but when it's all released, it's going to make sense. And I thought, how could that make sense? It's only in my perspective, it was only 2 days after I found out, or a day after I found out. So only a couple
It makes
days
me
after they
wonder.
saw my son.
They seem to think that something might make sense, which makes me wonder.
Right. I could see that being as a possible scenario too. But yeah, we'll wait until the drug results come out. Like if they all took the same drug or something, and maybe the homeowner really didn't know. Maybe the homeowner is a drug dealer. Yeah, I don't know. Just have to wait and see, right?
They maybe spotted something when they were in the home that night. Did the detective who talked to you tell you anything about what he saw inside the home? Like what was on the coffee table? Was there any drug paraphernalia? Anything that made him jump to that whole idea that it will make sense?
No, he didn't say anything, and it didn't sit well with me what he said, so I called back and talked to, at that time, the main detective that I had been told to talk to, and she somewhat corrected what he said. She said that they were still investigating everything, nothing was determined, that she couldn't tell me anything, but that they hadn't stopped with the investigation. And that's pretty much what the detective told me today, is that they were still looking. And with some of the things that I told him that I'd heard, he seemed a little interested, that there were things that he had not heard. And
What
I
things?
feel like...
What sort of things?
I'm not sure if I'm allowed to say.
Did it have to do with
I'm not
anyone
sure.
else in this? Did it have to do with anybody else in this story? Meaning, there were 5 men who were together that night. One left at midnight, he says. The other was the homeowner, and the 3 victims included your son.
The one that left at midnight, did they say anything else? Was there an interview or anything done? Like, had they said anything else to the press?
Did the detective suggest there might be anybody else involved in at play?
No, it was basically all about Jordan, the conversation. And the person that left early, I've spoken with him, and we had a discussion, and I know that he's telling the truth, that he left early, and that when he left, my son was alive. And he is torn up. He's devastated. He lost 3 of his friends that night. And he wishes that he had stayed or could have done something. But when he left, everything was fine. And so that person has nothing to do with what happened. It's between Jordan and my son and the 2 others, Clayton and Ricky.
Thank you for watching. Go to news.
Oh, there's 911 transcripts. I mean, who would have called 911? Would it just been the woman, the fiance that discovered the body?
None of it makes sense.
Weeks after 3 bodies were found in the backyard of a Northland home, there are more inconsistencies tonight. The families now more frustrated and upset than they've been thus far. Welcome to Fox 4 News at 9. I'm Christelle Bell.
And I'm John Holt. It was first on Fox 4 last night. The man who lived at the home has moved out. Plus, the fact that there was a 5th person at that home.
Wait, he moved out?
Plus, the fact that there was a 5th person at that home. Tonight, only on Fox 4, we're learning more about that night from that man and his lawyer. Fox 4's Malik Jackson, who broke the story, joins us live from police headquarters downtown. Malik, they're flat out disputing the account of what we've heard so far.
John and Christelle, I spoke on the phone with that 5th man, and he said without hesitation he was not the last person to see these 3 men alive. That is a claim that Jordan Willis's attorney made last night, that today he is walking back. The attorney for this 5th man says his client left the home just after midnight, and when he left, all 4 men were still there. They were still awake, and they were watching TV.
It's just cover up. Something's wrong with the picture.
Jim McGinney, the uncle of Clayton McGinney, is
What could be from his perspective if he was not guilty? He moved out because the whole ordeal has been so traumatizing with his 3 friends dying there in the backyard there for 2 days, frozen. He didn't know about it. I can see it from that direction too. He claims he was scared of death threats, retaliations for suspicious family members. Yeah, I can see that as well. This guy has a great news voice.
is upset, frustrated, and to this point displeased as the story of what happened on that Sunday night in the Northland gets less clear and more foggy by the day. John Paserno, the attorney for the man who lived at the home, has had an evolving story since Friday. First, he said the 5th person was still there when the 3 men died. He would change his tune in a News Nation interview hours later.
Before he fell asleep, they were going to leave. He actually escorted them to the door, said,
Oh, this is his attorney? Okay, the guy's lawyer is shady. Why do you think he's shady?
Was still there when the 3 men died. He would change his tune in a News Nation interview hours. As the story of what happened on that Sunday night in the Northland gets less clear and more foggy by the day. John Paserno, the attorney for the man who lived at the home, has had an evolving story since Friday. First,
evolving story. Okay, getting called out by Kansas City News.
He said the 5th person was still there when the 3 men died. He would change his tune in a News Nation interview hours later.
before he fell asleep, they were going to leave. He actually escorted them to the door, said their goodbyes, opened the door. He went back on the couch and he crashed.
That statement running contrary to what Paserno told us just hours before. In an exclusive conversation with Fox 4, the 5th man's attorney, Andrew Tauch, tells us his client arrived at the home around 7 p.m. He left just after midnight, and when he left, all 3 men and Jordan Willis were alive and watching Jeopardy! Tauch says his client then received a text from Clayton McGinney's fiance and Ricky Johnson's mother on Tuesday inquiring about their whereabouts. At that point, he texted Willis and Johnson. He never got a response. That's another inconsistency. Willis's attorney said his
On behalf of Jordan Willis, I am issuing this press release in hopes of setting the record straight regarding the tragic death of his 3 close friends. Jordan had absolutely nothing to do with their deaths. He does not know the timing or manner of their deaths, nor does he know how and when they exited the house. He had no knowledge that they remained in his backyard or that they needed medical attention. Wait, he has no knowledge when and how they exited out of his house? Was this the initial press release? And then later on, he said that he was the one that escorted his friends out of the house? Had he known, he certainly would have called for help. The last time he saw them was when they left his house and he went to bed. Wait, what? He just says he didn't know how and when they exited his house. But then the last time he saw them was when they left his house and went to bed. Wait, how does that make sense? So is he trying to say that he escorted his friends out of his house, he went on the couch, he crashed and slept there? Wait, hold on. But, let me think. So is he trying to say that his 3 friends snuck it into his backyard? And how are the gates for the backyard? I would assume maybe not accessible. I don't know. Maybe he doesn't have a lock. Maybe you can't access it. Why would they go back into his backyard and hang out there, you know? Prior to being contacted by the police, he did not receive any phone calls or text messages from friends and family members of the deceased. Oh, I was wondering that. 2 people came to his house, however. He did not hear them as he sleeps with earbuds and a loud fan. One of those people, the wife of the deceased, tried to reach him via Facebook Messenger. Unfortunately, he did not see this message until after the police contacted him. 2 of his friends parked their cars in the street, and there were no cars parked in his driveway. Oh, he didn't notice that oh, that's right. Wait, he didn't notice that his friends' cars were still out there? Maybe the snowstorm was so bad he didn't go out to get groceries or anything. It depends on how far they parked on the street, maybe. There were no cars parked in his driveway. Jordan did not notice the cars in the street. However, it would not be unusual for his friends to have left their cars there overnight. But it's not overnight. It's for, 2 days? When the police arrived, he allowed them into his house, told them all he knew, and voluntarily consented to a search of his home. The police do not suspect any foul play, and they're not investigating their deaths as a homicide. Is that true? I wonder if you're lying. Jordan's unaware of how his friends died. Like the rest of us, Jordan's anxiously waiting the results of the autopsy and toxicology report. On behalf of Jordan and his family, we wish to express our deepest sympathies of the friends and family members of the young men, and our thoughts and prayers are with them. Oh, man. I don't know. All that sounds really, 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 really shady. Is it possible that they could have just died and he didn't know? Maybe. Could he have not known that their cars were outside? Maybe. Could he have been wearing earbuds and blasting a loud fan and didn't hear anyone calling or messaging him? Or sorry, when they came to his house? Maybe. It snowed like an edge. Oh, God. Jesus. We'll keep an eye on this one. It's always a one-man army. See? The lawyer? Shady. Doing his job. There's no way on earth the scientist could be as dense clueless. I mean, honestly, I've met people that have gone to Harvard and you'd be very surprised, okay? They might be like book smart, okay? But when it comes to like common sense sometimes, I don't know. It ain't always there. Can I react? No. No. I'll see you in an hour. Has it been an hour yet? Okay. We 30 minutes down. We got this. Another hour to go. He wants us to believe that three grown men sat outside and waited. And yeah, I mean, we'll have to wait and see for the autopsy reports. I don't know. Because then they would have to, let's say they do find drugs in their system, right? In their systems. They would have to prove that this Jordan guy like slipped the drugs to them and that they didn't take it willingly. They would have to prove the Jordan guy, if he did slip the drugs, it was done in like a malicious manner, right? Yeah, I don't know. Oof. So hopefully they can collect some really good evidence at the house. And we'll see what happens. Yeah, I don't know. Very weird. Very, very, very weird. If I were the family members, I would be so frustrated. Did y'all see the I think Kaylee Gonzalez's family did an interview with, was it with News Nation? They were describing how Kaylee's body was found. Apparently she was like in like kind of like a sitting up position. Because for some reason I always thought the girls were like laying down, but I forgot that I think it was Kaylee was the one that had like defensive wounds on her, showing that she was like trying to fight back. Oh, you were thinking like, what if they like overdosed and he didn't contact the police and let them die? Oh, yeah. I don't know. That could be hard to prove too, right? Yeah, I don't know. We'll have to see. Damn. I mean, that's 3 family members that are eyeballing the shit out of you. I can see why he moved the hell out of that house. And one of them broke into the house, you know? Shit, I probably would too. Like, where the hell are they? All right, let's see what's going on over
Spill it
here.
all over. So she says, and we kind of knew about this, there was a filing that the Barnwell County Clerk of Court, who was assisting Becky Hill, she came in to assist with the trial last year, wanted to testify and was willing to testify and possibly impeach Becky Hill. And the defense wanted her to testify. But then Justice Toll was like, no, I'm limiting this to the jurors, the deliberating jurors, and Becky Hill. But she was open to hearing from other witnesses. So Justice Toll has to approve that clerk of court testifying. And Lori says she's here and ready to go. She wants to testify. All right. We are taking your questions, and we will be for the rest of this lunch hour. So keep those questions coming in on YouTube, Twitter, Facebook, and all of our other social media platforms. We'll get to as many of.
Yeah, just a recap about the Murdaugh stuff. Jesus, pretty wild. Actually, it started off pretty crazy. We started off with Juror X, who testified on Friday. And I think maybe that was the 4-person, the one who was having secret meetings with Becky Hill. But they said that the secret meetings they were having wasn't involving anything with the case or anything like that. And they also said that she does recall that Becky Hill did say that the defendant will testify, that either it was going to be an epic day or something, or that the defendant would rarely testify. So she remembers hearing that, but she said it didn't affect her her rendering a guilty verdict. And then we get to this morning. Monday morning with Juror Z. Juror Z is a female, said that Becky Hill made comments such as to watch his actions or to watch him closely, and she couldn't remember the rest of it. She felt like Becky Hill was trying to, I don't know, maybe nudge that Alec Murdaugh was guilty. And so she said that affected her in finding Alec Murdaugh guilty. And that juror right there already set the flames, setting the fire there. It was also mentioned, though, in her affidavit that she felt like she voted guilty because she was pressured by other jurors. It wasn't mentioned that she did it because of Becky Hill. So there is like some kind of like a difference there between her live testimony today and then her affidavit. And that's why Harpootlian was like trying to get the judge to really clarify that a bit more. And I think the judge was like, no. We had some back and forth with Harpootlian and the judge. It got pretty spicy. I think there were times where the judge, I don't know, maybe, I mean, I'm not a judge, right? What the fuck do I know? But I think when Harpootlian was trying to make his arguments and he was trying to put on the record, like, I don't know, like, let him say it. Just let him put on the record, let him just say it. But yeah, she was very adamant about cutting Harpootlian off. Maybe she just thought that Harpootlian was just pulling some nonsense and she just didn't want to tolerate it. Hi, Anthony. How are you doing today? Hi, Corky-san. Hello. How's it going? And then we had a bunch of other jurors who testified. Pretty much all of them said they didn't hear anything. Their judgment on, their guilty verdict wasn't influenced by Becky Hill. Didn't hear any comments from Becky Hill. There was a juror who did say that they heard Becky Hill say something like "watch his body language," but they weren't influenced into having a guilty verdict because of Becky Hill. So we have a full juror that was, that was pretty much what the Murdaugh team wanted to hear, and then another juror that just said they heard comments, but everyone else said they didn't hear comments and they weren't influenced. And I think that was about it. And apparently, there was some shit show drama with the jurors were all sitting in the same room while the jurors were all sitting in the same room while one of the jurors would testify in the stand. And apparently, during the first testimony, they forgot to take away their phones. So they were sitting there. There's no bailiff watching them for some reason. And some of them were on their phones and they accidentally pulled up Facebook and like saw like, I don't know, like they said they saw like the court proceedings, but she said she quickly closed it. So when I initially heard it, when the judge came out and announced it, was like, oh, hey, we forgot to take the cell phones away. And maybe some of the jurors were watching court TV and watching the live stream. I was like thinking like, oh my God, are they just like all sitting in a circle, just like watching this live stream? Jesus. But it didn't seem to be as bad as what I initially thought. No, it's not to figure out whether or not the jurors did something wrong. It's to figure out if Becky Hill, if she did anything wrong, and if Alec Murdaugh is going to get a new trial based on that. So they're just asking questions about the jury. If Becky Hill said anything, and if she did it influence her decision? But we do have one juror so far who did say that she was influenced to voting guilty because of Becky Hill. But the thing with that is like the affidavit says a little bit different. I don't know. Is this live? No, it's not live. This is a VOD. Apparently one wanted to vote not guilty, but felt pressure from the rest of the guilty vote. Yeah, I mean, like, that I can understand. I mean, that happens, right? But for her to say that she voted guilty because of the clerk of court, that's a bit different. So what she testified versus what was put on the affidavit was different. So I don't know how the judge is going to weigh that. God damn it, Becky. I know Becky's going to come up next. So we are going to have Becky Hill testify and she will be cross-examined. She will be cross-examined, but the scope of it is going to be very limited. They can't fish around for like other things that might be involved in, like with the wiretapping, the book plagiarism. Was Becky Hill, did she have good hair? I don't know. She just had like typical like white lady, like old white lady hair. Like kind of like this right here in the back right here. Short hair, you know when you're like older, you just have short hair. It's easy to deal with. She had like short blonde hair. I don't know if I consider that good hair. I don't know. She had hair. She wasn't balding. I don't know. What kind of question is that? How am I supposed to comment? Oh, it's a song lyric? Oh, okay. I was like, I don't know how to comment about her hair. What song is it from? I'm really bad with song lyrics. Maybe I heard it from. Becky with the good hair. Beyonce? Lemonade? Oh, Becky with the good hair. Oh, is this the one that people thought that they were trying to find out who Jay-Z was cheating with, right? Getting a Jay-Z from cheating. Yeah. How has Beyonce not aged? She has like not aged at all. I used to worship her when she was part of Destiny's Child. Destiny's Child. Why does that sound so weird to say that out loud? Dude, she looks the same. What is going on? I need to get on the same cream as she has. She's a laser person. So yeah, that's the recap so far. You know, initially this hearing was going to be 3 days long, but I think the judge is hoping that it's only going to be today. That means we can sleep in tomorrow, Tuesday, and we can sleep in Wednesday, maybe. I saw Destiny's Child front row center when they opened for Christina Aguilera. Oh, that was my jam. I loved Christina Aguilera. Dude, I was so in love with Spice Girls, Britney Spears. I love Christina Aguilera. Love Destiny's Child. And then, like, the guy group bands, honestly, I never really got into them. Like Backstreet Boys and NSYNC. I don't know. Not really my thing. No. Okay, well, I mean, the evidence against him was pretty solid, okay? Because if he gets a new trial, I'm pretty sure it'll still be guilty. Guilty. However, you know, are they going to let Alec Murdaugh testify again? Probably not, right? I don't think so. Because I guess, like, I don't think they could really pivot that much from their original defense, because if they come up with a brand new story, they can just use the transcript of the first trial to impeach, you know, Alec Murdaugh if they wanted to. But I mean, remember, I don't know, I kept mentioning this, but in the original trial, the roadside shooting wasn't supposed to be let in, and it came in. That's where we heard about Cousin Eddie, handsome Cousin Eddie. And then the financial crimes, I think, weren't supposed to come in, and they end up coming in, which I don't think they matter anyways. But I feel like that just, like, I don't know, the roadside shooting to me just really, like, kind of just, I don't know, it just added to the nonsense, the Murdaugh nonsense. Because remember, Murdaugh, upon finding out from his COO, Gene Seckinger, that he was being accused for stealing funds from the law firm, from the client, that was the day that he murdered Paul and Maggie. With the roadside shooting, when he hired cousin Curtis to shoot him in the head just so, you know, his son can collect life insurance money, that was also the same day where he was confronted by his best friend for stealing money. So it's a pattern with Alec Murdaugh. Whenever something goes down, he tries to get sympathy by having something tragic happen to him. So with the first one was, oh, you know, the murder of my wife and my son. So much tragic. And then the second one was, oh, you know, I stole money. No, but really, though, I'm a drug addict. You know, I'm a drug addict, and then someone tried to kill me, and oh, man, my life is a mess. Like, this guy's always trying to get sympathy any way he can. Any way he can. I always thought Kelly Rowland was so much prettier than B. I love Michelle. I thought Michelle was the prettiest. Yeah, I loved Michelle. Kelly Rowland, I didn't like her short hair. I don't think I was a fan of short hair. Wait, no, just kidding, because I forgot. Yo, the chick from Halle Berry from Flintstones, she pulled off the short hair so well. But I feel like it's really rare for people to pull off the short hair. I know, but I won't be able to stand those innocents out there saying he's innocent. It's okay, you just ignore them. I mean, people are allowed to have different opinions, you know? You grew up in the 90s? I sure did. 90s are the best. Honestly, I feel like if I were able to get a chance to time travel, it'd be really cool to go back to the 80s and 90s. Like, I barely touched the 80s, but I don't know. I feel like it'd be so cool. Like, could you imagine if you can, like, take a vacation anywhere you want, whenever you want, and then you can choose what time frame you want to go visit? That'd be so fun. I think the lady from TLC was really pretty. She had, like, short hair. Oh, wait, TLC. Oh, no, I'm thinking of Pretty Little, what's it called again? Pretty Little Women? The one with, God, I was so obsessed with their album. It's the, before they became Cheetah Girls and before Raven Simone joined. It was the group, is it called, Three Little Women, 3OW? Oh my God. I used to love the music. So good. I feel if I try to travel back in time, I would somehow screw up something. Yeah, you would be the butterfly stepper. That's you right there. You ever watched that movie where they time traveled and then one guy steps on a butterfly and it's a ripple effect? And then because he stepped on that butterfly, the future, like 100 years later, or was it millions years later, became like a fucking jungle and like it was like horrible, which just doesn't make sense. Like, okay, you step in a butterfly, yes, but like anyone stepping in a butterfly, like, I don't know, like, is that really gonna do anything? No. But yeah, the ripple effect. Oh, you graduated in 86, we raised yourself in the 70s. 70s seems like a fun time as well. I would say like 70s seems fun, 80s, 90s was for sure fun. 2000s was fun too. But 90s was so great because you got to see you get to live life before internet, before computer, and then like slowly, oh my God, what is going on my screen? And then slowly, you know, the internet came out and the computers and computer games. Like, I don't know, going through that was so fun. Was it the butterfly? Oh, wait, no. Yeah, it was called The Butterfly Effect, right? But there was a separate movie called Butterfly Effect with Ashton Kutcher. Yo, that movie messed me up so much. That was like such an effed up movie. Oh my God. I watched it as a kid. I don't know why my mom let me watch all this stuff when I was a kid. It was so much fun. We would go outside in the morning, didn't have to come home until our dad went outside. Right? I felt like when I was a kid, it was so fun because we had so much freedom. And it was just because our parents just didn't give a fuck about us. Like, we would be playing, we called it Manhunt. We would play Manhunt in the dark in our neighborhood. It was so fun. Just a bunch of kids running around in the dark, and we're playing like hide and go seek tag. It was so fun. And then there were times where, well, actually, I wasn't allowed to do this, but we snuck out. But my mom would work during the daytime, and I was in charge. I was like in middle school or like elementary school. I was in charge of my 2 younger siblings, and we would sneak out of the house, and we would take our scooters with our like, you know, friends, and we'd just like ride our scooters to the grocery store, which was like a mile, 2 miles away. Like, I don't know. It was like such a wild, wild west back then. It was so fun. The freedom you get as kids. But I feel like nowadays, like, I don't know, man. I would not be giving my kids that freedom. Okay, I don't know. There's too many crazy people out there. But I don't know. Oh, man. I know, right? We're all still alive. We're all alive. We're here. I don't know. I can't imagine growing up now with just, I don't know, just already having the internet already there and social media already there. Like, I don't know. Doesn't sound very fun. The Omegle days. What are the Omegle days? But yeah, they were so fun back then. All right, I'm going to use the bathroom really quick. Guys, get up. Use the bathroom. Stretch. I'm like, I already had my breakfast, so I don't think I want to eat right now. It's like 9 o'clock for me. Quick, what time is it for you guys right now? I know some of you guys are not even in the United States. It is 9:32 a.m. over here. Omegle? Is it Omegle? Yeah, I hear about Omegle. It's a thing that people use now, right? It looks kind of fun. You just like randomly do video chat with people and stuff. Yeah. And then you'll probably just see a lot of penises. Yeah. Mexico? Wait, Mexico? We're in Mexico. I want to go back and visit Mexico. I heard Mexico City is really cool. Put these stupid headphones on. Oh my god, I hate these headphones. How do I put this on? I don't know how to do it. You just got out of bed. Don't judge me. It's okay. It's 6 a.m. for you. 11:33, 11:32 a.m., 12:30. Oh, you're in Quebec. How do you pronounce? Is it Quebec or Quebec? Quebec. Is that how you pronounce it, Gigi? East Coast. Lucky you. These court times are so favorable for you. Dude, Sarah Boone court trials are going to be rough for me. Oh my goodness. Texas here. How's the weather in Texas right now? It's like really cold, right? Germany, 6:33 p.m. 12:31. 11:40 a.m. in Illinois. Illinois. Is there another Mexico? Mexico's pretty big. Mexico's huge. I was just trying to make you feel better, David. The chat doesn't need to know what time it really is. Oh, Washington State. Yay, same time zone as me. 66 degrees right now. Oh, not bad. There's a Mexico in Maryland. What? No way. Where? Where in Maryland was it in? Here in the Southeast, it's either freezing cold and I have to run the AC. My sister lives in Texas and she just moved into this house and they had no heat on the first day. They were freezing their butts off. Wait, Lily, 5:33 for you. You're in Europe? It's great because you're close to the city within a forest area. Yeah, we only went there once. I definitely want to go back and visit again. It looks so good. Really? Oklahoma? I don't know why. I always thought Oklahoma was just like hot. Oh, you're in the UK. Oh, I gotta go visit the UK sometime. But I don't know. We looked at hotels for England. It was so expensive. I was like, near Westminster, there's a road sign that says Hampstead, Mexico Highway. What? Near Westminster? Westminster. God, where's Westminster again? Westminster. Is Westminster like Southern Maryland? Sarah Buffoon's trial. It's been pushed to May. Yo, you guys and your names. We got Sarah Buffoon. We got what was it for Donna again? What were you guys calling Donna Adelson again? I don't remember. Gonorrhea or something like that. I don't know. Gonorrhea, diarrhea. Oh, I don't even know how to pronounce that. Tipozlan? Oh God, Tipozlan. I think Sarah put out another letter to the judge. Which judge? The judge is overseeing her criminal court case or the family court stuff? Let's see what's up with the Boone. Miss Boone. Sarah Boone. You think Donna's looking like Skeletor right now? You think so? Oh, was there ever the follow-up with the guy who was released from Italian prison because he became obese or something and had health issues? Like, what was the follow-up with that? You guys were talking about it in my Discord. Oh, by the way, guys, if you guys want to join the Discord is a hangout spot for all of us. We got a true crime section. If you have any recommendations on what cases to cover, anything updates or anything like that, feel free to put it in there. Respondents received from judge. Oh, is there another Sarah Boone letter? It's from 4 days ago. Order saying pre-trial conference. God, do we want to deal with Sarah Boone this early? Oh Wait, she got a new judge? Wait, what? Wait, what happened to her previous judge? Are you guys ready for Sarah Boone? Oh boy, oh boy. January 19, 2024. Yeah, Judge Kranick. I don't recognize this judge's name. Donna Disgustingson? Donna Disgustingson? I don't think that rolls off the tongue very well. I feel bad for anyone that has to communicate and deal with Ms. Boone over here, right? I am in Central PA. It was 66 on Friday and we had rain and snow on Sunday. Oh my God. That is true East Coast weather. Oh, yeah. You're chopping some veggies for dinner. Let's go. I don't want you to actually chop your fingers, you know? Maybe the judge said F this after all, those letters from Sarah and quit. Maybe the judge retired, or maybe the judge is just too busy. I don't know, maybe some scheduling conflict. All right, Judge Michael Kranick. Oh man, finally a new judge. It's strange how the Lord works, as I was in the process of trying to disqualify Wooten. Oh right, Wooten was the previous judge. Wooten, after being my judge 4 years, and me still incarcerated with nothing to show other than 7 different attorneys, not by choice. News clips of me walking in and out of the courtroom, and everything relative to my case permitted to be slathered on the global internet, and in which I have not seen myself. I felt he was the ticket holder to my overly hyped, illicitly distributed, misconstrued criminal case. No, Sarah Boone, it was your shitty fucking body cam, okay? It was the body cams and how you're acting, your conduct when you're being questioned. It was just your shitty personality. Misconstrued criminal case, and great reason I am still here. Again, ongoing 4 years and 7 attorneys later, not by choice. See my letter dated 6/29/23 on Clerk's website. I'm still waiting to properly elucidate the court. You know she Googled that, okay? You know she went on fucking thesaurus.com and was like, okay, I need a better word, okay? Can I SAT it up? To elucidate the public and the world. And after whatever the dysfunction was in the attendance part of my most recent PTC, pre-trial court hearing and status hearing, which I'm trying to ensure my automatic attendance futuristically. Please see my draft motion included. I am trying to have my attorney submit it on my behalf. I wanted to bring to your judicial attention the following information. Hold on, I think I need to scroll to the left a little bit more. Just a tiny bit more. A little bit. Okay, there we go. Sorry, I think it was cutting off. She's the worst. Yeah, she's so fucking annoying, dude. It's just the tone too. It's the fucking tone. Like, remember how we saw earlier the difference in tone between Harpootlian and Creighton Waters? When Creighton was trying to, let the judge know that, hey, you forgot to ask this question, but he didn't accuse the judge of forgetting. He was just like, hey, I wasn't sure if you wanted to ask that question to everyone. I just want to bring it up, The judge was like, oh, okay, yeah, that's right, the phone thing. Anyways. Elucidate futuristically, draft motion. I wanted to bring your digital attention to the following information so you and the world are aware it is not who I am ever. What the fuck? You and the world are aware it is not I who are ever. I don't know what the fuck that. What does that say? Who am ever delaying trial as Wooten inappropriately accused me of doing in a past hearing. Especially now you have mandated a trial date to be had in May with no further continuances, leaving less than 4 months to put together and complete what should and could have been done already. What happened in all the 14 years prior? Please recall my correspondence online. I mean, I think it was what should already be done already. I mean, your attorney asked for it to happen in May because they have some evidence and experts to deal with. Maybe she doesn't know that. I mean, oh yeah, she wasn't there in the court too. To date, Winston E. Hobson has been my court-appointed attorney for 133 days. What a psycho. And counting. To date, Mr. Hobson has only met with me 1 time for a total of 3 hours. Wait, is she going to complain about Winston Hobson now? Oh no, she's going to complain about this attorney too. Oh, gosh. To date, no phone calls have been received by Mr. Hobson, and his phone does not work properly for further immediate, much-needed communication to be made between client and attorney. Oh, no. Mr. Hobson's going to get it, too. I thought they were getting along. I think things were moving slowly. She offered DP? No, not that I have heard. To date, I have mailed 5 letters to Mr. Hobson trying to communicate my urgent need to speak with him. To date, I sent 1 letter to the investigator in my case to contact Hobson to contact me and see if he can assist in correcting the phone problem. Also, to inquire when anyone is coming. I mean, phone problem, or is Mr. Hobson just ignoring you? To date, I feel I'm not being included or heard or cared about in my case. Again, from the continued miscommunication, again, with Mr. Hobson, and time-consuming, under-discussed entries are being made on my behalf. The continuance I did not know about. The waiver of hearings I did not know about, along with other documents, and I have never sent copies of anything filed, so I know. I keep trying to tell him about with no response, furthering the case massive dysfunction in my 4-year case. I was hoping in the PTC status hearing on Tuesday, 1/16/24, I could at least play catch up in the courtroom for 5 minutes. Oh yeah, she wasn't here. Was she? No, she wasn't even in video conference either. That was Donna. I could at least play catch up in the courtroom for 5 minutes. So many of my attorneys have done prior, including Mr. Hobson, in 1 court date. I've had for a continuance, 10/30/23, to express and emphasize. Dude, I feel like the more she's writing this, like what happened to the nice, neat handwriting? I feel like she's getting more and more unhinged. We start off with like, okay, like nice handwriting, you know, and then it just gets like more and more scribbly scrabbly. Like she's just getting really pissed. Oh boy, Mr. Hobson. What do we got here? I was hoping I've had a continuance of a continuance to express and emphasize the need for him to communicate and schedule a second very overdue meeting. I still have not heard from Mr. Hobson about our missed PTC status hearing. What's the status? To date, 1 out of 133 days and counting, attorney and his client have met. To date, 3. Oh, she's acting like the judge is like stupid. The judge she doesn't need your recaps, okay? To date, 3 out of the 9, 3,192 hours, attorney and client have discussed partial general case information. To date, I still have not seen my discovery. Oh, she has not seen her discovery yet? Maybe it's still coming in? Your Honor, when is the next status hearing, please? Especially since we were not at the last PTC status hearing, and especially since I'm trying to communicate with my attorney in a more than one way to fully maximize and utilize the minute amount of time allotted before trial, my fair, appropriate, lawful trial. I'm wondering why, though, I've had to wait 4 years for something to finally happen on/in my case, asked Judge Wooten. I wonder also, was I the oldest case on his docket? Either way, I'm still here, waiting patiently and very excited to get this highly anticipated show on the road. I wait your overdue and very needed judicial direction, supervision, and intervention. Thank you in advance, Judge Kranick. Welcome. Sincerely, Sarah Boone. Like, how does she not know how to write a letter without being so fucking condescending? All right, what is this? In the Circuit Court of the 9th Judicial Court for Orange County, Florida. I wonder if her attorney has not met with her again yet with the discovery because he's still getting it in. Maybe there's some delays. How long has she had this new attorney for again? I forgot. 133 days, she said. Is she writing her own motion? Oh shit, she wrote her own motion. She even wrote her own certificate of service. Holy shit, she wrote her own motion. Let's read it, actually. She said, motion to be included and allowed admittance to all defendants' pretrial, conferences, and hearings. Comes now, defendant Sarah Boone, by and through her undersigned attorney, Winston E. Hobson, respectfully requests for, but wait, her attorney didn't sign this. Sarah Boone signed this. She wrote the motion on the behalf of her attorney, not on behalf of herself. I don't know if you're allowed to do this. Comes now, defendant Sarah Boone, by and through her undersigned attorney, Winston E. Hobson, which she did not sign, by the way, respectfully request permittance to attend all my pretrial conferences and hearing ongoing to the conclusion of my criminal case. Parole, blah, blah, blah. The trial may hold one or more pretrial conferences to consider such matters as will promote a fair and expeditious trial. The defendant must be present at any pretrial conference unless the defendant's presence is waived in writing or in record. defendant or by the defendant's counsel with the defendant's consent. I think she copied this from a previous one, a previous motion that I saw. In support, the defendant alleges as follow. These pretrial conferences are for my personal individual criminal case. If professional YouTubers, news channels, court TV are given permission and allowed entry to the courtroom for viewing, and the judge is also allowing the conferences to be streamed live with all the court minutes uploaded to the internet world, and I, defendant, should be included foremost. I may not have regular, consistent updates or communication with my court-appointed attorney, and by attending all my PTCs and hearings, I will see. I thought I was wondering why they didn't bring her in for her previous pretrial conference. Man, I should have known that she was going to throw a fit about it. I will know the current status, important dates, casework being completed, changes in parties, timeframes, expectations, all pertinent information. I, the defendant, have a right to know, want to need regarding my case. All information is important, relative, and necessary to me. Dude, I wonder if Mr. Hobson's going to drop out. Because again, remember, we're only getting one side of the information. She could be lying. Hi, Tam. How are you doing today? How are you? Sorry, I need to catch up with the chat really quick. Oh, God. Where are we at? Oh, okay. Rain. The Italian guy only spent 1 year of a 30-year sentence and now is out and will be on house arrest until he has lose the weight. He will have to return to prison once his weight normalizes. Really? I'm surprised he's not like transferred to like a medical facility or something to lose weight. Like, is he gonna like? What if he just? If you're on he's on house arrest. What if he just keeps eating more food so he never loses weight? Right? That would be the strategy right there. Get your relatives to keep sending you some pasta and shit. You know, never lose weight. Number 3, I'm not consistently including the certificates of service and send copies of any documents being filed in court regarding my case as requested numerous times by the defendant in writing and verbally in the courtroom, neither by the judge, the courtroom, or my attorneys. By attending the pretrial conference, I would know what documents have been filed, need to be, or and will be for my case. Another way I can know what is going on in my case and being worked on. Number 4, in complete overall support, it is my right by law as an individual defendant and made to be included to any and all development made in the case. It is also my right to finally achieve success in any and every aspect possible in my case. By attending and being included in my pretrial conferences, hearing, and I think she already kind of said that. Whereas the defendant, Sarah Boone, respectfully asked the Honorable Court to grant my motion to be included going forward to all defendant's pretrial conference and hearings by Sarah Boone, certificate of service. The lawyer did not sign this. She really likes to write. Well, I mean, she said she wanted to be included in everything. And then, you know, to have this new attorney and she's saying that like he only met with her once and she hasn't seen the discovery yet. And then she wasn't included in the pretrial conference. But again, we're taking her word for it, right? Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what's going on. I thought they were getting along. I thought they were getting along fine. I guess not. Yeah, how have you been, by the way? Which case are you guys talking about? Oh, did you guys want to watch the... Oh, man. The Karen Reed one. You guys hear about the lady that claimed weed made her psychotic? She took a couple hits of a bong with her boyfriend. Oh! She stabbed him, killed him, and the dog? Why the doggy? What was going on between the relationship? What the hell? Was it like completely unprovoked or she's going for spousal abuse? I haven't heard about the case, no. Or actually, maybe I did. I might have seen it in the headlines. I might have just been like, All right, that was Sarah Boone, y'all. Oh, I want to watch the Karen Reed thing with you guys, but we got on here. Let me check back with what we got here.
Could come in instance. So it's possible that it could be only parts of the prior testimony would come in if he testified. But the general rule is if you testify, you're not limited in South Carolina to only impeach based on the direct examination, which is the federal rule. In South Carolina, we have a broader rule, and anything is fair game in cross-examination here.
Ooh, the audio is a little bit...
Which is a great rule. Generally.
Terry Austin, we only have about a minute left, so I'm going to ask you really quickly. Drew Coy from YouTube asks, will a new trial be shorter since no financial crimes come in? What are your thoughts on that?
Well, I think, yes, I think it will be shorter. We don't know exactly what will come in. It depends on what the judge says, but it will probably be shorter because both attorneys know what they want to get in and what they don't want to get in. And I would think they would try to streamline it for the jury's sake and for everyone's sake. So, and particularly if none of the financial crimes come in, it will definitely be a shorter trial. And we're not there yet. You know, Lori's saying from what she heard this morning, no new trial right now. So I am going to sign off for now.
This morning before
Terry
or
Austin
after?
will be taking over from here. We thank you for joining us for this lunch hour. Stay tuned for more on Law and Crime. I'm Anjanette Levy, live from South Carolina. You're watching Law and Crime.
The guy was already in prison. He served 1 year of 30 years. He murdered his girlfriend by stabbing her 57 times. I wonder what the commissary is like. Like, are you just able to have like unlimited amount of people just like giving you money? You can buy whatever the fuck you want. I mean, I think Sarah Boone probably just drove her attorneys fucking crazy. Because attorney number one, when did he quit on her again? Was it like a year or two in or something like that? And then there's a bunch of attorneys that went through because there was conflict of interest and stuff. That's what the victim's parents are upset about. They believe he won't be losing any weight with house arrest. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know anything about Italian prison or Italian court systems. I wonder if the judge has a place like, okay, you're on a diet and we have to make sure you don't have access. I don't know. That sounds very weird. I wonder if there's been a case where that has happened before, where they let someone go on house arrest for being obese. So what did I miss in Ms. Boone's latest letter? Well, she has a new judge apparently, which I did not know. And also, Sarah Boone is not happy with her current attorney. She's tallying up the dates. She's tallying up the time, the hours. She's like, he's been my attorney for 133 days, and I haven't seen him a second time. We've only met for 3 hours. He's been my attorney for whatever amount of hours. I don't know why she does it. She converts like days to hours to make her argument even stronger. Like, you don't have to do that. Your argument already sounds like, you know, pretty legit. You ain't need to do that. But that was about it. We're on the Murdoch stuff right now, which Tam, I don't know, the Murdoch stuff has been pretty wild. Here is this is the Karen Reed one. I wanted to just watch with you guys a little bit. The Karen Reed trial is going to be very interesting. That's because I don't know anything about it. I know nothing about it, pretty much. Just some little stuff here and there. Go to right here.
The murder case. So understand that. They're not part of the homicide case involving victim John O'Keefe, that police officer who lost his life. But we're wondering, how might the seizure of these phones affect the trial that's coming up in that case? I mean, we are weeks away from this trial. Let's bring in our guests. I have a tremendous power panel. My goodness, look who's joining us this morning. Attorney and law professor Dante Mills is with us. Criminal defense attorney and former prosecutor Michael J. Brown with us as well. And the state attorney in Palm Beach County, Florida, Dave Ehrenberg. Wonderful to see you all this morning. Oh boy, how is this going to affect the trial coming up? Dante Mills, may I start with you, please, Professor?
Yes, good morning, Julie. You know, I love talking about controlling the narrative. I think...
Yeah, there's like a turtle guy that's one of her supporters. I don't know if they're friends or not, or if he's just like an internet person that just supports her and believes she's innocent, maybe. But they were saying how... Like, this is a case where you saw a lot of protesters outside and they're like rooting for her because they think she's been framed. However, in this segment, someone brought up was like, hey, if you look at like the picket signs, all the fonts look kind of the same. It's as if they were all printed by the same person. And they, I guess, alluding to maybe having these protesters being hired by someone to protest to make it seem like she's getting support. I don't know. I was like, oh, okay, that's kind of crazy. Maybe Amber Heard should have done that.
The defense team has done a fantastic job in this situation. I think what you're looking at is really when politicians, for example, run for
Maybe it depends on like what kind of like security level you're in. Like if it's like a low, no, actually no. Wouldn't he be like maximum security since it's like for murder? I looked up Italian prison diet. Apparently you can get your own little stove and cook your food in your cell. You're also allowed 4 boxes from home every month. You can buy beer also. I wonder how big the boxes are.
office. A lot of them don't want the attack ads to come directly from their campaign. So what they'll do is they'll have super PACs run the attack ad, but of course it's in coordination. I think it's the same thing here. The defense team didn't want to be out front with the bullhorn, but they found somebody who was willing to do it, who believed in the cause, so they coordinated with them. I do believe Karen Reed was having conversations with him. That has to be the probe and why they took the phones to see what the communication was, but she was probably putting a battery in Turtle Boy's back. Saying, yes, this is absolutely true. And if you want to talk about
Is Turtle Boy his like Twitter name or something?
it, feel free. You have my authority or my blessing to do so.
Yeah, they were saying like the signs, some of them like have like the same printing. But I mean, maybe you have one person that designated like, okay, hey, can you print these signs for me?
So,
I don't want to write it
but
out
I think
myself.
it works very well for the prosecution and gives people something to talk about, which will cause doubt in her murder case, and it's worth the risk.
Dante, I appreciate what you're saying. Thank you for all of that. Michael J. Brown, to you next, please. How might this affect the trial?
Good morning, Julie. The concern I have from a defense standpoint is, when the prosecution goes forward and now makes these claims or allegations that she may be involved in some witness tampering or intimidation, if she chooses to take the stand, the judge may have to make a ruling of whether or not the prosecution can inquire about that. And that's a really damaging and damning piece of evidence if it gets out before the jury that she, in fact, in some way tried to prevent certain witnesses from testifying truthfully against her. It's just a bad look for the defense, and it could be very damaging.
You know, I remember seeing that. I was watching some true crime thing, and I remember it was like in Southeast Asia. I don't know if it was in Malaysia though. It was in Southeast Asia where whoever's like in prison, their family were able to like cook food and then just like bring it to the gates and like give it to them. I remember seeing that.
Yeah, appreciate that. A great point as well. Last but certainly not least, Dave Ehrenberg, want to get your take on all this, please.
Well, I agree with everything that's been said already, Julie. I think the power for prosecutors of a witness intimidation claim is that it's twofold. First, it's its own crime, but also it shows consciousness of guilt. Of course, why would you try to intimidate witnesses unless you knew you were guilty? What do you have to hide? So it's.
I mean, who are the witnesses that she's trying to intimidate? Like the family members? I don't know. We'll find out what, because they took her phone. We'll find out what happens.
Powerful in front of the jury if that can get out. And that's why the seizure of the phones could be important evidence, no matter what the blogger says outside the courthouse.
Is this the lady who changed her appearance? No, I think you're thinking of, are you thinking of Caitlin Armstrong? The lady that I covered, the yoga teacher who got plastic surgery in Costa Rica and got caught anyways.
Right. No, appreciate it, Dave. Okay, so
has looked the same.
Thinking about this, something that really hit me. I mean, it's always been in my mind that, okay, with these two narratives, somebody's lying here, but somebody's lying big, right? With this big development, as we're drawing closer and closer to the trial date, we're thinking about these seized phones. And then, of course, there's the question, is Karen Reed part of these protests? Is this a paid mob? That is a fair question. They're looking at her phones. Did she have anything to
This one is also a very weird case as well. But it's only weird because I've heard that there's like some weird stuff that might be happening, or it could just be completely untrue. It could just be like noise. But apparently her and her boyfriend, who is a cop or was a cop, they went out drinking. They met up with another couple. They were like bar hopping. And the other couple was like, hey, let's go over to my sister's house. And so they all went over to the sister's house. And apparently she was fighting with her boyfriend at the time. And she didn't go into the house. Her boyfriend did. And it's either her boyfriend went in the house, something went down in that house. He got attacked by the family dog, maybe. He got attacked by the family members. And then they dumped his body outside in the freezing cold where he was found the next day. Or it was that the boyfriend and Karen Reed got into an argument, and then Karen Reed like ran him over with her car, and then she just like dipped out. But I think it was her that found her boyfriend the next day outside in front of the house. Apparently it snowed a lot, and there was a snowplower that drove through, and he said that he didn't see the body outside of the house, but I don't know. Maybe he just didn't see it, but he wasn't paying attention. But yeah, anyways.
to do with paying anybody to do this or to do any witness intimidation. And our Court TV cameras, we've been there for all these hearings. We see.
But could witness intimidation also be, you know how like you usually hear of like, you know, mobs kind of like intimidating witnesses to not testify? Could witness intimidation also be intimidating to testify? Maybe there are some people that don't want to testify or be a part of this, and she's trying to intimidate them and get them to testify. Oh, all right.
The protests, I mean, it's really crazy. I mean, look at this truck with the sign. How much did that cost to put that on the truck? And this has caused lots of contention between Canton.
Oh, it was found by a police officer? Why was the police officer there? Was it just like a friend? I thought it was found by Karen Reed. I thought she went back to the house to like find out where her boyfriend was, and then she found his body. But that part, like, I could just want to heard that somewhere, but I could be wrong.
Residents and law enforcement officials. And so either the police are really engaged in this grand cover-up, I mean, and this is grand, you know, or is she behind?
Oh, the body was discovered in a pile of snow outside the home of Brian Albert, a fellow officer who hosted a gathering there that night. Defense attorney have argued that O'Keefe was actually beaten inside the home and the body was later dumped outside. Who found him? Who found him? But she's saying that there is police cover-up, that she's being framed. They're saying that she did it. Oh, that it was the neighbor who's also a cop, and the body was on his driveway. Damn, a whole neighbor? All neighbors or cops?
Behind these protests. Let's talk about these things.
Karen Reed.
Let's go around the horn, but we're going to do it in reverse order this time. Dave Ehrenberg, start us off. Do you think somebody's lying here really badly?
Sure looks like it. If you can get the video of those signs of the protesters out there, there's something interesting about those signs. They all look like they're made by the same person. This doesn't look like some spontaneous outbreak of a concerned citizen. Look at those signs. Look at the font. Look at the print. It looks like they're made by the same company, the printer, the person, and the people out there. I wonder if they've been paid. I wonder if they're part of an organized group. This is what happens when you have a defendant with means or with support in the community. You can get this PR war. Has been already said, they control the narrative, and because prosecutors are.
But I could also see people linking up, be like, hey, like, you know, let's link up and let's just like print signs, and then one person's like, oh, I'll print some of the signs for you. Like, you know, I could see that happening as well.
Elected in their communities, people think, defendants think they can intimidate prosecutors by a show of political force, by a show of protest. But in the end, we just follow the evidence and are supposed to do justice regardless of what the polls say.
That's the truth, Dave. You are right. You know, and I would love to hear, you know, all of your answers on this. How, throughout all your years of experience, all of you trying cases, you know, at criminal courthouses, have you ever seen a mob like this? I mean, you know, there's so many court dates. You know, it's hard to get victims to show up.
Does anyone know where Karen Reed's arrest affidavit is? If anyone has it, can you guys link it to my Discord, please? I would love to look through it. No, Johnny got way more support. I was going to say Amber Heard didn't get that much support, but maybe she should have hired people to, you know, to go out there and hold some signs for her.
I remember being a prosecutor, it's hard to get your witnesses all together, and yet you got these people taking off work to be there. I mean, it definitely raises questions. Dante Mills, I see you with a big smile there. Let me go to you next, please.
Yes, I agree 100%. I do think that there's a part of this that's put together, but I think it's the right thing to do for her defense team. Again, I have to keep going back to control the narrative. They're doing a fantastic job. As we heard in the clip, the woman talking about this case is impacting every single person in that county. When has that ever happened? But it is. And I know that we keep talking about the charge of witness intimidation, but that's just an allegation. I'm sure Turtle Boy is saying, I never intimidated a witness. I just was convincing.
Who's laughing? Who laughing about that thing? I can hear someone laughing.
Them to tell the truth. I'm impassioned about this case, and I was reaching out to people and encouraging them to tell the truth. And I think that this is working for the defense. The prosecution is behind the 8 ball going into a case where they have to prove it beyond a reasonable doubt, where people in the community already think that something nefarious is going on and some cover up may be happening.
Appreciate it, Dante. Yeah, I'm sure when her attorneys get a chance to speak, perhaps today about it, we've been reaching out to them after the news broke last night. Surely they're going to say, well, this is a continuation of the narrative we've already put out there that, you know, she is a victim of this cover up and now this is to intimidate her by taking her phones. Or is it? Or is there something nefarious going on with her? Who knows?
I don't know. I can't find the arrest affidavit. If I look hard enough, I'm sure I can grab it. It's not popping up on
Google. Michael J. Brown, take us home. Your final thoughts on this, please.
Let me just take the opposition to our state's attorney, which is normally the prosecutor does a perp walk. They have press conferences at the arrest. They have numerous members of law enforcement standing behind them. So they take the control of the press and
Turtle Boy's in jail. Is he in jail for assault and battery? Is that what it is?
and paint a certain narrative. Here you have a divided town. You have somebody who's presumed innocent, people who are passionate about her innocence, and they're simply going out there and showing their support. I have no problem with it. I think it's part of our system, and it really counters the strength of the prosecution in our country.
Appreciate it. You guys are awesome. You all made tremendous points, and we'll see what comes out of those phones. I guess we're going to have our answer pretty soon. If she's behind the mobs, if she's behind any witness intimidation, or if she really is a victim, as her defense team said.
I don't know. Her case is in like what, 2 months? 2 months. What was this one? They're almost back. 4 minutes. All right, guys, come on back. Y'all eating your lunches right now. Let me run the ad really quick before the trial stuff starts. The hearing starts. They're selling the shirts on Turtle Boy's website. Nom 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 nom. I know, now I'm like, shoot, should I have gotten food? I'm not hungry, right? I think my body is just getting anxiety. All right, let me try to find the Karen Reed arrest affidavit. Where are you? PDF. All I found are like motions, memorandums, opposition. I just want the arrest affidavit. Oh snap! I see Harpoolian. What are those things called again that are used to that they would use to kill whales back in the day, or like sea animals? Harpoon? Is that what it's called? She doing a PR campaign or going to prison? I mean, she's doing a PR campaign and she's trying to prove her innocence. Damn, there's a lot of like drama going on with the Karen Reed stuff. When did the murder happen? Let's see. Karen Reed. Murder date. Harpoon. Is it Harpoon? Harpoons. Harpoon torpedo. Oh, I got these little, so I'm really sad now. GameStop does not let you use their $5 membership credit thing to use for, hold on. I used to buy Steam gift cards every month from GameStop. Now they don't let you buy gift cards, which is annoying. So I just bought these Demon Slayer. I don't know, what are these called again? When it's like you open a bag and you don't know which one you're getting. Mystery bags? You can't find anything on Reed? Oh, it should be somewhere out there, right? It has to be out there. Oh, this happened about a year ago. January 29, 2022. I don't like these earphones. I feel like they fit weird. I just not wear it over my ear. Like, screw this. What happens if you don't want to wear the earbuds over your ear? pretty funny because I went to the manual to see if there's like different ways I can wear the earbuds, but the manual doesn't say that. All right, Harpoolian's talking.
Defendant to show certain statements were made or certain conduct happened. So far, Your Honor has called as court witnesses 12 witnesses. We were not offered the opportunity to cross-examine them, and so we've not had the opportunity to present any evidence whatsoever. And before the state presents evidence, I believe that we should be able to call witnesses. And I would ask the court to allow us to present some evidence before the state comes up with rebuttal. And by the way, under the cases you cited, they have no affirmative obligation to present anything at this point. There's no requirement they present anything. So I would ask you to allow us to call a witness or two before you make a decision as to whether or not they need to call a witness.
The state?
Oh, really? It was to prevent them from diving?
They've argued very extensively some of the cases, and I think the South Carolina jurisprudence is very clear that while an evidentiary hearing is appropriate, and that's what we're doing here, that manner of inquiry is purely within the discretion as the trial judge sees fit. This is not a criminal trial where we're here with the jury to present the normal criminal trial process. This is a inquiry that is very much directed by the trial court and what the trial court thinks is appropriate. And so the state certainly is comfortable with the inquiry the court is conducting. My understanding is, as far as putting up Ms. Hill, this is the manner in which the court wanted that evidence presented, and so we're happy to comply in that regard. But we think that this inquiry is within your discretion, and we have no issue with the manner in which Your Honor's proposed to conduct it.
Please, the court, Your Honor. Certainly the conduct of this hearing is within your discretion. What is not is who has the burden of proof. We do. And we can't meet that burden if we can't call witnesses. And so I'd ask the court to allow us to call witnesses, and if at the conclusion of us presenting those, you believe the state is required to present evidence to contradict that evidence, or in some way, I'm not quite, since Remmer is not the standard, I'm not quite sure what they have to prove. But that's an argument down the line. I believe we ought to be able to call witnesses now, and we have witnesses which would substantiate the burden we have to show you that statements were made by the clerk of court, and that those statements had impact on a juror or jurors.
All right. I've got a couple of reactions to that. Number one, the pretrial was the time to figure out exactly what we were going to do here. And I think it comes at the last minute for you to now come and say we want to present witnesses. You briefed the matter of witnesses. We had a long pretrial. After I made my rulings on what I thought the scenario was that should be used based on State versus Green, you lodged objections to that, but you did not offer at that time any information about who you wanted to call other than this lengthy filing in one of your briefs. It comes pretty late in time for, in my view, for you to do that now. Second thing is, I gave the defense a big break when I allowed you to be the cross-examiner and the state to be the presenter of Becky Hill. She's really a witness that each side needs to prove their view of what happened in this matter. The state puts her up to try to show that there was no impact by anything she said, and that some of the things your witnesses say were said, she says were not. So there's a conflict in the evidence there. I'm not going to rearrange the situation and go to any witnesses of yours right now. I'm going to see what Ms. Hill has to say. And then afterwards we can talk about whether there's any need for any other witnesses.
Your Honor, just factually argue this with you. We did not understand, we assumed you'd adopt Remmer because that was.
Well, I don't know why you assume that when
Because
the
that's the
South
United-
Carolina Supreme Court said very clearly that we do not go by the guidance of the 1950s case of U.S. v. Rimmer.
We do not believe that's what Justice Kittredge has said.
He said it straight out, as clear as a bell can be, but I've ruled on that.
Yes, ma'am.
And,
All I'm saying,
and the South Carolina Supreme Court's going to have plenty of chances to decide that they want to modify Green.
well, when we were somewhat taken aback by a ruling as a result, and that ruling came at a point where we didn't know what these witnesses were going to testify to. So we now, and by the way, you've set aside 3 days for this. What's the hurry? This gentleman is facing life with no parole. We should take this in a very deliberate way. He's got a 14th Amendment right to ensure that he had a fair trial.
All these arguments should have been made before this time,
Why?
Mr. Barr. Well, Mr. Harcourt, I've told you how I'm going to handle this thing. Your objections are noted and they're on the record. But right now, what I'm going to do is what I said I would do. We're going to call Ms. Hill and see what she has to say. I have no idea who all you want to call as witnesses or whether they're here in the courtroom at the present time. But we'll get to that after Ms. Hill testifies.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right.
He's a little condescending. Yes, Your Honor. I wonder on Friday if there was a lot of battles between Harpootlian and the judge, and that's why things are already kind of spicy. Because we didn't get to watch the live stream on Friday. So maybe it already got spicy and they're just taking, it's just leaving where they left off.
Let me go to a little something here that I'm just getting an email on and put this on the record right now. I have a communication from Mr. McCullough.
No, it's the attorney with the white hair sitting behind him.
That is copied to Mr. Harpootlian, Mr. Griffin, Mr. Waters, and Attorney General Wilson. And basically says his client, Juror Z, wants to enhance the testimony she gave with some sort of affidavit that he wants me to look at, and I have looked at. I want to hear from the state and the defense, but I can tell you I'm not inclined to get back into the testimony that's already been taken by these jurors. Her inconsistencies, whatever they are in the record, and she now wants to have another bite at the apple. I'm not at all enthusiastic about that, but I will hear from you, Mr. Waters, first.
Your Honor, the jurors testified. The court conducted the inquiry that needed to be conducted. She answered the questions. I would agree with Your Honor that multiple bites at the apple are not warranted. So we would believe we should proceed forward as the court has indicated.
All right. Mr. Harpootlian?
Your Honor, I'd note two things. The first thing is we asked to be able to examine this juror. You denied that request. Number two, she's not our witness. She's not Mr. Waters' witness. She was the court's witness, and a juror that, and you commended all of them on their honesty. She's attempting to be honest. This process we're going through is an effort to seek the truth. This is the truth. I don't understand why it can't come in.
I think I understand what your position is, Mr.
So we'd ask you to make it a part of the record. You can say you're going to consider it. You're not going to consider it, but it should be a part of the record.
Well, I'll give some thought to whether this thing should be a part of the record, but I can tell you this. Witnesses don't get on the stand and testify under oath and then seek to add or change or deal in any way with their testimony. Those questions were very open-ended questions that asked for her responses, and she gave them. If they're inconsistent, she can't come up now and try to close the loop of consistency by some additional testimony. And I am not thinking about allowing that to be done.
all due respect, Your Honor, we believe, and we said at the time, the way you questioned
Is the audio funky for you guys too, or is it just me?
her put her in the position of saying, yes, that was my verdict then. We think, and we couldn't examine her, and Your Honor, to say now that this affidavit doesn't accurately depict her position is to deny fact, the truth.
You've already said that once. I note your position on that matter, but I decline to adopt it.
Okay, audio is cutting out. Okay.
We make this an exhibit as a proffer for our case. This affidavit, we proffer it for our case. We have the burden.
I'll give some thought to it. I'm not ready to deal with that right now. I have looked at it just in the moment right before I put it on the record. I'll do some research about that, and we'll close that loop before the end of the day.
Your Honor, again, I indicate we have 2 more days. We don't have to wrap everything up today. Thank you.
Yes, sir. All right. Mr. Waters.
Thank you, Your Honor. The state calls Rebecca Hill.
All right. Keep this here and bring it to the courtroom.
Can we see her? We'll be able to see her, right? Yo, we got some great camera angles. Even though the audio is a little bit, we got some great camera angles in this courtroom, though. All right, Becky Hill's here. What is it? 10:28. Girl, this is your moment. The moment you've been waiting for. We'll put this in your new book. Sorry.
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give in this case to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you.
Right, the bailiffs, they look like casino pit bosses.
Good afternoon, Ms. Hill. How are you?
I'm fine.
I want to get started, if you would. If you could state your full name for the record and spell it for the court reporter, please.
My name is Becky Hill. Last name Hill, Hill.
All right. And if you would, just give us, you're currently the clerk of court for Colleton County, is that correct?
That's correct.
And just very quickly, if you would, what year were you elected as clerk of court?
At the end of 2020.
At the end of 2020?
Yes.
And prior to that, did you have any involvement or experience with the state judicial system?
I did.
And could you tell the court what that was, please?
I was a South Carolina official court reporter for about 14 years.
All right. And were you, in being an official court reporter, you would serve in the courtroom, which is Ms. Harris is here today, is that correct?
That's
what
correct.
Was your, all right. And was that primarily in the 14th Circuit?
It was primarily in the 14th Circuit. However, I did travel throughout the state.
Did you have any other experience in professional experience prior to becoming a court reporter or clerk of court?
I was a court reporter freelance for 2 years before that.
Okay. And then any other professional pursuits you've had over the course of your career?
I was able to be a middle school teacher, and I worked for the Board of Disabilities for a few years as well.
Let me go ahead and just kind of get straight to it. In your capacity as clerk of court and in your previous experience being a court reporter, were you familiar with the rules that apply to court staff as it comes to interactions with jurors in the course of a criminal trial or a civil trial for that matter?
Yes.
All right. And could you tell the court generally what those rules are as far as what contact is permissible and what contact is not permissible, just very quickly?
The judge gives the law and gives the instructions for a jury, and the attorneys will state their opening statements, their closing arguments, and basically the clerk of court and anyone else, court reporter, we're there to, my understanding would be to make sure that everyone's taken care of. Do you need some Kleenex? Do you need some water? Different things like that, just to make sure that they're
taken care of.
Is it common for clerks of court to have interaction with jurors during the course of a trial to see to those various logistical needs that you just described?
Yes,
And did that happen in the Murdoch case?
it did.
And can you give us an example of some of the logistical things that you, or other things that you would see to deal with any needs that the jurors may have? I mean, did you provide them food, coffee, make sure they were comfortable, things like that?
Yes, all of that.
All right. Provide blankets for them if they were cold?
Our courtroom was very cold in Colleton County, yes.
Did you provide them with aspirin or Tylenol if they needed, make sure coffee and snacks were available?
Yes.
Did you take lunch orders for them so that they were fed each day?
Yes.
At any time, did you interact with any juror in an attempt to influence their view of the facts in the State v. Murdoch case?
No.
All right. Now I want to ask you some specifics about that and some allegations that have been raised. At any time, did you tell the jury not to be fooled by evidence presented by Mr. Murdoch's attorneys?
I did not.
At any time, did you instruct the jury to watch him closely and look at his actions?
I did not.
At any time, did you instruct the jury or tell the jury to look at his movements?
No.
At any time, as the jury moved to deliberate, did you tell the jury this shouldn't take long?
No.
At any time, did you tell the jury that the defense case, watch out for the defense case, they're going to try to throw you off, or anything along those lines that was meant to influence the jurors against Mr. Murdoch?
No.
Let me ask you if you ever made any comment to the jurors about the fact that the defendant was going to testify. Did you have a conversation in the presence of the jurors prior to the defendant testifying about the fact that he was about to testify?
It wasn't directly related to the jurors. I was talking to Mr. Bill, who was our bailiff foreman, our bailiff over the jury, and I was talking to him about that.
All right. And what did you say?
I told him what I had just come from downstairs telling my security and bailiff office, that Judge Newman had allowed more testimony in regarding the financials, and that also the defendant had decided that he may testify.
All right. And where were the jurors at the point that that conversation occurred?
There were a few jurors standing in line, and there were some in the bathroom, I'm sure, because they said they were waiting on jurors to get out of the bathroom. And there were some in the jury room just milling around from what I could see, looking down the hallway.
And again, what were the words that you said during that conversation? What were the effect of them?
To Mr. Bill.
Yeah. And what did you say?
I told him that that Judge Newman was allowing more of the financial evidence in, which would prolong the testimony in the trial a little bit, and also that the defendant had decided that he was going to testify.
Did you say anything about this being an important day, pay attention, we'll get coffee for you, things like that during that?
I usually give a little pep talk to the jurors. It's sometimes hard sitting a long time, but my usual, and I do remember saying, pay attention, it's a big day today. Whatever you need, let Mr. Bill know, or one of the other bailiffs, and they'll be glad to get it for you.
Did your comments, or were your comments in any way phrased in favor of one side or against another side, or were they more of a neutral comment about paying attention?
No, it was not for one side or the other.
Were you present when the jury went to the Moselle property to conduct the jury view?
I was.
All right. And was Judge Newman there as well?
He was.
During the time that you were on the property, traveling there, traveling back, did you have any conversation with the jurors where you made any comment about the substance of any testimony or any comment about the merits or the strength of the case?
No.
Did you have a quick comment to the forelady about how the property was beautiful and there were tea olive trees there that bloom and smell good, or words to that effect?
I did.
All right. And was there any other conversation related that you had where you made any comment about the case or the merits or anything like that?
Oh, no.
During the course of this trial, did you have a bailiff employee whose primary job it was to see to the jury and their security and to keep them separate from everyone else that was involved in this trial?
I did.
And who was that?
Mr. Bill Polk.
All right. And he was ultimately the jury coordinator in this particular case?
That's correct.
During the course of the deliberations, once the jury went back there, did you have any contact with the juries or have any substantive discussion with them?
Not at all.
Did you have any discussion with them about logistics, about staying in a hotel or anything like that?
I did not.
Did you have any interaction with the jurors or anything to do with them having smoke breaks or anything like that?
I did not.
During the course of the trial, did you have any discussion or interaction with the jurors about them giving any interviews to the media or making themselves available to the media? I'm asking during the course of the trial.
No, not during the course of the trial.
After the verdict had been reached and the case was in sentencing, did you have any conversation with any jurors at that time, after they had already entered their verdict and been individually polled?
Yes, after the sentencing.
All right, and tell the court what that interaction was at that time.
There were several news outlets, that wanted to interview the jury as a whole and really wanted to get them up to New York. And so I was trying to get a hold of all the jurors to talk about that. That was something we had not prepared for.
Did you at all pressure the jurors to speak, or did you just tell them that it was their option to speak or not, and here's the contact information?
I did not pressure the jury to speak. No.
Did you advise them that it was their decision and their decision alone whether or not they wished to speak to the media?
It was totally their decision.
And did you advise them of that?
Yes.
I'm going to ask it again, but I just want to be sure. At any time, did you make any comment to any juror or in the presence of any juror in which you at all tried to influence them in favor of one side or against another?
I did not.
Did you understand, being a longtime court employee and clerk of court, that is outside the boundaries of what is appropriate interactions with the jurors during the course of the trial?
Absolutely.
And at any time did you violate that rule that you understood?
I did not.
Court's indulgence, 1 moment. Nothing further this time, Your Honor.
Please, Court, Your Honor.
Mr. Harpootlian, on cross-examination.
Ms. Hill, we spent 6 weeks together, didn't we?
We did.
And during those 6 weeks, you were as helpful to me as you could be, correct?
I was.
Accommodated just about every request I made.
Yes, sir.
Becky, wait 1 minute. Where were we? Oh yeah, we're old friends.
I want to be sure you can be heard. That was the microphone that was supposed to. You're fine where you are. Absolutely fine.
Oh my God, Elaine.
Microphone that was obscuring my ability to question a witness.
Yeah. Well, what I'm wondering is whether you can be heard without a microphone. Do we need to try to get?
I'm sorry about the Elaine moment.
Yeah, that would be good.
Shoot, how long was I muted for? I was talking when...
I don't know who's supposed to hear this other than you, but I assume they can hear us.
Yay, Lori, take us
Co-reporter,
with
I'm
you.
sorry. She's more important, not as important as you.
Yes, I agree.
Oh yeah, we're old friends, right? We spent 6 weeks together in a very pressure-filled situation, correct?
It was a long 6 weeks.
It was a long 6 weeks. And during those 6 weeks, you were helpful to me in a number of different ways. Accommodating friends that I had that wanted to come watch the trial, for instance, correct?
That's correct.
You even allowed me to use the private restroom down on the first floor so I didn't have to stand in line with the rest of the people trying to get breaks, correct?
Correct.
So we have no animosity towards each other. You didn't do something to me, and I didn't do something to you during that trial, right?
Absolutely.
Okay. Now, given that, I'm going to ask you some questions today that may indicate to you that I have some antagonism towards you. Let me disabuse you of that. I'm here doing a job representing my client, and you've been around the court system for decades, correct?
Yes, sir.
So you understand what we're doing here today.
Yes.
Now, let me understand a couple of things. I think, and I've read your book, some editions of your book. There's several. We got a bunch of emails in which you have drafts that you forwarded to your co-author, correct?
Your Honor, objection. I believe I would object to relevance. I believe any drafts you sent to her co-author with the book is beyond the scope of this inquiry here today.
Overruled. You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. And in those drafts, you say certain things about the trial, about the process, which you later did not include in the final version. It's called editing, is that correct?
I would agree with that.
Okay. Now, let's talk about this book for just a second.
Oh, here we go.
When did you first decide you were going to write a book?
I think a thought was there, a very fleeting thought, before the trial.
Did you take any steps before the trial or at the initiation of the trial to begin writing this book or working with somebody on this book?
Oh, no, sir.
When did you and your co-author get together?
It was several weeks after the trial.
Okay. Did you talk to anybody about the fact you were going to write a book before the trial?
There were several anchors and several journalists that I did speak with about the possibility of writing a book.
Why? Hi, Katie. No, you, Sarah.
I'm so disorganized, I apologize. Did you seek assistance in this trial from other clerks of court?
Yes, sir, I did.
And who were they?
Rhonda McElveen, who is the Barnwell County Clerk of Court, and Renee Elvis from the Horry County Clerk of Court.
And were they there with you the entire 6 weeks?
No.
I mean, how long were they there? How often were they there?
Rhonda McElveen was there as often as she could be, probably several times a week.
Renee Elvis helped me during the jury selection.
Maybe it wasn't YouTube that held your comment back. Maybe they deleted your comment. Maybe they have like admins that go to the comment section and delete them, I guess. Maybe. Try commenting again. Sometimes you can hide users from ever commenting on your videos.
Ms. McElveen, did she begin working with you prior to jury selection?
Can you repeat that question?
We began jury selection, I think, on January 23rd, correct?
Correct.
Was she working with you or consulting with you prior to the 23rd?
No, sir.
Did you have any conversation with her about the trial?
Not until she got to the trial on what, I can't remember the exact day she came.
Okay. Now, is she a friend of yours?
She was a friend, yes.
Was?
Well, she is a friend.
Okay.
Yes.
So she's done nothing to make you any less a friend?
No, sir.
Now, did you tell her about the time of the trial that you were going to write a book? That you had thought about and were going to write a book?
I can't remember exactly. I think we did have a conversation about a book possibly in the future.
And did you tell her you're going to write a book because you thought it would make a lot of money?
Oh, no, sir.
You never said that?
No, sir.
And did you tell her that you were going to write a book to make a bunch of money so you could buy a lake lot and build a house on it?
No, sir.
Okay. Now, did you ever tell her that you had given a juror a ride home, that you had accompanied Mr. Bill, what's his last name?
Bill Polk.
You're right. That you and he took a juror home one night? Did you tell her that? Did you take a juror home one night?
I didn't take a juror home one night.
Did
no,
Mr. Polk and you take a juror home one night?
No, sir, we didn't.
Okay, you never gave a juror a ride in a car with Mr. Polk or without?
No, sir.
Okay.
Well,
now, also, during the trial, your daughter ended up on the Venari, is that right?
She did.
And she was coming up, and did you talk to me and Mr. Waters about putting her on the jury if at all possible?
I'm not sure that we wanted her to be on the jury if at all possible, but I think the question was, would she make a good juror? And I said she sure would.
Now, I don't think we asked you. I think you told us she would make a great juror. Did you not?
I remember you asking.
Okay. I was considering putting your daughter on the jury.
Yes, sir.
And who does she work for?
She works for Compass South.
Did she work for the Sheriff's Department at some point?
No, sir.
Okay. Did she work in law enforcement at all?
No, sir.
Okay. Now, let me ask you this. How many jury rooms were there?
We have 2 jury rooms in Colleton.
In this trial, how many jury rooms did you have? How
2.
Many? Okay, so the entire jury wasn't together at any one time? They were separated into 2 rooms?
Yes.
Okay. And when they're separated into 2 jury rooms like that, are they next door to each other? Are they down the hall from each other?
They are next door to each other.
Why are they
So,
separated?
but if you close the door to one, can they hear what's going on in the other one?
Some women probably have very good hearing, and men too, but I would say probably not.
Okay. Are there restrooms in both of the jury's rooms?
There are.
Okay. Are there 2 restrooms or just 1?
There's 1 restroom in each jury room.
Okay. Were either one of those restrooms designated men and women, or did everybody use the same one?
They were unisex.
They were unisex. Okay. Now, prior to your testimony here today, have you met with the Attorney General's office in Swed?
I have.
On how many occasions?
I want to say twice.
Okay. And remember when the first time was?
I think the first time was in September.
Okay. And the second time was last week?
Yes, sir.
And that was in Walterboro?
Yes, right.
And you all spent about 4.5 hours together?
I'm going to say maybe 2 hours together.
Okay. And in those 2 hours, you went over your testimony here today?
They asked me questions.
Did they ever correct your answers or suggest you answered differently?
Oh, no.
No. So you just went through what you went through in 20 minutes here. It took 2 hours to go through when you were with them.
There were times when I would step out of the room and come back in. But I would say we were there for about 2 hours.
Now,
Bubba's
you
retired.
have described in your
Leave him
book
alone.
your role as Switzerland. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And that is that you should not be in any way opinionated about what's going on in the trial. Is that correct?
That's true.
Okay. Yet in your book you indicated a number of different points during the trial you had concluded he was guilty. Is that correct?
I think...
Your Honor, I object at this point. I don't know if her conclusions in the book are in any way relevant to what occurred during the trial and whether or not there was any communications with the jurors, which is the sole issue that we're here for today, is whether or not Ms. Hill had any extraneous influence on the jurors. And so I think this is going a little far afield. We object to the relevance, Your Honor.
Overruled. You may continue.
Let me give you an example. You indicate riding back from Moselle that you and 3 other people were in a car and you all decided adamantly, I think was the word you used, that he was guilty, that he had killed his wife and son. Is that what you put in the book?
I can't remember if I put that in the book, but if you say I did, then I will agree with you.
Did that happen?
We did have a conversation about what each of us thought.
And all 4
Because she
agreed
read it.
that he was guilty, correct?
And none of us were jurors.
No, trust me, I know that. But you had an abiding conviction, at least by the time of the Moselle visit, that he was guilty. And the other people in the car with you were bailiffs, were they not?
No.
Who were they?
Some were not bailiffs. One was a court reporter. One was our security officer, head security, and another was a deputy sheriff.
Okay. But the 4 of y'all rode out there, and based on what, and I mean, you want me to read to you how chilled you were and how you felt that poor Paul and Maggie had been executed by him on that scene, that visiting the scene convinced you that he was a horrible, horrible murderer? You want me to read that to you? Or you will concede that's what you wrote?
I will concede that's what I wrote, but if I may, I would say that a lot of that is poetic license in writing a book and in making it sound like that.
Okay, so some of it's poetic license, and some of it you just stole. You purloined it from that BBC writer, right?
Again, I object to not only the relevance, but the scope of cross. I would object also under Rule 608. I don't believe that's appropriate cross-examination.
Overruled. You may continue, Mr. Harper.
Did you steal part of the book?
I did plagiarize,
Okay,
Mr. Hartfield.
that's stealing, isn't it?
And it is, and for
Okay.
that I'm very sorry, and I have apologized.
Okay. And that makes it okay?
What I did, and I apologized for that.
And part of the book is, you say, literary license, exaggeration?
I wouldn't call it exaggeration.
Okay. Now let me ask you this, is Switzerland, and this is, you're saying this is happening while you're supposed to be Switzerland, you decided the defendant's guilty, and if Ms. McElmeen says that it's going to make you more money if he's found guilty, don't you think it's reasonable to assume that you may have crossed the line from time to time?
Your Honor, I object to the form of the question, assuming facts not in evidence.
Overruled.
The preface of her book, she plagiarized from a BBC reporter.
Can you repeat that question one more time,
I'm
Mr.
not going to
Hartfield?
repeat it. Let me just move on to something else. Let me ask you, you had interactions with some jurors, and I believe in a conference in the judges' chambers, you indicated that you had seen a post on, is it Walterboro Word of Mouth?
Your Honor, again, I object. I think he's delving now into the Facebook inquiry. We believe, again, that that's irrelevant to the inquiry before Your Honor.
I will allow limited, he's, as I understand it, trying to impeach her testimony, and explore her credibility, and I think I've already told Mr. Harpootlian that I don't want a whole trial about the business of Facebook and the egg juror, but I will allow limited examination on this point. You may proceed, Mr. Harpootlian.
Am I oversimplifying that? I mean, it's in your book. You saw something on Walterboro word of mouth, which appeared to you to be from the ex-husband of one of your jurors. Is that correct? Am I oversimplifying that?
I remember reading one night something on Walterboro word of mouth, and when I was in the courtroom on a Monday morning listening to the judge and the attorneys talking about a matter, it sounded like it was relevant to each other.
Okay. And you became aware somehow that this juror had a restraining order out for her ex-husband?
She told me that herself.
Okay. And tell me how it came for her to tell you about that. Where did she tell you?
She was very talkative, and when I was instructed by Judge Newman to go and get her from out of the jury room with a deputy following me, she was talking to me all the way back to the judge's chambers, and she mentioned that there were restraining orders out when they had divorced.
So how did the judge, who brought it to the judge's attention about this Walterboro word of mouth thing?
I let the judge know, thinking that it could be related.
Okay, and you let the judge know what?
That I had read something on Walterboro word of mouth.
Okay, and that you knew it was tied to that juror?
I didn't know that it was. I wasn't sure at all.
Who did you think it was tied to?
From what y'all were talking about at the bench, I felt like I needed to let him know, just in case it was related. There was something about an ex-husband and an ex-wife and somebody being on the jury.
You didn't tell the judge that you had found what we call the apology post? You didn't tell the judge that?
I didn't call it that, no.
You don't remember producing it, saying that producing it to the judge, saying this is a post in which the guy that posted it on Friday night says the devil got in him and he's drinking and he apologized for what he posted? You didn't produce that?
My staff did. One of my staff.
But you gave that to the judge and gave it to us, did you not?
Yes, we did.
As if it were from that juror's ex-husband, correct?
Correct.
And you know it wasn't?
I don't know that, Mr. Harpootlian. No.
I don't know that.
So
I didn't know that.
And you did not take that juror out and talk to her before you took her to the judge? Is that
I never talked to that juror about stuff like that.
Okay. Did you ever talk to the forelady of the jury, separate from the jury?
I did.
Okay. And tell us, where did that occur?
When I would go into the jury room and I would speak with the forelady, we would be in like the hallway. In the two jury rooms were side by side, and the opening to the jury room went out into the hallway, and we would be surrounded by the jurors at all times. Mr. Bill would be very, very nearby, or another bailiff as well, when we would speak.
And what did you speak to her about?
There were several instances. One was there was a juror who needed some feminine products. There was another time when Band-Aids were needed. There were times when Tylenol would be needed.
Other than items that were needed by the jury's health object, did she ever discuss with you some issues jurors had emotionally, or some issues with dissension in the jury room?
She only told me that there were some loud jurors, and it made some of the other jurors a little upset, but other than that,
What did you tell her to do?
I told her if it got out of hand to write a note to the judge, and that she could sign the note and get Mr. Bill to give it to the judge, and the judge would handle that for her.
Okay. Now, you did publish a book after this trial, is that correct?
We did.
And you went to New York and took some of the jurors to the Today Show?
The Today Show did invite us, yes.
Now, one of those jurors that went up there with you, the day of the verdict, wore, for the first time I can remember, wore a suit to court. Do you remember that?
Your Honor, again, I would object to discussion of the jurors wearing a suit or a post-trial trip to the Today Show. I don't believe there's any connection to the inquiry that's focused for Your Honor, and that is whether or not there was any extraneous influence during the course of the trial.
I'm going to connect it, Your Honor, I believe.
All right, overruled. You may continue, Mr. Harper.
Did you text, email, or communicate on the morning before final arguments were completed that to people that this was on a Thursday, that they probably, if they're going to see the trial, should come on that Thursday because it would be over by the next day? It would be, the jury would not be out very long. Did you ever communicate that? Email, text, or verbally?
I do remember saying that, yes.
And why did you think the jury would not be out very long? Had you communicated with jurors?
I had not communicated with jurors about anything related to this trial at all. I've been a court reporter for at least 14 years. I was clerk of court for 3. And you just get to where you kind of see things happen as they progress. And it's a guess. It's a gut feeling. And that's all that I meant by that.
Well, why are you telling this young man who wanted passes for the next day in an email, it won't be happening tomorrow? That was or did you say, you didn't say, I don't think, you just said, you better come today if you're coming. Remember doing that?
I don't remember that. But, if he wanted to come, I knew that the trial would be ending shortly as far as testimony. So if he wanted to come, he needed to come.
Why wouldn't the jury have been out a week on a 6-week trial?
They could have.
But you apparently were telling the press and others that there'd be a quick verdict. Were you not?
That was just a gut feeling that I had.
Okay.
And that was my opinion.
Okay. Your opinion, you were right. The jury was out 3 hours on a 6-week trial, correct?
That's true.
How much money did you make off that book?
There was not a whole lot of money made off of the book after paying different things and paying for some expenses that went along with that. But I want to say roughly around $100,000.
Okay. That's not a lot of money.
What? No, especially when you publish your own book.
How much?
But that was the $100,000 you made.
After expenses, you said?
With my co-author.
Okay.
And split?
In what period of time? 6 months?
I would say 6 months, yes.
When was the book published?
August 1st.
Okay. The trial was over. That's 6 months after the trial's over, you've published a book, correct?
Correct.
And then I believe you've recently stopped selling the book because of the plagiarism you've admitted to, correct?
Correct.
And so there's no more money?
Correct.
Now,
I thought she made way less than that.
You also indicate in the book that the Murdaughs had a reputation of criminality, I think, is kindly what you put. Did you not?
Well, Mr. Hartpooley and my grandfather and Old Man Buster were very close.
Well, were they criminals?
I wouldn't know.
You wouldn't know. But you believed and you published that the Murdaugh family had run that part of the state and they'd been participated in criminal conduct, correct?
Your Honor, again, I would object to general testimony about the alleged criminality of this family. I'm not sure how that has any bearing on the focused inquiry before the court.
He's asking about what she said in the book. I'm going to allow it.
Yes, sir. Did you say that in the book, that they were criminals?
In the book, that was more of the literary ease that we take, I think, to make a story a little more interesting for the reader.
By calling people criminals. I guess what I'm saying is this. Were they criminals?
Your Honor, again, I object to that particular question.
Overruled.
Were they criminals?
I wouldn't know that.
Okay, so you either made it up or you're lying about it? About the reputation of people that can't defend themselves? They're dead? You're going to call them criminals? You did that in the book so you could sell a book?
No, I didn't do that to sell a book.
What'd you do it for?
Made it more readable, you said? Which sells books.
Literary ease. Yeah.
What?
Literary.
Literary what?
The literary ease that you can take when writing a book.
Literary ease you can take with writing a book? You can make stuff up? You can lie? You can lie about people?
Not with that. I think the public perception was one that it was very interesting during this time.
So you're feeding the monster out there that wants to believe bad things about the Murdaughs, and you'll make stuff up to do it. Let me give you another example. I read your book, and I found this somewhat humorous. My co-counsel did not. In describing myself and Mr. Griffin, in the book you say that I neutered him. We've both been very interested in what you meant by that. What do you mean by neutering Jim Griffin?
Mr. Harpootlian, it was a book.
Did you make it up? I know it was a book. The Bible's a book. Right. I mean, just because it's a book doesn't mean you can lie in it.
It's just a word that was used.
The nature of that exchange.
Don't argue with the witness, but the witness, Ms. Hill, you're instructed to answer his questions. You may proceed, Mr. Harpootlian.
So let me get this straight. The book, and I'll see if I can cut to the chase on this. I could read you chapter after chapter, verse after verse, which is not...
Okay, I wonder if she doesn't recall because her ghostwriter wrote most of it, maybe, and she doesn't remember, or Albert.
Read you chapter after chapter, verse after verse, which is not true. Okay, not true based on my experience of being in a courtroom, and not true based on knowing some of the people you described. You say that is.
Mr. Harpootlian.
I object. The counsel is just testifying right now as to his observations about the book.
Question, Mr. Harpootlian, please.
You have conceded there are things in the book that you don't know to be true, correct?
Correct.
Okay. You would concede then that you have lied in the book.
It's only because I wasn't there at the time. I can't interview my dead grandfather. I can't interview Mr. Buster. There's just things that we can't interview them on. We can go by what was written in a newspaper and get facts from that.
What?
And take the inference that one of the Murdaughs was a pedophile. You could have printed that, and they're not here to contradict it. You could have printed anything you wanted and made it up to sell books. That's what this whole scheme was about, selling books. As you told Rhonda McElveen, if him being found guilty would sell more books.
Your Honor,
isn't that true?
I'd object to the argumentative nature of the question, the compound question, and assuming facts not in evidence.
The compound question. If what you're asking is what she told Ms. McElveen, go on and ask that, but don't precede it with
yes, Your Honor.
Testimony.
Beg the court's indulgence for just a moment.
I thought she was just going to be like, the reason why I say they were criminals is because there is a maybe pending investigation with Buster regarding Stephen Smith, and then what went on with Paul Murdaugh. I thought that was what her explanation was going to be. Oh boy.
Write your book about a juror whose ex-husband had posted something we now know probably wasn't her ex-husband. Did she have any other ex-husbands that you found out about?
I have no idea.
Well, you wrote, we learned later the ex-spouses hadn't seen each other in 14 years and she had 3 restraining orders against him. Did she have 3 restraining orders against him?
I don't know. That's what she said.
Okay. President's Day break. President's Day break would have been a Monday, correct?
Correct.
But before Mr. Murdaugh testified, did you tell the jury not to be fooled by the evidence presented by Mr. Murdaugh's lawyers?
Mr. Harpootlian, I never talked to the jurors about any of the evidence in this case.
The answer would be yes or no, then you can explain. Did you say that?
No.
Okay. Did you ever instruct the jury to watch him closely immediately before he testified, looking at his actions, looking at his movements? Did you ever tell the jury to do that?
No.
Did you ever tell the jury to pay attention to Mr. Murdaugh's testimony?
To pay attention, not specifically to his testimony. I did tell the jury to pay attention.
To what?
Just generally in the hallway when I was speaking.
Not to him?
No.
Just to any witness?
Right.
Okay.
Hi, lady. Oh, pretty rough.
Did you ever warn the jurors the defense is about to do their side? This is right before, right at the beginning of the defense case. They are going to say things that will try to confuse you. Don't let them confuse you or convince you or throw you off. Did you ever tell the jury that?
No, sir.
Okay. Did you ever tell the jury, if you get emotional, we want to see your face because that is what they want to see? You ever tell them that?
No, sir.
Did you ever tell the jury that Mr. Murdaugh was about to testify?
I didn't tell the jurors that.
Now, did you tell the jury that if they didn't reach a verdict by 10 o'clock, they were going to have to spend the night?
No, sir, I did not.
Did you ever tell them they were going to have to spend the night at
No,
some
sir.
point? Did you ever tell them that they couldn't smoke?
No, sir.
Okay.
He's like, sure.
You got any other books in the works?
No, sir.
I mean, doesn't this make a good book?
Hey, if she loses her job, maybe.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I think Harpoonly did a pretty good job right there. Because their explanation for all this, the motive behind all this was so she could write a book. No matter what. Even if there's some untruth in there. To do whatever it takes to write a book. So I think he did a pretty good job on his part.
Matters came up on cross, obviously, that I'd objected to.
You won't waive your you may reserve your rights to object to the entire line of testimony, but you may offer cross-examination subject to the assertion of your objection about the testimony.
Thank you, Your Honor. One of the things you were asked about is finding this Facebook post, and you brought that to the court's attention after a different issue had already arisen related to a juror. Is that correct?
Correct.
All right. And are you technically capable of manufacturing a Facebook post? Is that anything that you have any capability to do?
I'm not.
All right. And did you ask your staff member to go see if she could find this post?
I did.
Did you tell her just generally what you recalled reviewing?
Yes.
And did you give her any further instruction other than that?
No.
Were you sitting behind her as she was doing this particular search or anything like that, or did she eventually report back to you?
She is very, very techie, and then she reported back to me.
All right, so you weren't there when she was searching anything like that?
No.
But she was like, I couldn't find that post, but I did find this, and handed you the Facebook post. Is that correct?
Correct.
And then you provided that to Judge Newman, and ultimately it was provided to the parties. Is that correct?
Right. Correct.
You were asked about conversations that you had with the forelady. Did those involve logistical issues and things like that for the jury?
The conversations with the forelady was everything. There was nothing regarding the defendant and this trial.
All right, so they were logistical issues, not anything to do with the substance of the trial. Is that correct?
Absolutely, yes.
You were asked about whether or not you had texted some people, this won't be long. Was that at all in any way based on any conversation you had with a juror as to their internal thinking or anything like that? Or was that just your assessment being an experienced person in the court?
Absolutely not.
It was based on just your assessment?
Just my assessments, yes.
Did you ever communicate with the jurors on how long they would be, or did any juror ever tell you how long they thought they would be?
I never talked to any jurors about anything like that.
You were asked about your book, and I don't want to get into too much detail about that, but you were asked about some of the assertions that you made in the book. And you were asked if these were lies. Were they lies, or were they ultimately things that were based on inferences from newspapers and community stories?
You are leading by, this is your witness, Mr. Waters, so please ask a direct question.
Thank you. Some of the statements that you were asked about in your book, were they lies, or were they based on your inferences from just general community knowledge and things that you had researched and knew?
Still leading, but I'm not going to object.
All right.
Thank you.
He's right about that, Mr. Waters. Just ask a direct question.
Did you lie in your book?
No, I did not.
Thank you. You were asked about when you told the jury to pay attention. When you asked that question, did you also mention anything about, we got coffee for you, or things like that?
I knew that Mr. Bill would take care of that. And the jurors knew too. Coffee, we had done some Dunkin' Donut runs. We had provided coffee, different other things to help stay awake in the cold courtroom that we found ourselves in. And so I knew anything that they needed, Mr. Bill would see that they got, because that's what he did.
At any time, did you have any conversation with any juror in which you tried to influence their decision?
I did not have a conversation with any juror about anything related to this case.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
All right. Ms. Hill?
Where are we at, y'all? What y'all think?
I want you to turn your attention to a hearing that Judge Newman had about the alternate who was dismissed, sometimes called the egg juror. Do you recall that hearing?
Yes, ma'am.
In the hearing, Judge Newman expressed his unhappiness with you for questioning that juror before he questioned her. Do you recall that?
I do remember seeing that.
Well, then let's go back and talk about that juror. On examination in this courtroom, you said that she talked about a lot of things to you, but you didn't ask her any questions. But that's not completely accurate, is it?
Yes, ma'am, that is true.
Well, you asked her direct questions, and that came out in the hearing that Judge Newman had. You asked her questions before she was even examined by the judge, did you not?
Your Honor, I did not ask her any questions.
Wait, then why would Judge Newman say that? Oh, get Judge Newman in here! You think it looks pretty bad? You think he'll get a new trial? Can we make a poll? I don't know, because like we would have to go based off of one juror.
The juror was examined by the judge in a hearing. Do you recall that hearing? It's the second hearing on this matter.
I do recall that hearing, yes.
And
all right, the poll is up, y'all. Yeah, because Judge Newman said he was not happy with the staff member of the court.
Asked you about the court asked this juror about postings on Facebook. did he not?
Correct.
And the juror said she gave Miss Becky my full access to my Facebook. And I put positive posts on it. I've done that for the past 3 years. Do you recall her testifying in that regard?
I do remember reading that.
And the judge said, has anyone posted anything on Facebook about you? And the juror answered, I was not aware of it until Miss Becky told me today. Do you recall that?
I do remember her saying that.
And do you recall the judge saying, what did she tell me? And the juror said she asked me if I had an ex-husband, and I said, yeah. Did you ask her that?
I remember her saying this, Your Honor, but I did not ask her any of these questions.
How does she know?
Further says, she asked me if I had talked to him about the case or being on jury duty, and I said no. I had questioned her about why she was asking me that. I haven't seen my husband since 2014. Do you recall her testifying to that?
I do remember that, yes.
And with that, having jarred your memory, do you recall asking her about her husband and his post?
Your Honor, I don't remember saying anything about that.
Well, what was the post that you read in the Walterboro Word of mouth? What was the nature? You read that, did you not?
I did.
What did it say?
My memory is a little fuzzy with that, but it was about an ex-husband who found out that his ex-wife was on a jury, and he didn't think that she would be a good juror, and it just sounded very similar to what I had heard the judge and the attorneys speaking about.
So you then went to that juror and questioned her about that, did you not?
I did not, Your Honor.
Well, she says in this testimony that she didn't know about the Facebook until Miss Becky told me. Was that incorrect?
I'm not saying...
Some kind of conversation went between the two of her for her to know about that post, correct?
That's true. And I'm thinking that it could have been someone, it wasn't me, I just know that it's not me that she talked to about that.
Jen, are they going to call the egg lady to testify?
Well, when the judge, the judge was questioning the juror about this, she also said that she had 3 restraining orders against him. And she also said, I was very upset after she told me that. Like I said, I have 3 restraining orders against him.
No,
and I
it's
wouldn't
vice
have
versa,
anything to
Nicole.
do with him if I didn't have a child with him. But I haven't seen him since 2014. Y'all didn't discuss that? The restraining orders?
On the way from the jury room to the back chambers where the judge was, she was very scared. She was talking about the 3 restraining orders that she had out on her husband at the time that they were divorcing, and she was scared that he would be trying to get back in contact with her again.
Well, how do you know that? Did she tell you that?
She was talking about that on the way to the jury room, to the chambers with the judge.
And in the court, in this hearing now that I'm looking at, that the court is conducting, she said they're asking about this Facebook post, and she said Miss Becky said she went to look for the post again, and that it had been deleted. I don't know who she talked to or anything else, but she said apparently. Do you recall her saying that?
I do remember her saying that.
Did you say it?
The court then said, what did she tell you about that? And the juror said, it was after you let us go on the last break. I was very upset. This is what you're talking about. And she came down and talked to me and said that apparently, I don't know who talked to him, but he said he was drunk and he removed the post. Do you recall that?
Well, she didn't tell me that, and I didn't talk with her about that.
Well, you saw that post, the so-called apology post, did you not?
Right, I did.
And you assumed that was a post from her husband, did you not?
Right.
And then you talked to the juror about that, did you not?
I did not talk with the juror about that.
Well, who did you talk to about it? Did you bring it to the judge's attention?
No, we didn't get a chance to talk to the judge about that.
Was this for impeachment purposes? Is that why we're talking about the egg lady? I thought we weren't going to go this far. Look at Murdoch.
The court asked this juror, has the clerk discussed anything about the case with anyone on the jury? The juror said, not that I'm aware of. The judge said, okay, she was just discussing with juror. She pulled me aside when we went downstairs after the last break. I want to say it was after lunch, and we came back, and that's when she first told me about it, about this, what we now know was not a post from her husband.
Right.
But you assumed it was a post at the time, and y'all had a conversation about it, correct? Don't just nod. Answer the question.
Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am. I believe that it was one of my staff that she talked to, but it was not me that she talked to.
But the juror says, and I want to say it was after lunch we came back, and that's when she first told me about it. She's talking about you.
Correct.
Then we went back into the court, and I never even got to sit on the jury. The judge says, the judge then stops the questioning and she exits the room. Mr. Griffin, Your Honor, I think that satisfies it. She hadn't talked to anybody, hadn't expressed an opinion, hadn't made up an opinion. She's got an ex-husband and she has 3 restraining orders against him. The court said, Mr. Waters, just obviously we're all invested in this. My main concern, I certainly would love to, but not love to, but would want to hear, what one of these individuals said. But, she answered the questions as she did, talking about the juror. They then have a colloquy about this juror and whether this was really her husband that put this post in that you talked to her about and apparently talked with the court about at some point. Am I right?
That's right.
I wonder how Judge Newman knew that the juror was being questioned by a member of his staff. Did he talk to Becky Hill personally and then she admitted, or was it someone else? Oh man, we got to hear from Judge Newman.
At the end, the judge said that he was not too happy with your having talked to the juror before you talked to him. Do you recall the judge saying that?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
And did you pop right up there and say what you're saying now, that you never talked to her?
We never talked about it after that. I wasn't in the room when he said that.
And he never talked to you? He never reprimanded her? Like, hey, don't do that? Damn, she's asking the spicier questions and Harpoolian.
The judge brought up another thing right after sentencing that I want to explore with you briefly. One of the big responsibilities of the clerk of court is to take control of the exhibits that are presented in court. Isn't that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And there were sealed exhibits presented in this case that were photographs of the 2 decedents at Moselle when the law enforcement authorities first investigated the murders. You recall that?
Yes, ma'am.
And those photographs were sealed by the judge, were they not?
Correct.
And when the testimony about them was completed, they were under your control as the clerk of court, were they not?
That's correct.
How was it that those photographs came into public view?
What? Are you talking about after the...
I'm talking about the fact, he alluded to it on sentencing, and said that he was frustrated about it and was going to try to look into it.
I thought that was during the live stream, not after.
Those photographs that were sealed court exhibits under your control found their way into the public media, did they not?
I believe they did. And I think what happened, it was someone from the gallery took a picture from a screen that had some of the pictures on it, if I'm remembering correctly.
Did you ever allow anyone from the press to view these sealed exhibits?
No, ma'am.
Did you allow Netflix to ever examine the exhibits for trial?
No, ma'am.
How did you handle exhibits? Because you did have the press have great access to the exhibits, and you say several times in your book that you had to stay after to be sure that you interacted with the press about these exhibits. That's true, is it not?
That is true. We had Mr. J. Bender, and then we had the pool photographers and someone from maybe the state, I believe, or the Posting Courier, along with the court reporters, someone from court administration, and then someone from the clerk's office every night that would go over the exhibits to make sure everything was correct and within our domain.
Were any press people ever allowed to view the exhibits, even the sealed exhibits that you had on file?
No, ma'am. No, ma'am.
What was the methodology for allowing them to examine the exhibits? How did you handle that?
I wasn't there a whole lot when we did this every night, but it's my understanding that the people that were involved with the exhibits, and especially the court reporters, and there was a certain time frame that they were allowed to take their pictures, and everything was, all of the pictures were looked at by the court reporters that were there, and the lady from court administration, along with someone from my office and Mr. J. Bender, to make sure that everything was done correctly.
What I'm asking is how you handled having them, the press, view these exhibits.
If I remember correctly, the press, we had certain designated photographers, and then someone, I think, from the state or the Posting Courier, and they were responsible for putting it out on a stream for the rest of the media to access.
And would they do that by photographing the exhibits as they were in your possession after court was over that day?
That is correct.
All right. And how did you handle the sealed exhibits in terms of their availability when these press people are there photographing the exhibits?
They stayed sealed.
And so you think that you're aware of the fact that some of these on-the-scene photographs of the two decedents found their way into the public press. You're aware of that, are you not?
Yes, ma'am, I am, yes.
And you contend that they photographed them in the courtroom?
That is what I heard.
I mean, you could tell from the angle, right? I mean, I haven't seen the pictures yet, but can't you tell from the angle? The quality?
All right.
Like if it's like on the monitor, or if it's like of the actual exhibit, or...
Finally, you had indicated about your book that some things that you put in there were, you called it literary license, not literally true, correct?
Correct.
Uh-oh.
Did you ever, by any kind of email communication or in any way, shape, or form, indicate or state that you wanted a guilty verdict because it would increase the sales of the book? Did you ever say that in an email or verbally or in any other way?
No, ma'am, I did not. It didn't matter to me if it was guilty, not guilty, or a mistrial.
Well, in your book, you suggest that the guilty verdict was what you wanted, and you were fearful that that a guilty verdict would not be rendered. You say that a lot about your feeling about wanting a guilty verdict, do you not?
I do agree that that is said in the book, and part of that is because I think it was a guilty verdict.
Well, this is that you were describing a time way before the verdict was rendered when you wrote about those things in the book. Isn't that correct?
It is, yes.
And you even have something where you said your eyes met with jurors and others at Moselle, and y'all had an understanding, unspoken, that he was guilty. You said that in the book, did you not?
I did say that in the book, and I would consider that part of the literary
enhancement,
the word that we just said. But there was nothing spoken with a juror at all at Moselle or anywhere else, at the courthouse or anywhere. I think that's part of that poetic license that we write to make something more apparent. But at no time did I read or try to read someone else's eyes, and that was just one of those gut feelings that I wrote in the book.
Don't forget to vote on the poll. Oh God, she just licked her finger. Ah, why do that? They're so old school. In her defense, I don't know what that says. There's a stupid big heart that's covering some of your words. In her defense, she's worked in the courts for years. I'm sure she can read the jurors.
You wrote in the book, speaking of a time before the jury verdict was rendered, I was conflicted about knowing the Murdoch family and about having so many people watching and listening to me as I read the verdict. I was mostly concerned about Alex being found innocent when I knew in my heart he was guilty. I had this fear that the goodwill the Murdochs had built up in the community would influence the jury. You wrote that, did you not?
Yes, ma'am.
But did you?
So you had those feelings well before the verdict was announced in this case. You had some definite opinions and feelings about what the verdict should be, did you not?
I did have a certain way that I felt.
But I would never... That's not any poetic license, what was said there. That's how you felt, correct?
Correct.
All right. Those are my questions. Anything further from the state, Mr. Waters?
Who do you think asked the harder questions, the judge or Harpootlian?
Very briefly, Your Honor.
Yes, sir.
You were asked a number of questions about the interactions during the in-camera proceedings with the juror who was excluded. Were you in the room during the entirety of those interactions, or just were brought in here or there as those occurred?
No, I was only brought in for my asking of my questions from Judge Newman.
And you were asked a little bit about sealed exhibits and about Judge Newman's comments at sentencing at the end of trial. And just to clarify, those were not pictures of any sealed exhibits. It was a picture that someone had taken in the gallery that had actually been disclosed, and that's what Judge Newman was talking about, to your understanding?
That was my understanding, yes.
And then after the trial, there was even a post-trial hearing or some discussion about the fact that some body cam videos had not been sealed, and Judge Newman fixed that problem after the trial. Is that correct?
Correct.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Just a couple questions.
Mr. Harpootlian?
Let me understand this correctly. You would agree that you did release all of the exhibits in this case, sealed and unsealed, to the Texas film crew. Is that correct?
No, sir. No, sir, I did not release the sealed exhibits.
What about to Netflix? Didn't you indicate to the judge they'd been mistakenly released and you're getting them back?
As an error, when we realized everything, yes, those two did go, and Netflix had not even, they said they had not even looked at them.
Did you get them back?
We did get them back, yes.
And what about a Japanese film crew? Did they get exhibits, the sealed exhibits?
They did not get any sealed exhibits.
What about NBC Universal?
No sealed exhibits.
But you do concede that Netflix did get sealed exhibits?
They did it as an error. It wasn't
Whose
listed.
error?
Well, I would say the court reporter didn't mark it on the listing.
Well, why were you so accommodating to these national documentary folks? I mean, is this good for the book?
Isn't her job?
I mean, the more documentaries out there about the Murdaugh thing, the better your book sales are. I mean, there was money in this for you, right? Again, it's about the money, right?
What's your question now?
Isn't it financially beneficial to you at the time to get more of these photographs out, more publicity, more Netflix, more HBOs, more Japanese? Doesn't that sell books for you? Didn't you see a financial advantage?
Not at all.
Okay. Thank you. No further questions.
Ms. Hill, you may step down. Let's hang on for a moment. Mr. Lewis.
Is she excused from her subpoena? I just wanted to make sure she's not excused.
Oh, well, I want her to step down. Yes, she's still under subpoena. I haven't heard what's going to be said. Mr. Harpootlian still has some things he wants to raise about other witnesses and so forth. So what I would prefer is that she remain with you, Mr. Lewis, until we see what else is going to happen. You may step down. All right, Mr. Harpootlian.
Your Honor, we've got literally millions of pages of documents in this case. Ms. Miller just uncovered an email relevant to what you asked. We don't have it printed out.
Uh-oh, now what?
But what it is an email from Rebecca Hill to Miho Takachuchi, something. Miho, first name, the Buford McDowell body cam should not have gone to you. Please get rid of it. Do not use it. The judge, Judge Newman, specifically ordered that body cam not be used if it got out. Apparently, it's still on the videos we were saved. I appreciate your attention. What about the other body cam video we could see on many news documentaries? Can you provide it? It seems the camera was on the other police personnel. I mean, here she's having emails between this Japanese production company about body cams telling them to get rid of it. I think that's important, and I can have a copy of this printed out for you when we can get it to a printer for the record.
That would be fine, but do you want to offer it as an exhibit?
I do.
All right, Mr. Waters?
I have no objection. If I could just ask the date of that.
The date is July 17th, 2023. July.
All right, that's one thing. What else? I will admit it. I will allow it. That is a impeachment of her testimony to me that she did not send any emails or release anything.
Yes, sir.
In fact, she changed that testimony on redirect when she said she did, so-called by accident, release some things.
That doesn't appear to be by accident. So we'd like that made part of the record. Secondly, I have sitting outside the courtroom the clerk of court for Barnwell County, Rhonda McElvey. She specifically denied saying certain things to the clerk of court of Barnwell. Barnwell County and denied doing certain things, I think you're going to find her testimony extraordinarily instructive and educational. And it shouldn't take, I would be shocked if it took 20 minutes.
This is Becky's friend.
In light of the answers she gave to my questions and some of yours in that regard, I'm going to allow it. Now, I want to know what else we're looking at here.
Oh my goodness. Okay, because I was gonna say I don't know if I believe that she fully did the jury tampering because only one person testified to it, saying it affected their decision. But everything else about her seems a little bit pretty fucking shady. Ay. But I don't know. I want to hear from Judge Newman. I want to know why Judge Newman thinks that Becky Hill spoke to the jury, because she's denying it. She's like saying, I didn't say that. I didn't tell him that.
Your Honor, I want to hand up to you an affidavit from a witness we would propose to provide in addition to Clerk of Court.
What are the emails from the Japanese production company? Oh, because she said that she didn't give any Japanese film production companies any sealed or unsealed exhibits.
Who was dismissed when she was not needed for deliberations. And she is here also ready to testify.
That was for impeachment.
Testimony would take about the same time as one of those jurors this morning.
Sir?
I would expect her testimony would take about as much time as one of those jurors this morning.
This is your offer in refutation of the testimony Ms. Hill has given today?
She denied saying any
She
of it.
denies saying anything. That's correct.
Yes, Your Honor.
Now, is this juror, alternate juror, going to testify?
She's here. Yes, Your Honor. She's sitting.
Well, you just say she's here. She's available.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, Mr. Waters.
Your Honor, a couple things on this particular alternate juror. We've just been handed this particular affidavit. Your Honor, I believe that Your Honor had correctly ruled that the focus again was on those jurors, and the inquiry has been made to those particular jurors. I don't know why we would go into detail with an alternate juror that ultimately did not sit in any deliberations and cannot testify as to any effect on the verdict, which is the ultimate inquiry before Your Honor. And so we would object to this particular testimony as far as it relates to the alternate juror.
Here's the one thing that gives me some heartburn, and you can help me with this, please. I stand by the rulings I have made that only jurors can be questioned about the effect on their verdict. And that is why I did not allow the testimony of the egg juror in that regard. He is now offering this testimony, and it's testimony of certain things that were said to the jurors as a whole, rather than just to this particular juror. I would, as I say, I would ordinarily not allow this, but Ms. Hill testified several times during the course of her just concluded appearance that she never told any jurors anything along the lines of what has been asked here, particularly the comments about they're going to say things that will try to confuse you or throw you off, things of that nature. She was asked about that, and she denied she ever said anything like that. So this is an attempt to impeach as I see it, and that's what's giving me a little heartburn about just turning him down flat.
Well, a couple things as to that, Your Honor. First of all, I think that we have some very specific statements and a specific individual that's mentioned here. And so if we're looking at Rule 613B, which is essentially where they're operating, I don't know that there was an appropriate foundation laid as to the specific time and to whom these specific statements were made. I think that it needed to be cleaner with regards to that as to mentioning this particular person and as much as you can, the time and place, and the very specific statements that were made. I think Mr. Harpootlian, again, we had these general allegations and kind of went through those, but I don't know that now that we've just been handed this affidavit, that they were set forth as an appropriate clarity that's required by 613B. So I think there's a failure there.
Mr. Waters, look for a minute at paragraph 3, 4, 5, 6.
Happy dog.
7. Those paragraphs all address things that have been asked her, and they are pretty specific as to time and place. And the content of this testimony is an attempt to impeach her, Ms. Hill's testimony. That's why as I guess colloquially I said, I'm having a little heartburn about excluding this, is because she was asked directly about these matters. And
bring in the egg lady.
This testimony would be in conflict with that, which would be permitted to impeach someone.
Right. And Your Honor, I certainly understand the point. I guess I would have just 2 points to that. Number one is that, as we've already talked about, this evidentiary hearing is within your discretion in the manner, particularly when you're talking about jurors and the manner to be conducting that. Now we're talking about putting a juror on the stand and having attorney examination. And I think under the case law, that's within your discretion as to how that inquiry should go, as opposed to were we purely in a trial setting and applying the evidentiary rules. But if we were applying the evidentiary rules, again, strictly applied, I think that I don't know that they have laid the foundation with enough clarity to offer extrinsic evidence under 613B, and that would be our argument there, that we just had generally discussion of some of these concepts, but not the place, time, and person to whom it was made with the specificity that 613B requires. So that would be our evidentiary objection in the event that Your Honor is addressing those. So that would be our position. I do also, before we get started, I do want to go back and address the sealed exhibits issue whenever it's appropriate.
Sure.
If now, I'm happy to go.
Mr. Harpootlian? Slow for a minute. I'm turning to Mr. Waters to try to get some clarity about why he objects to this testimony. One is the 613 issue that he's explored, and I understand that. He now wants to say something about the sealed exhibits. So I want to hear from him on that, and then you can reply to both of them.
I'm sorry, Your Honor.
That's all right.
Really, Go Lucky?
Sure, I understand.
And finally, going back to the juror issue, we would also raise 403 as well, just because of the nature of the inquiry that we're here to assess. Going back to the sealed exhibits, I just want to clarify for Your Honor, Mr. Griffin and Mr. Harpootlian were at this hearing. After the trial, there was a release of, and these were publicly filed exhibits, of a number of exhibits. What also got released at the time were 2 body cam exhibits which had images of the victims at the scene. Those had inadvertently not been marked as sealed exhibits, and ultimately then we had a hearing in front of Judge Newman, and essentially those were clawed back. And so I just want to be clear that when we're having testimony about that particular thing as it relates to what Ms. Hill was saying, those were the sealed exhibits that were released. And again, at the time they had not been marked sealed, and that was sort of retroactively fixed. And then the other issue, of course, is, Your Honor, is again that the issue that Judge Newman was talking about after sentencing was a gallery photo. It was not a what apparently would be maybe a press photo of the exact exhibits. And what we did at trial, and Mr. Harpootlian can speak to this, and Mr. Bender could as well, is at the end of each day, first of all, the sealed exhibits would have a cover sheet or a folder that they would be in, and then they would verify with the parties that these are the okay exhibits, these are the sealed exhibits, and then at that point, after court was concluded, the media would then be allowed to review and or photograph or get copies of the unsealed exhibits. So that's just how the procedure was working at the trial.
That's very helpful to clarify this, because I now see this in perspective that the materials that were photographs at the scene or depictions at the scene of the 2 victims, what you're telling me is that those were inadvertently released after the trial by I guess by the, well, it would have to be by the clerk of court. She's the one that had them. And then they were, and they weren't properly marked. And they were then clawed back.
Yeah, they were the two body cam videos, and so in those videos, it weren't physical images, but they were the body cam videos, and then in those videos, you could see the victims at the scene. Right. And those two exhibits, to my recollection, were the only two that should have been sealed, but they, in fairness, were not marked sealed, and that's how they got released. The second we realized it was a problem, we took care of it and clawed those back.
Well, that clarifies that issue for me. So, frankly, that puts my mind at ease about what happened there. Now, Mr. Harpootlian, I'll come to you momentarily. Anything else?
No, ma'am, Your Honor.
Okay, now, Mr. Harpootlian.
A couple of things I'd point out. The first is this: in terms of the statement by this alternate juror, she was interviewed by SLED on video, said exactly the same thing as she's saying in this affidavit weeks, if not months ago. So they know exactly what she said. I can assume they reviewed it. By the way, I asked, basically read from this affidavit as I cross-examined the clerk, and she denied each one of these statements. The second piece of that is this.
I know. It's on that basis that I'm even pursuing the idea of your offering something by way of impeachment. So I understand that.
And secondly, as to the sealed exhibits, I think we're going to hear testimony from Ms. McElveen that may elaborate on your concerns based on our interview with her this morning.
All right. Well, here's what we're going to do. It's about 3 minutes of 3, which is when I generally take my afternoon break. I'm going to adjourn the court or recess the court, and we come back at 3:15. And I will allow you to offer Ms. McElveen and the alternate. I want to make it clear that they will be offered on what we've talked about, matters about which Ms. Hill testified that you think are impeached by Ms. McElveen's testimony, and that you think are impeached by the alternate juror's testimony. So and the alternate juror's testimony, as I look at it, is the part about which impeachment would lie would begin at paragraph 3.
Wait, how often do you watch
So
your
do you
sheets?
understand what I'm saying?
Yes, ma'am. Can I make you one other offer?
Yes, sir.
Today and today only. Egg Lady is across the street.
Well,
no. If you want to put her on the stand.
No. I've made my position quite clear about that. I think we've got in the record what is needed in terms of what she says Ms. Hill says and what Ms. Hill says she says.
I agree. We did not intend on calling her. I just didn't want you to miss the opportunity if you wanted the opportunity to examine her.
Thank you, Mr. Harpootlian. All right, court will be in recess until 3:15.
Oh, interesting. So no Egg Lady, but we're gonna. Oh man, I don't know. Becky Hill says that was her friend, or they are friends. Remember, he was like, "Was," and she's like, "Oh, is. We're friends." Oh, okay. Guys, bring the Egg Lady back. Oh, dude, I feel so bad. The Egg Lady's been waiting for. She's like been waiting there for what, 6 hours now? Oh, she been waiting. Seeing she can be called up next. Oh my goodness. All right. Let's get up and stretch, use the restroom. And then we have a lot to discuss. Oh my God, that was wild. All right, y'all. What are your thoughts? What do we have for the poll? So far, I see a preview of the poll. It says 52% thinks Murdoch will potentially get a new trial. You feel like you've seen this judge before? You ever get in trouble in South Carolina, Go Lucky? Also, any tips and tricks on putting these stupid earphones in? Gosh, the wrap around the ear is so annoying. If I didn't have hair, it would be less annoying. All the hair's in my way. My glasses. I think I'm gonna return them if I can. I got the Sennheiser, like, what's it called, 200s, and I didn't know you could only wear it this way. It has to be like upside down and then over your ear. I want to just stick it in my ear. I don't want to flip it upside down and all this stupid nonsense. Look, this is so annoying because it keeps doing this. It's not it's not clicking into my ear. And then every time I would take them off, the back on, I don't know, they're just not like fitting very well. I don't like it. I just want earbuds just goes in normally and let it dangle down like this. I don't want it to wrap around my ear. I hate that. You just woke up? Oh man, y'all. Okay, let's cover some stuff. So after the break, what happened after the break? Oh yeah, after the break, Becky Hill went up there and testified. So before she went up there and testified, I was like, okay, we got one juror who said she heard Becky Hill saying some things and she felt like it influenced her decision. I was like, I mean, it's only one juror. Like, am I really gonna believe one juror? Because everyone else said they didn't hear anything and they didn't feel influenced. There was one more other juror who said they heard some stuff, but didn't influence them. But I think the stuff that they heard, it was just
high-speed chases.
The stuff that they heard was just watch his body language. I think that's all he heard. Yeah, watch his body language. And so I was just like, okay, like, I don't know. I feel like we only have one juror who's saying it, you know? Like, maybe they're not telling the truth. And then after the lunch break, Becky Hill goes up there and testifies, and Creighton's examining her. We're like, okay, all right, this is just chilling. Harpootlian goes up there, and I'm like, okay, I think Harpootlian did a pretty decent job. But I don't know, it just shows that like Becky Hill is just like, you know, possibly, you know, he's like driving the narrative that she's doing it because she wants this book deal or no book deal. She wants to make money off of it and she'll do whatever it takes to get this book out there, right? And I was like, okay, like I think he did a pretty good job. But then when the judge went up there and started questioning her, and I was like, oh my God, this judge is going pretty hard, which is good. I think she should. I guess the parts that I just had a hard time believing was when back during the trial, Judge Newman said he wasn't very happy that a member of his staff questioned a juror without his presence there. I don't know if he specifically said Becky Hill. I could have sworn he was saying, it was like he said in a very vague way. It was like, oh, it was a member of my staff. And so this judge was like, that's you, right? And she's like, well, you know, I didn't say anything to the juror. And she's like, and the judge is like, well, how would the juror know about this Facebook post? And she's like, well, I didn't say it. So there's a lot of back and forth with that one. And I'm like, well, Judge Newman said someone talked to the juror. So, you know, who was it? I want to know. And then not only that, what else was there? Let's see. It was mostly about the egg juror. And then the exhibits. The exhibit thing seems to be explained already. Because at first I was like, oh no, did she leak exhibits? What? But we do have one thing from the exhibit thing. So when I went back to Harpootlian was like, did you really steal exhibits to people? And she's like, well, there was one, but it was a mistake. That was for Netflix, but we got them back. And he's like, well, what about a Japanese film group? And she's like, no. NBC? No. Texas Film Crew? No. And then all of a sudden Harpootlian's like, wait, I got an email here from you and the Texas group, or sorry, the Japanese group. And it says that, hey, I sent you some stuff and Judge Newman isn't happy about it. So I need them back or something like that. And so that doesn't seem like it was I don't know, it was an accident. Yeah, I usually wear my in-ear wrapped. Why? Why? It's so annoying. It's so annoying. And I think it's more annoying when I have to get up and take it off, in and off, right? I have to wrap it around my ear. Also, my ears, I feel like I don't have a lot of space up here, so it doesn't really have a good place to chill. It's annoying. Now, we're on a nice little break right now. It's getting hot in here, actually. I'm going to open my little figurines thing. This is what I got from GameStop because they stopped letting me buy gift cards from there. I'm so sad. Does anyone here watch Demon Slayers? Which one do we like? I think they're all really cute. I think they're all so adorable. That's why I was like, oh, hopefully I get something nice. And you're so cute. Oh, but I said I don't like wireless. I don't know. I just want wired earbuds that not wrap around the ear and they're not like super bassy. I don't know. I don't like noise cancellation either. No, they do sell the gift cards. It's just that I can't use my $5. I can't use because every month with every month with GameStop, I get $5 free credit. And back in the day, I would just get a gift card, right? Because I buy a bunch of games, get a gift card. Now they don't let you buy gift cards. First, it was like you can't buy Twitch gift cards. I'm like, okay, fine. I'll just buy PlayStation gift cards. I'll buy Steam gift cards. But now they're like, you can't buy gift cards. It's because they want you to spend money on things that are like this right here is $7. Okay. They want you to spend money on things that they probably get a higher profit margin. And then also they want you to, use money out of your own pockets to buy stuff that's like $6, $7, $8 just so they can get a little bit of money. It makes sense, but still. Oh my God, those are so cute, actually. He's so cute. Although she's my least favorite. I was hoping to get one of the little kimono girls. Actually, she's okay. No, she's all right. She's cute, though. All right, one more. You're glad GameStop is still open? I know, people hate GameStop. I like GameStop. But I'm just annoyed right now because I can't buy gift cards. Nice pool. All right, what do you think this one is? Dun, 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 dun. Who is this? Who is this? Is this one of the kimono girls? No. Oh, the butterfly girl? Wait, who the fuck is this? Who is this? What do you think? Wait, they're not even on the picture. Who is this? Oh, Kanai? One of the twins is Nezuko? Ah, it's the evil guy. No! Wait, I got tricked. He's not even on the list. Oh no, it's the evil guy. Right? This is the evil guy. Oh my God. Wow, what a pull. I got the evil guy and Nezuko. You got a rare? I mean, do I want him? I don't even know his name. Michael Jackson? I don't remember his name. It's a Michael Jackson guy. Why do people call him the Michael Jackson guy? Oh, that's right, because he's got like that hat and that outfit that he wore, right? Okay. That's true. He's a Michael Jackson guy. Oh, dude, it's so hot in my room. My graphics card is working overtime. I should open my door, actually. Muzan? Is that his name? Muzan? Zenitsu is too annoying. He's so annoying. If you think Asta is bad from Black Clover, Zenitsu is so annoying. I can't stand him. Whenever he's in a scene, I'm like, please die. Hurry up and die. I like him when he's cool and quiet, but I hate him when he's just annoying, loud, obnoxious, and I don't know. He's like obsessed with Nezuko, isn't he? Yeah, I wanted the little kimono twins. They're so cute. You like Rengoku? Rengoku is the fire guy, right? The one that died. He's okay. Muzan Kibutsuji. Oh yeah, that's his name. Zenitsu in sleeping form. He did, Betas. Did he die? Yeah, like a while ago. Are you not caught up? That's like what, season 2 or some shit? Is he not the guy? Maybe he's not the guy. I get all the names mixed up. Maybe he's not the one. Maybe he's someone else. Does Rengoku have rainbow hair? And is a girl? Inosuke? Ah, Inosuke's funny. I like Inosuke. Yeah, Inosuke's funny. Oh, that's funny. The Zenitsu they have is the one where he's literally crying. I'm so glad I didn't get Zenitsu. I would probably rip his limbs off and just torture him. Yeah, how far behind are you in Demon Slayer? Oh, actually, hold on. I need to get some more water. I have no idea what you guys are talking about. It's okay. We talking about anime. All right, let me get some water, y'all. Get up, get some water. We'll be back in, was it 4 minutes? Oh my gosh. You know what I recently discovered? And I think I need to be banned off their platform. I recently discovered Etsy. Oh my God. I bought a bunch of cute digital art stuff on Etsy. They're so cute. They're like PNG stickers. I bought those, and then I bought a crochet action figure. Well, not action figure, a crochet figure of Gandalf. I spent $50 on it. It was so cute though. I can't wait to show it to you guys. I think I'm gonna have it dangle on. I replaced John Cena. John Cena's gone, but I'm gonna replace one of these guys. Maybe this guy. I don't even know where this guy's from. Who is this guy from? Who is this guy again? Is he Jujutsu Kaisen? I don't know. I'm gonna get rid of him. Should I put Muzan on here? Is he gonna be the new guy? Yeah, Etsy is so cool. So I was just browsing through all this stuff on Etsy, and they have so much cute stuff. Oh, dude, bleep. I had lengua tacos from this place, and I had a very hard time eating it because this is the first time I had lengua where they didn't cut it up. They just give you a whole ass tongue, and there's like 2 of them. So it was like a taco, right? Like street size tacos, and they had like 2 whole ass tongues in there, not even cut up or anything. And you could still see the bristles on their tongue. And I was like, but I didn't want to waste the meat because I was like, this is probably good protein over here. So I was like not looking at it. I was like cutting it with a fork and knife and like trying to eat it. Oh my God, yo. No, but like there was like the bristles on there, and then like the vein was sticking out. Like, oh. Gandalf the Grey. I don't know. Who is Amigurumi? Is that Megumi? Which one? This one? Which one's Megumi? Oh, this Megumi? I don't know. I don't know who's who. No idea. It was tender. It was, but I don't know. Just seeing the whole ass tongue as it, I don't know. Ah! That was like a little too much for me, you know? And I'm usually not very, I don't usually get grossed out by stuff like that. Jenny, thank you so much for the resub on Twitch for 68 months. Oh, let me turn my alerts back on. I had them off. Hi, Jenny. Thank you so much for the resub on Twitch. I appreciate it. What language are you speaking? Nerd people shit. You can get rid of Megumi. That's what his dad did too. Wait, is this Megumi? Is that his name? I generally do not know. Oh, they're crochet dolls? Amigurumi. Yeah, I got a Gandalf crochet doll. I'm so excited. Because there's no way in hell I'm going to learn crochet. And I was like, well, if I ever learned it, the amount of hours it would take me to do all that, nah. I'll just pay $50 for this Gandalf crochet. Nah. All right, the time is now 12:15 after mini break. You guys get a good stretch in? Have you heard of the Too Good To Go app? No, what's that? You buy a mystery bag. Oh, no. Ooh. Have I played Power World yet? No, I haven't had time. I've been so busy. I wanted to. I like playing new games that people are all
Mr.
raging about.
I believe it's you to present your witness.
Yes, ma'am.
Can you crochet me a sweater?
Rhonda McElveen.
You can teach me? I don't have patience. And then I mess up things so easily. I would hate to have to mess up and then have to redo it all over again. That would aggro the crap out of me. Hi, Rhonda. Look at you in the blue. Yo, Rhonda and Becky Hill, they ain't gonna be friends after this. Oh, wait, maybe that's the Harpoon's paralegal.
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give in this case to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, ma'am. That's what I'm here for.
Thank you. Please have a seat on the witness stand. State your full name for the record, and please spell your first and last name.
Rhonda McElveen, RHONDA,
Oh, Wanda. I thought it was Wanda, not Rhonda. Rhonda. Okay. Rhonda, not Wanda. Doesn't Rhonda and Wanda sound very similar?
Yes, sir.
Say your name for the record.
please, so I can make sure I can hear you.
Rhonda McElveen.
Your Honor, can you hear? Okay.
I can't hear you great, Dick. I can hear you, but I would doubt that anybody posted lawyers would hear you.
Is that better? No?
Is that thing on, Mr. Bailiff?
She's Becky Hill's friend, right?
Next door.
I don't want to get into the thing going.
Well, I can speak up.
haywire again.
I'll just speak up. How about that? I have a big voice. I'll use it.
It's just not on at all, though.
No, it's on.
Is it on?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Possibly.
All right, Mr. Harpootlian, you may proceed.
I'll speak a little louder if that helps. Say your name again for the record, please.
Rhonda McElveen,
And Ms. McElveen, what do you do for a living?
Clerk of Court and ROD for Barnwell County.
Clerk of Court in what?
Register of Deeds. I have 2 titles.
2 titles. And is that an appointed or an elected position?
Elected.
So you're elected by the people of Barnwell County.
Yes, sir.
And how long have you been the Clerk of Court of Barnwell County?
This is my 16th year.
16 years. And
I'm running again, sir.
You're up this year? 24 is?
Yes, sir.
All right. Don't think I'm allowed to plug that, but you have been the clerk for 16 years. You're up again this year. Now, do you know the clerk of, well, back up for just a second. Do you hold any position with, is there a state organization of clerks of court?
Yes, sir. I'm actually the president of the South Carolina Clerks of Court and Register of Deeds.
Okay. And that means that of the 46, there are 46 of y'all? Is that
Yes,
right?
sir. Yes, sir.
And you were elected to be the chairman of that group?
President of that group.
President of that group.
Yes, sir.
Now, are there certain rules and constraints that clerks should operate under in terms of dealing with juries?
Yes, sir.
And is there training for that, or is there a book for that, or how do you learn that?
You have the Clerk of Court manual, for one, that's on the judicial website. You also have the law books that have it in there. There's actually 2 separate forms, SCCA 237 and 238 maybe, that has regulations on it. And then we also have in the handbook or not handbook, but in the program within the CMS system, they actually have rules and stuff there you can go by as well.
Now, as a clerk of court, are part of your duties to deal with juries?
Yes, sir.
We understand there's a jury venire that's brought in at the beginning of a term, and then individual juries are picked for both civil and criminal cases. Is that correct?
That is correct, unless it's a non-jury trial.
And then there's just a judge, like we're doing here, right?
Yes, sir.
And in the process of picking juries, do you assist as clerk of court? When I say assist, who actually picks the jurors out of a hat, or whatever the process is?
Well, actually, the first process is you draw a jury by computers through the CMS system, and then summons are sent out. And then once we come to court, we usually do a roll call. We see what everybody's doing, what their jobs and everything, to help the attorneys to decide which jurors they would like to hit. They have so many strikes, etc. And then you call the names, and they have the strikes, and then that's your jury pool.
And then the judge will seat a jury in a jury box, although I've never quite seen a jury box that looks like that, but a jury box in a courtroom, right?
That is correct.
Your jury box in Barnwell County is like 2 rows of 7 or 8 people.
Well, I actually have a jury box on both sides of the courtroom, because I have the grand jury on one side when they convene, and then I have the petit juries on the other side when they convene.
Okay. And the jury, they're sworn by the judge, and then they're put in the jury box, and they begin to hear arguments and testimony and jury charges by the judge. Is that correct?
Well, actually, sir, where we do it, the clerk of court usually swears them in with the judge presiding over the whole deal.
Okay. Once that jury is sworn in, what is your role in terms of dealing with those jurors individually or as a group? Are you allowed to talk to them individually, to pull them out, to converse with them about your opinion about the case?
To pull them out of the trial while we're going on?
Yes, ma'am.
No, sir, we're not. If they're on a break, etc., or if they request to see someone, then we manage to, I'll go in the door open, I'll say, which one of you needs to see someone? It might be the judge, and I say, hold on, and then I go get my judge And so we've got a juror that needs to speak with you.
Do you converse with jurors about the merits of the case? By the merits, whether someone's guilty or innocent, or whether a plaintiff or a defendant should win in a civil case? Do you ever do that?
No, sir. About the most only thing I ever do is go in and count them and tell them I can count up to 14 without even using my toes. And then I might get their lunch order. That's it. And the doors are usually open when I'm doing that.
And you have bailiffs that sit with the jury or sit outside the jury room?
They sit outside the jury room, and usually there's one beside them in the courtroom in case somebody needs something. But usually they'll catch my eye or they'll catch the judge's eye, and we'll get something handled.
Okay, so did you have any contact with the Clerk of Court of Colleton County prior to her being elected the Clerk of Court of Colleton County? Did you know her before she was Clerk of Court?
No, I did not.
Did you come to know her once she was elected Clerk of Court?
Yes, I did.
And was it a pleasant relationship?
It was.
And how did you come to be, and to cut to the chase, you ended up being in the courtroom during the Murdaugh trial for part of those 6 weeks, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
How did you come to be there?
When Becky and I met each other at a conference, Clerk of Court's conference, where she was discussing that she had that trial coming up, and I knew that she was relatively new, and I said, I'll offer to come help you if you would like. And I think she ended up talking to Judge Newman about it, and they both said, yes, it would be good that I was there.
Okay, because you tried a murder case or two in the past, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And did you go and help Becky Hill try that murder case?
I did. I couldn't go for the first 3 days because I had court in Barnwell, and I told both of them if I had court going on in Barnwell, I could not be in Colleton County.
Exhibits, food orders.
To your knowledge, had Ms. Hill ever been the Clerk of Court that managed a murder trial prior to this?
Not that I'm aware of, sir.
So this was her first murder trial, as far as you know?
As far as I know of this magnitude, I don't know if they had one before then or not.
Oh, this magnitude.
Now, when did y'all, I mean, initially, what were you talking about in terms of logistics and how you did it and all those sorts of things?
Yes, sir.
During that, before the trial, before we ever picked a jury, did she ever discuss with you that she was going to write a book?
Yes, sir. She wanted to write a book. Yes,
wanted
sir.
to write a book. Did she indicate what the book was going to be about?
About the trial?
About the Murdaugh trial?
Yes, sir.
And did she discuss with you, what, if anything, did she discuss with you about how she felt the verdict should turn out to be in the Murdaugh trial, vis-a-vis in reference to the book? What would help the book?
A guilty verdict.
And tell the judge and me what exactly she said to you that you remember. This is prior to the trial.
Okay. Well, first of all, she said we might want to write a book because she needed a lake house and I needed to retire. And then further conversations, a guilty verdict would sell more books. And we left it at that. This was before, even in December.
And when did she ever say that again to you during the weeks you spent there?
Several times. It could be said it was, amongst friends in her office, or we might be having dinner, that kind of stuff.
Friends?
That's about it.
That she needed a guilty verdict to sell more books.
That would be the best way to sell books, yes, sir.
The best way to sell books. Now, during this process, did she ever express to you an opinion on whether or not, in fact, was Mr. Murdaugh guilty of the murders of his son and his wife?
Yes, sir.
Tell me what she said, and if you remember when.
I don't exactly remember when. I know it's over half of the trial had already happened, but the evidence was coming forth that it looked like he might be guilty, and she made a comment that guilty verdict would be better for the sale of books.
Okay. Now,
you're getting jealous vibes? I don't know, maybe?
as a result of a conversation you had sometime during the trial, I don't want you to relay to me.
Could be joking, yeah.
Was told you. Did you have a discussion with the clerk, Becky Hill, about her being with jurors on her own?
Yes, sir, I did. One morning I showed up to Colony County, and I was told that she had taken a juror home the night before. And I was in the courtroom and I saw her, and it was between the pews and where the back row pews are. And I mentioned to Miss Becky, I said, please tell me you didn't take a juror home last night. And she told me, she says, I did, but I didn't talk about the case. I had a bailiff with me. Mr. Bill was with me. I said, Becky, you don't do things like that. I thought we had stopped everything. It wasn't far enough along to really cause a major problem, or I would have told Judge Newman. But I thought we had to understand that you did not spend time alone with the jurors.
Wait, so she didn't tell Judge Newman?
Now, I'm going to
Why?
read you some statements.
What?
And that you caused a major problem, or I would have told Judge Newman. But I thought we had to understand that you did not spend time alone with the jurors.
Why would you not tell Judge Newman?
Now, I'm going to read you some statements. Well, first of all, did you ever hear her say anything in front of you to a juror about whether or not, on the merits of the case, that is, whether or not he was guilty or innocent, or what you should pay attention to? Did you ever hear her, what, if anything, did you ever hear her say to a juror or in the presence of a juror? Anything?
No, sir.
Okay. But let me ask you if you've ever heard her say these statements, and if so, to who? Don't be fooled by the evidence presented by Mr. Murdaugh's attorneys, which I understand, do not be fooled by the evidence presented by Mr. Murdaugh's attorneys. You ever heard her say that?
Your Honor, this time I would object. This witness was specifically called as a Rule 16.3b extrinsic evidence. I think we've covered the two grounds that would be permissible for her to testify to, and I believe then that should be the extent of her testimony. So we would object to any further extrinsic evidence as improper impeachment and also irrelevant. I think that the issues that were raised with the prior witness have been covered, and that was the express reason that this witness was called, and Your Honor allowed the testimony.
Oh, Becky's right there.
Overruled. You may continue.
Thank you. Did you ever hear her say that?
Can you repeat the verbiage?
Don't be fooled by the evidence presented by Mr. Murdaugh's attorneys.
Yes, I did.
And who was it said to?
It was said to me.
Okay.
And sometimes it might be a staff member in her office or someone from the media there. But other than that, I didn't hear her say it out there in front of any jurors.
Did she ever say to you or to other people around you, I'm not talking about jurors, watch him closely, talking about Mr. Murdaugh, this is just before he testified, look at his actions, look at his movements. Did you ever hear her say that?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Who? She said these things, but not to a juror?
Did you ever have any conversations with the bailiff, Mr. Bill?
Yes, sir.
Did he ever discuss with you the clerk's contact with jurors?
No, sir.
Okay. Did you ever hear her say that the defense is going to try to confuse the jurors? Did you ever hear her say that?
No, sir, I don't think so.
Okay. Now, let me deal with one last area. Let me see if I can simplify this. There was a setup in the courtroom. Pardon me, I've got a little frog in my throat. No, I'm fine, thank you.
I think I'll share my bottle over here if he wants part of it.
Once a clerk, always a clerk, Your Honor. And I was there, you were there, this judge was not there. And prosecution tables over here, defense tables over here, judges up here, and then there's a rail behind which the clerk was. And because of all the massive electronic equipment we had there with big screens, there was an area over on my right facing the judge. And then I think you were located in that area right between the judge and that area. Is that correct?
Talking about in the well area?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, yes, sir. For
Now,
the most part, now sometimes I was out there with the
I think you should crochet.
screen.
That was like a good
Right.
idea,
in the
actually.
gallery.
Right. But there was a screen on which you could see not only what the gallery back there could see, but the images that only the jury was supposed to see that were under seal. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Now, there's a woman named Rhonda Ryder, correct?
Rich.
Rich. And tell me who she is.
At the time, we did not know who she was. The first time they were there, we didn't know. Then she came in Miss Becky's office the night before, and she asked if she could have another seat in the courtroom for the next day. And Miss Becky said yes. And she says, and what's your name again? And the only reason why I remember Rhonda, because, of course, my name being Rhonda. And the next day, Miss Rich was sitting, I don't know how to tell you, but she was sitting. Do you know where Doug was sitting?
Yes.
Sorry, hold on a second. I was too busy in the crochet chat.
Becky's office.
Okay.
The night before, and she asked if she could have another seat in the courtroom for the next day. And Miss Becky said yes. And she says, and what's your name again? And the only reason why I remember Rhonda, because, of course, my name being Rhonda. And the next day, Miss Rich was sitting, I don't know how to tell you, but she was sitting. Do you know where Doug was sitting?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. I know, Judge, you don't know where Doug was sitting, but anyhow.
But Doug was the audiovisual guy, and he had access to the unscreened, the unsealed images, correct?
Yes, sir.
And she was sitting right next to him, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
In that little part. And
so she could see the body cam, she could see the unredacted corpse pictures, the autopsy pictures, all the photos that the judge had sealed, correct?
well, no, the only thing she could see was what was being put up at the time.
Right. But
Okay.
as they were put up, she could see them.
Right, but they tried their best to seal it where you couldn't, but you could still see it there. I didn't see any of the photos, okay?
But she could see them.
Right, and Doug was really having a problem with that. And I can also tell you that our court reporters didn't know who she was either, okay?
And she turns out to be a writer, correct?
Yes, sir, after I found out, yes, sir.
And her name is Rhonda Rich.
Correct.
She was given access to areas that only court personnel should have had access to.
Right, but then we broke, and then she moved her in the well with me. She was about on my left, and either Elizabeth or Mike was on my right. And I noticed she was taking notes. And I asked her what was she doing, taking notes. She says, I'm a Sunday school teacher. Well, I immediately covered up everything I had.
You don't trust Sunday school teachers?
So,
you don't trust Sunday school teachers?
let me just, there's too many preachers in my family on both sides, okay?
So, you determined she was not a Sunday school teacher, and later learned that she was a writer writing about the Murdaugh case, correct?
Now, I don't know if she's ever a Sunday school teacher or not. There's just, I don't even know where she goes to church or anything, so I can't tell you that answer. But I did find out that she was a writer because shortly after she was put there, and evidently after I covered everything up, shortly after that, Judge Newman asked for a recess so we could find where people were going to be working. And that's when she put Miss Rich out in the gallery in control of that screen.
And she ended up writing the foreword to Becky's book, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And Becky gave her access to area only court personnel should have had, is that correct?
That is true. But now, I'll be honest with you, sir, there's been a couple times when we had other people that were sitting on that side where we weren't planning on seeing sealed documents that day.
Right.
But there were some other people that sat there, but nobody that actually sat in the well that wasn't court people.
Okay. Thank you, court's indulgence.
Oh man, who do we believe? Becky or her? Becky or her? Can we call more witnesses?
Oh, okay.
I know this is only for impeachment
Judge,
purposes,
do you have an
but
extra bottle of water up there by any chance you're willing to share? Oh, Miss Elizabeth's got one. Thank you.
I kind of want there to be more witnesses. We need to figure out who's lying.
Ms. McLean, how you doing today?
I'm good, sir. Please call me Rhonda.
I always called you Miss Rhonda. I've known you for a long time as well. In fact,
Yes, sir.
I tried one of those murder cases in front of you years ago. Right.
Yes, sir.
Wanted to ask a couple things. I won't be that long. And one of the things that
you said earlier is you said when you initially were talking to Ms. Hill, she said something like, we ought to write a book or something
That is correct.
Okay. And so did y'all have any further discussion about you writing the book or participating with the book?
Oh, no, sir. I'm crazy enough not to write one.
Okay. During the course of, though, after the trial, she did send you like chapters and things like that to take a look at.
I did get to see a couple of drafts of the manual.
Okay, so she did send you those to take a look at and review and that sort of thing. Is
Correct.
that correct? Okay.
And she was like, don't write this, don't do it.
And you were asked, and again, Your Honor, just to be clear, I've made some objections.
You do not waive any objections by cross-examination. They are all preserved. You may proceed.
Thank you. You mentioned, some statements that you attributed to Ms. Hill, during the course of conversations during the course of the trial. Is that correct? Just things like watching closely, watches mannerisms, things like that. And where were those conversations? Were those conversations taking place back in the clerk's offices with clerk staff and people like that?
Yes, sir, in the clerk's office. It might have been downstairs in the bathroom.
Okay.
Some of us had privilege to go to.
All right. So you and Miss Becky and other court staff maybe just discussing the case and that sort of thing. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And people were expressing their opinions about what was going on and that sort of thing. Is that correct?
No, when we were having those discussions, there weren't more than one or two, maybe three people there.
Okay. But just a few people there just talking back behind the scenes. That's what I'm
Correct.
driving at.
Yes, sir, behind
the scenes. It was
the
behind the scenes, and it's not uncommon for, clerk staff behind the scenes, not to the parties, not to the litigants, not to the jurors, but among themselves back in, in the hallways back there to talk about the day's activities and things like that. Is that fair?
That's correct.
Okay. And that's a big difference between the natural conversations that people that work together, court staff and the like, have with each other and actually having those conversations in front of the jurors, right? There's a big difference between those two, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay? And it's not uncommon for you. You're a clerk of court. You got people that work for you. Y'all are going to have private conversations about what's going on that are not to be shared, particularly with jurors, but with the public as well. Is that fair to say?
That is true.
Okay. All right. And so there were conversations like that going on that you were privy to and part of. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. All right. And you mentioned a little bit about... well, let me ask you this. So there are all these conversations going on, and that's natural. That happens, private conversations with court staff behind closed doors. But you never once saw or observed or had anyone tell you that any of those conversations were being shared by Miss Becky with any juror. Is that right?
That is correct.
All right. And if that had happened, if you had observed anything untoward or improper going on at this particular trial, you would have immediately gone to Judge Newman as part of your obligation. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And you never did that because you never observed anything like that. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. All right. Now, you were asked a little bit about Rhonda Rich, who was a member of the media, and how she was placed kind of back where the defense IT guy was. Is that correct?
I didn't say she was part of the media, sir.
Okay, well, she was a writer.
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right, and then you said that eventually, though, Judge Newman stepped in, and then she was moved out into the gallery in charge of the screen out there.
Right, but I don't know. I thought Miss Becky moved. I'm not saying Judge Newman did.
Okay.
I'm getting hungry.
And over there in that area of the, if we look in the courtroom, there was sort of the grand jury box over here, and that was where court TV was and media was stationed and that sort of thing. Is that correct?
That is correct.
All right. And inevitably, there were media members that could view some of the images that were being shown. They were just not able to report those just because of the nature of where the courtroom was. Is that accurate?
Well, I was told they couldn't see it, so I don't know what they actually saw because I didn't discuss it with the media.
All right. You never had a conversation with Court TV or anything like that?
Other than the fact that be careful what they put on the front page of the New York Times on me.
All right. All right. And you're not aware of any image or confidential information or sealed image or anything like that that was ever made privy to
Miss Rich, that was put in any sort of publication or anything like that. Is that correct?
None I'm aware of, sir.
Okay. Because if you had found out about that too, you would have immediately gone and reported that to Judge Newman, because you would have said, that's improper. That I need to go report to the judge, correct?
Correct.
And you never once saw anything during the entire course of this trial that caused you to say, you know what, I got to go talk to Judge Newman. Something ain't right about what's going on here. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And you would have done that without a doubt if you had seen that, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. Now, in looking at, back at this trial, you mentioned that there was a few days at the beginning of trial that you weren't there because you had your own court to take care of back in Barnwell County, correct?
Correct.
All right. And then pretty much after that, I guess you were pretty much present the majority of the remainder of the time. Is that fair to say?
I was.
Okay.
I had one medical procedure done. I missed 2 days, but basically other than that, I was there every day.
All right. And there was a period of time, though, during the middle of the trial where Miss Becky had a medical issue and had to be absent from the courtroom for about a week or something like that.
That is correct.
Okay. And during that period of time, you were present and functioning as the lead clerk of court during that period of time.
That is correct.
All right. So the reality is that you were present for probably as much, if not more than anyone in the clerk's function during the course of this trial. Is that fair?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And again, just to reiterate, there was not one time that you observed or came in possession of any information that you were like, I got to go talk to Judge Newman about this.
No, sir.
Court's indulgent. 1 moment.
Yeah, the jury tampering, still kind of like, but the character of Becky Hill, stocks are going down, okay? Stocks be going down. But I don't know, we're just getting so many different versions. I feel like we gotta get the bailiff in here. A little bit of Judge Newman. Get the other friends that were in the office, when they were talking about the book stuff. Because she said there was other people there.
Not further on.
Very good. Mr. Harpootlian? Yes, sir.
Half a question.
All right.
Mr. Waters indicated to you that you were not aware of whether or not, and you agreed, that you never witnessed her talking to a juror about the evidence. Is that correct? We agree on that. Do you know, but she did admit to you that she had been with a juror alone in a car for some period of time when you confronted her with that. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And did she indicate to you what she talked to that juror about while they were alone in the car?
No, sir. She told me, the only thing she told me was that she did not discuss the case, that she had Mr. Bill, the bailiff, with her, and he could tell her that. Tell that.
And when she said she didn't discuss the case, did you bring that up or did she bring that up?
She brought that up.
You didn't say shouldn't be with him because it's frowned upon?
I did tell her that I would caution her on doing that because the perception of dealing with the jurors one-on-one is not tolerated.
Is not tolerated.
Will you ask the bailiff, please?
Thank you.
I need to have other people to back up these stories. I can't just have two sides.
Thank you, Ms. McElveen. You may be excused.
Can you get Mr. Bill up in here?
All right, Mr. Harpootlian, call your next witness.
Your Honor, we would call juror 741.
I know you're not going to. Well, that's right. She's an alternate. That's all right.
We're not going to sign her a letter. We're just going to 741.
Not the egg lady. I think 741 was the one who was dismissed before the egg lady, maybe?
Yes, sir. I have a copy, and I have given the court reporter a copy of this affidavit with the name obscured and the number, I think, as well. So, but the affidavit that supports this testimony that you're about to offer is Court's Exhibit 5.
Other than a little factual background about her getting picked for the jury and how long she was on the jury and
that's
that she
fine.
got excused. That's all we intend on asking these 4 questions.
All right, sir.
Unless Mr. Waters asks.
Sure. I mean, they'll have cross-examination.
I'll be crossing, so
He will definitely open the door.
All right.
He's limited to the 4 questions initially. Is that?
Yeah.
No, sir. He's just telling me that's what he intends to do. Sometimes you can hold lawyers to that, and sometimes you can't, Mr. Miller.
Mr. Bill hanging out with Bubba right now.
I intend on only asking her those 4 questions.
That's fine. Yeah.
Wait, just kidding. I don't think that is Chanley Painter. I thought it was for a second.
Yeah.
I don't think it's her. Is it? Wearing green. Where did she go? She's not with Court TV no more. Oh, this juror is not going to be... oh, okay. I thought they were going to try to hide her, too. All right, this might be juror 741.
I'll talk with the lawyer.
Like the earth tone colors. I don't know. This is
affirm that the
good show.
testimony you're about to give in this case to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Yes, I do. Thank you. Please have a seat and witness stand.
Your Honor, I assume the same rules apply to her that apply to the other jurors in terms of her image appearing.
That's correct. There'll be no photograph made of this particular witness who was an alternate juror in the matter. Thank you. You're welcome.
I'm going to refer to you as Juror 741. It's what we got to do here so we don't use your name so people don't know who you are. Is that okay with you?
That's fine.
And you and I have met before.
Well, the camera's allowed
I came
to
to your home one Sunday afternoon. I believe you're cooking Sunday dinner, and we talked. Is that correct?
Correct.
And then you were interviewed by SLED.
Correct.
And you gave them a recorded statement. And then this morning you came here and you gave me an affidavit that you signed, and you're here with your lawyer. Is that correct?
Correct.
Now, just for purposes of the record, you were a juror. You were selected to be a juror on the State versus Alec Murdaugh murder charge, correct?
Correct.
And you sat in the courtroom for 6 weeks and listened to all the testimony.
Correct.
And you were the alternate.
Correct.
And so when the jury went out to deliberate, you were excused. Is that correct? Now, I'm going to go through a series of questions based on your affidavit, okay?
Okay.
Which you signed this morning, which was based on our initial interview with you and your interview with SLED. This is basically the same thing you told SLED. Is that correct?
Correct.
I don't know. Maybe there was a mistake.
In your affidavit, you say, before the defense put up their case...
Sir?
Lead.
Overruled. Go ahead.
Thank you.
I was like, did the judge just object?
In your affidavit, you said, before the defense put up their case, Ms. Hill told the jurors, quote, the defense is about to do their side. They're going to say things that will try to confuse you. Don't let them confuse you or convince you or throw you off, unquote. Is this true? Did Ms. Hill say that?
That's exactly what she told us.
I'm sorry?
That's exactly what she told us.
Okay. The next thing you say is Ms. Hill made the above statement warning the defense would try to confuse us in the presence of all the jurors as we had assembled in the same jury room. Is that correct?
Correct.
Now, y'all were initially in two
We were in two separate rooms, and when she came in, we all went in one room.
Okay. Paragraph number 5, Ms. Hill said, if you get emotional, we want to see your face because that is what they want to see. What does that mean?
She said, don't get nervous. Don't be afraid to show your emotions because that's what they want to see.
Who wants to see?
I don't know who she was speaking of. I'm assuming the court.
Okay. And then number 6, Ms. Hill also informed us Alex Murdaugh was going to testify, but I don't recall exactly what she said. All the jurors were assembled in one room when she made that comment.
Exactly.
She told you that Alex Murdaugh was going to testify.
Exactly.
Did you know before that he was going to testify?
I think we knew that he was going to come up. I think he was supposed to do it the day before, but he didn't. And I knew he was going to be the last person that afternoon.
Okay. During the visit to Moselle, juror number 826 and I walked to the scene together. Then juror 826 began walking with the clerk of court, Becky Hill. I could tell they were talking. I could not hear what was said between them. Is that correct?
Correct.
Is what you put in this affidavit truthful?
Yes, sir.
And this is what you told us back in
I don't remember.
August, I believe. I think I interrupted you cooking Sunday dinner.
Right.
But some of the stuff that she's saying doesn't even align with Juror Z, though. Don't show emotion.
All right, thank
they
you.
want to
Please
see
answer any
it.
questions.
Murdoch's going to testify.
Mr. Waters. Or Mr. Maddox.
Thank you, Mr. Please, Your Honor.
Juror Z says, watch him closely. Watch his actions.
Good afternoon, Ms. 741. It's nice to see you again. When's the first time you talked to Mr. Harpootlian or Mr. Griffin or any other attorney?
I can't tell you exactly. It's been months. It's probably been September, August. It's been months.
Okay. And were they the first attorney to talk to you, or was there somebody else that talked to you prior to them? Any other attorney?
No, I think he was the first person I talked to.
You sure?
I think. It was so many people trying to call me, and I was trying not to be involved, so I can't quite remember. But he was the first person I seen.
First person in person?
Yes.
Okay. So when he came to your house?
Yes.
Mr. Harpootlian came to your house?
Yes.
Okay. And at that point, was Miss Holly with him? Holly, do you mind raising your hand? You see Miss Holly?
Yes.
Okay. And was anybody else with him?
Yes. He was.
Mr. Griffin?
Mr. Griffin.
Thank you. And you gave them a statement then, right?
Right.
Okay. And did they record you? I mean, were they audio or video recording you? Did they say we'd like to record this?
No.
They didn't?
But neither did the people that came out. They didn't. I didn't know I was being recorded by them neither.
I'm not trying to fuss.
Oh, okay.
But is there an audio recording of your conversation with them that you know of?
No.
Did they say
none that I know of? No.
Okay. So you don't remember them saying?
No audio recording. We're required to tell her for recording her under rules. We didn't record her.
He's on cross-examination.
You shush your
Thank
bush.
you. And at that point, and that was again, do you remember, you said you think, was that around the end of August, 1st of September when they first came and talked to you? Roughly?
Roughly. Okay. I don't want to.
And you told them basically everything that you've told us now, right?
Yes.
Exact same thing?
Exact same thing that I told them.
Nothing less, nothing more?
Yes.
Okay. So Mr. Harpootlian, just, and you didn't sign an affidavit back in September or when you talked to him the first time?
No.
And why not?
Because he was just coming out to talk to me. He just was asking questions. It wasn't nothing officially. He had, so.
When you say nothing officially, I don't know what you mean.
He didn't. He was just coming out to ask. He was just asking questions about what went on during the trial. It wasn't.
Well, did they ask you to sign an affidavit that day?
No.
Okay. Did they ask you to sign an affidavit any time right after that?
No.
So they never asked you to sign an affidavit until this week?
No. I was supposed to meet with them a couple of occasions, but I was having my own personal issues and I couldn't come.
Okay. Well, I'm sorry about that.
No problem.
So you told them at this first meeting back at the end of August, 1st of September, that y'all going to hear some things that will throw you off. Don't let it distract you or mislead you. Is that what you said?
That's what. I didn't say that. That's what the clerk of court told me.
Yeah, I'm saying that's what you said to them. I'm sorry. Okay. And where did that take place?
She would always stand like on the outside of the jury room, like in between, like on the outside. She would never really come inside the jury room.
So there were two rooms, right?
Yeah.
Okay. One room, and then the other room separated, right?
Right.
And you couldn't hear people talk in the other room, could you?
No, that's why when she came, everybody came in one room.
Okay, so in this comment you said she made, did she bring everybody out in the hallway?
Some people was in the hall. That's why I said she was standing right at the head of the door.
Standing at the head of the door.
Right.
Was Mr. Bill there? Your bailiff?
Yeah, he would be standing in the hallway.
He's all out there, right?
Right.
And then she said in front of everybody, the defense is about to do their side. They're going to say things that will confuse you. Don't let them confuse you or convince you or throw you off. She said that to everybody.
She said that to everybody.
So everybody could have heard.
Everybody could hear it.
I don't know. They're just.
And you said you were all in the same jury room.
Other people.
Yeah, we would all be in the same. When she came, she was standing in front of the door with the jury room that I was in, and everybody would come over. They would let us know before she came, like they'll let us know, like, after lunch, she's going to come talk to y'all. And we all will gather together.
So would you go from the 2 rooms into 1 room?
Some will be standing out. She will stand in front of the door. Some will be standing around her outside the door, and some will be in the room.
Because I was thinking, like, if she said it to them, but it was, like, in separate rooms, maybe there's a reason why some of the jurors didn't hear this, right? And maybe some of them just, like, forgot. But the fact that she's saying, like, she said it to everyone, but then you have, I don't know, 10 other people who said they didn't hear anything like that. Only one other person said that, like, Becky Hill said to watch her closely. Another person said to watch him or some shit like that. I don't know. There's so many inconsistencies. What's going on? Oh, to watch his body language.
But it was clear enough for us to hear and see her.
And I'm just, Mr. Harpootlian led you, and Ms. Hill made the above statement warning that the defense would try to confuse us in the presence of all of the jurors as we had assembled in the same jury room.
We was all in the same jury room. She would be on outside the door, and we would be in the room, and someone would be standing beside her. We was always all together when she came.
And do you think that was unusual?
No, because I guess she didn't want to walk back and forth to room to room.
No, the fact of what she said. Do you think that was unusual?
Yeah, I did.
And if you get emotional and see his face, they want people to see your face?
Because some of the jurors was getting emotional, and I guess she noticed it, so she commented on it.
Mm-hmm.
And you said you didn't. The statement he read, she informed you that the defendant was going to testify, but don't recall exactly what was said.
After, I can't.
When was that?
That was, I think he came in that afternoon, like at 2:33. So that was before he testified, I think.
And where was it?
Oh, in the jury room. Where we were all, like I said, we would all meet.
And I guess what I'm saying is you're in 2 different rooms for a while, right? When y'all get up there, you split, don't you?
Yeah.
The people that talk loud in one room and the others in the other one? Pretty much.
No, it's not like that. It was just, they just split it off. They just asked us what room we wanted to go to.
So when you were fixing to come back to the jury room, to the box, you tell us you'd all go into one jury room together?
Only when she came to speak to us.
And Mr. Harpootlian asked you about, I believe, number 7 on the affidavit. And when did you sign this affidavit?
This morning.
Okay. And when's the last time you had talked to Mr. Harpootlian?
No, I haven't talked to him since he came to my house.
Or any of them before today?
No, I haven't talked to him since he came to my house.
Talked to anybody else involved in this case before today, since then?
No, he was talking to my lawyer.
Okay, and who was that?
Sean Wilson.
Okay, and when had Sean Wilson talked to you?
He's been my lawyer.
Since when?
Since 2021.
Okay. When Mr. Wilson talked to you about this case and what you told Mr. Harpootlian prior to...
All right. They apparently don't object to this, but I am very uncomfortable with your asking what her lawyer told her.
And I wasn't going to time test. I was just looking for timing.
Well, she's told you a couple of times that he was her lawyer since 2021.
Was he your lawyer for this?
For what you mean for this?
Well, like being a juror.
For being a juror?
Yes, ma'am.
I didn't have he was always my lawyer.
Okay. You didn't hire him for this?
No, I didn't hire him for this.
Okay. But he had talked to Mr. Harpootlian about your affidavit and your testimony today, hadn't he? Is that a yes?
Yes, he was looking over the paperwork. He was looking out for me because he's my attorney.
And when was he looking over the paperwork?
Oh, I guess ever since September, October. I wasn't really keeping up with it, to be honest, because I'm.
So do you know if he's talked to Mr. Harpootlian this week?
Yeah, he talked to him today.
Talked to him today?
We was together.
Who was together?
Me and my lawyer.
And Mr. Harpootlian?
Yes, when I went to go sign the affidavit.
Okay. Where did you sign it?
At his office.
At whose office?
Mr. Harpootlian's office.
Your Honor.
I was supposed to.
I would object.
Okay.
This meandering, there's no jury here. It's you. And I don't know what this is.
Help it a little bit. I think we got all the information. Yeah, all right. I think he's going to move on.
Thank you.
Yeah.
And that's the last question Mr. Harpootlian asked you about this affidavit, isn't it?
What was the last question?
During the visit to Moselle, Juror 8, say the number, whatever the letter is, it doesn't matter. You saw a juror, and I walked the scene together, then the juror began talking with the clerk of court. I could tell they were talking, but I couldn't hear what they were said between them. That's
Correct.
the last question he asked you, right?
Correct.
So, and you have no idea what that conversation was about?
No, I don't.
Now, the next, number 8, he didn't ask you about, was I also overheard discussions in the jury room that Miss Hill drove a juror home. I believe it was a juror whose nickname was Boston. Now, he didn't ask you that a minute ago, did he?
No, but,
Just
okay,
yesterday.
no.
And you didn't include that in the first conversation you had with them back in August and September in this affidavit. Miss Holly did you? You didn't tell them about that.
I can't remember.
Have you seen the affidavit Miss Holly did for you back in September 1st,
Objection, Your Honor.
2022?
Miss Holly did not do an affidavit. Miss Holly
She
did
just took
her affidavit, her notes of what this young lady said to her, and what she included and didn't include was based on what Miss Holly thought was relevant at the time, but she can't be cross-examined.
I don't know. Maybe we got to ask all the other alternates. What did they think? Did they hear the same thing or not? You know, I feel like we got to hear from the other alternates.
Not in evidence,
Alternates.
Mr.
Alternates?
Meadows, so I
Alternates.
think we need to move. Sir?
I'd offer it.
Sir, you better chill the fuck down.
Well, how is this thing going to be authenticated? Well,
You know, even more importantly, he can't question her. I'm sorry.
Several people can't talk at one time. I don't even have the affidavit. Let me see what you're talking. You talking about the one that was just offered today?
This is one Holly did when he first talked to her back in August, and she's referring back to
Miss Miller.
What's the name of Hollywood lawyer again?
Miss Miller.
The Hollywood lawyer. What's his name? I forget his name. He reminds me of like a Hollywood lawyer.
This is Ms. Miller's affidavit about what she thinks this juror said.
Yes.
I'm not going to allow this, Mr.
Oh, this is the juror who they interviewed, but then never came back for some reason to give a sworn affidavit. And then so Harpootlian had his paralegal write this and was like, oh, okay, I interviewed her. And I was like, why didn't she ever come back? Was she hesitant? Did she change her mind? Or yeah, I thought it was really weird. Just gonna be like, I'm not gonna allow it, I guess.
No. I don't see a whole lot of difference between this and what's been said in the affidavit that has been offered by Mr. Waters, but I'm not going to allow that.
Okay, thank you. You did not tell them about hearing that Miss Hill had driven a juror home back when you met with them in September, did you?
I can't remember.
What kind of suspicions? What do you mean? We need more witnesses. Okay, so we got 10 people who say they didn't hear anything. 3 that did.
Who was Boston?
She was a juror on the trial. I don't know her, but that was the nickname they gave her. I don't know her first name.
And what, if anything, did you know or convey about Boston?
She was a juror on the case, just like everybody else.
Anything else?
Nothing.
Ma'am?
No.
Okay. So again, Mr. Harpootlian didn't ask you, but when you, in the affidavit of today, I also overheard discussions in the jury room that Miss Hill drove a juror home. I believe it was a juror whose nickname was Boston. Is that something that was added after your lawyer was with Mr. Harpootlian today?
I don't know if I added it. We talked about it today, but I don't know if I mentioned it in September or not. But I know
You've ever talked about it, wasn't it?
Your Honor.
No, it's not.
No reason to raise objection.
The first thing is, Mr. Meadows, I'm going to caution you one more time about this. You cannot talk over a witness. The second thing is, you don't need to be marching all back around here. You talking only to me, not the jury or anything else. So let's slow down, and this is repetitive of questions that have been asked before. If you want to take this tone with her, I don't know exactly what you're trying to accomplish.
I'm not trying to take a tone. I apologize. She knows that, and I'm sorry.
Well, you're just talking to me. This is not some drama thing for the jury.
I know. I'm sorry.
All right. Well, let's finish this thing up.
The only reason I did it, what he hadn't asked about it, and it to me is the key issue here. They're trying to say was different.
Mr. Meadows, I mean, you lecturing to the witness or to me or what? Please don't do that. Strike that from the record, please.
Don't strike. Don't strike. I'm so sorry.
Let's line this up. All right.
Mr. Meadows, get in trouble. Okay, he needs to recompose himself. You got this, Mr. Meadows.
And number 9 in the affidavit, that before the jury began deliberating, I heard a member of the court staff say the deliberation shouldn't take long. I don't remember specifically who made it, but it was made in the presence of the entire jury right after closing arguments in the jury room.
Correct.
Then I think you said something, Judge Newman came to see you afterwards, but after the jury went to their room, you were in a separate...
No. When we first left out the courtroom, we all went in the same jury room. And then they separated me.
And Ms. Simpson, when I didn't mean to raise my voice.
Oh, that's okay.
I apologize.
That's fine.
But when they started deliberating, were you in a separate room?
Yeah, when they started deliberating.
So you had no involvement in the deliberations or verdict of Richard Alexander Murdaugh?
No, sir. No, sir.
You didn't get to come back with the verdict, did you?
No, sir.
Have you read Miss Hill's book?
No.
Okay. And I noticed your interview. I did watch it. And I think Mr. Radford back there, you raise your hand, kind of, Radford, I think came to your place and interviewed you.
Right.
At some point during the trial, I think there was some discussion that somebody might have wanted to do an interview with you.
Yeah, that's what she said.
Okay, and then after the trial, I think there was some discussion. Somebody, since you weren't on the jury, they may not have wanted to interview you. You remember that, roughly telling the officer that?
Yeah, that's not what she said. She came to me roughly in the middle of the trial, and she said, I have a few people who would like to interview. She said she didn't say a few. She said, I have a lot of people that's inquiring to interview with you. She said, but I'll have to get with you after the trial. But after the trial, she came back in the jury room, and she started handing out cards. And she handed everybody cards but me. And she was like, I don't have any cards for you for an interview because no one wants to speak with you. That's what was said.
What?
And did...
Just her?
Yes, I was.
Everyone else got it?
I don't need to be interviewed.
Dave Corsigal.
Briefly, Your Honor. Mr. Meadows just asked you a series of questions that I'm not sure I'd heard before. Who approached you during the trial and indicated the media would want to interview you?
Miss Hill.
Miss Hill?
Miss Hill herself.
Just you or all the jurors?
They had, I think it's the day they had the bomb threat, and I think that was the day. And she approached me.
You?
Me, by myself.
By yourself. And where were you?
That's the day in the lunchroom when they had the bomb threat. We went to the middle school. I believe that was the day.
The middle school. And she came over to you and said what?
That she had some reporters that was reaching out to her that wanted to speak with me.
To you?
Yeah.
Not the whole jury, to you. Was there anybody with you at that time?
No.
Did she indicate why they wanted to speak with you? Just you?
No.
I thought they didn't want to talk to her. That's why she didn't get a card. I'm so confused.
Did she indicate what reporters?
No.
And did she ever talk to you about doing interviews with the media after that?
No.
But you indicated she brought some cards at some point?
She brought cards in to hand to the jurors.
Before?
After.
after
The verdict was read.
cards of media people?
Yes, sir.
Did she tell you she was writing a book?
No.
Did she indicate to you why it might be good for her if you did media interviews?
No.
But she had a conversation with you in the lunchroom of the
I
middle
believe
school.
it was the lunchroom. I think the day of the bomb threat.
The day of the bomb threat.
I'm 100% sure she came to me and she told me that in the middle of the trial.
Was there a bailiff with her or just
No,
her?
it was just her.
Pulled you over and said, "Hey, I can make you famous. I can put you on TV."
She said she had media that wanted to talk to me. That's what she said.
Okay. Hyperbolized. I apologize, Your Honor.
Yes, sir.
That's all I have.
All right, no further questions, Mr. Harpoon?
No, Your Honor.
Very good. Thank you very much, ma'am. You are excused.
Poor ma'am, her face was already shown.
All right, Mr. Harpoon, that it?
I need to put one matter on the record, Your Honor, and that is it.
All right.
As soon as I'm told what to put on the record.
All right, sir.
Your Honor, earlier today you received a very short affidavit from Juror Z. We'd like to proffer that and make it part of the record.
Right, I did not admit it, but I'll accept a written proffer, and if you would give the thing to me, I saw it on the screen on my law clerk's computer, but I don't have a printed out copy.
We don't either, but would you allow us to do that?
I will allow, before I close the record with Ms. Harris, if you can get it to us. When can
What
you
are we
get it
thinking,
to
y'all? What are we thinking?
We could email it this afternoon.
Very well. How about do this? How about email it to Mr. Waters, to me, to Ms. Diaz, and to Ms. Harris, the court reporter. And I will say now that it's offered as a proffer, and I will receive it as a proffer. I have not admitted it into evidence.
Yes, ma'am.
All right.
Do we make sure that this juror 741 didn't watch the footage also? I don't know. Seems like things are kind of a little bit of a mess.
And Your Honor, we referred to earlier on a email to the Japanese television folks. I do have copies of that. I'd like to make that part of the record.
All right, but hand it up to me and let me see it. And also, of course, to Mr. Waters.
I think probably a retrial. I know time is going by really fast.
I got two of these, Mr. Harpoon.
Hi, lady.
I'll give you one back.
Did anyone say they were told to pay attention? We got 3 jurors who said that, of different variations. Juror Z said, pay attention to... Juror Z says she heard Becky Hill say, watch his actions, watch him closely. She can't remember the rest. One juror said she heard Becky say, watch his body language.
All right.
Then the alternate juror just now said she heard a whole bunch of things that no one else agreed with. And she said everyone was in the room. She said she heard the Becky Hill said, defense will say things, don't let them throw you off. Everyone was there. Defense will confuse you. And then she said, shit, what was the other ones? Oh, she said that Becky Hill told them, don't be afraid to show emotion because that's what they want to see. But no one else attested to that. She also said that Murdoch told her that Murdoch was going to testify, which I don't think anyone else attested to that. I don't know. It's kind of all over the place.
Before Judge Newman to seal the body cam videos was on May 26, 2023. This email is in July, just to give you the context of what's going on.
This is being offered as a after the fact email to Rebecca Hill, and her replies garnered from the emails that were released by Cotton County at a certain point. and it addresses the issue I raised with Ms. Hill relative to the security of sealed records.
Exactly, Your Honor.
All right, I'll admit it.
Yeah, because initially
Mr.
the judge wasn't
Waters?
going to let alternates testify.
As to this specific exhibit, Your Honor?
Yeah.
Your Honor, I mean, we don't have any objection other than the ones we've raised just generally to the testimony. But I have no further objection to
Very
Your
good.
Honor.
All right.
But
That's all we would have.
All right, hang on. All right, have you got a copy of it there?
even though the alternate didn't make the decision and wasn't part of deliberations, he's basically there to bolster the Murdaugh defense team's argument that Becky Hill was saying things. But I don't know. We also got 10 other people who said they didn't hear shit.
And this spot, which I have admitted is your Exhibit 2.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right. All right. Now we proceed to closing. You prepared?
Yes, ma'am.
Very good. Mr. Waters.
And then the other
Your
clerk
Honor,
of court testified.
just to go back and reiterate.
That was a mess for Becky.
As to the standard. And ultimately, we've of course argued that the defendant has the burden. We've also discussed that the standard for Your Honor, of course, is first of all, was there any misconduct that occurred? And then regardless of that, whether or not there was any effect on the verdict. And the standard has been expressed in multiple cases is whether the verdict is solely the product of honest deliberation or the product of outside influence. And that inquiry fundamentally, as the court recognized from the very beginning, focuses on the jurors themselves, because it doesn't necessarily matter what was said as much or what was intended or what was inadvertent, even assuming that those existed. What matters is what the jurors heard, what they perceived, and whether or not it had any sort of effect on the verdict. And Your Honor went through that inquiry with these jurors. 11 of those jurors were clear and unequivocal that there was no effect on their verdict, and also clear and unequivocal that nothing was said that could in any way be inferred as any sort of attempt to influence them. And I think that's very important, Your Honor, because there can be sometimes behind the doors, as we've talked about, I think some of the cases recognize this, that some conversations can go on and things like that can happen. But ultimately, and while I think there were some cases cited in some of the various South Carolina decisions, that it's unrealistic and not surprising to think that sometimes things like that can happen, an untoward comment or something was said. But that was an Aldrich, Your Honor, in the 1999 Supreme Court case. But the mere fact that something like that may be stated, that could be stated in a neutral reason, is not enough to undermine the verdict, because the inquiry ultimately boils down to what was it that those jurors heard, and in the end, though, did they listen to the instructions from the trial judge? Did they come to a fair and honest verdict? And, Your Honor, the evidence here is overwhelming, I would say, from the people that matter, and that's those jurors. And that is, there was no effect on the jurors. And you saw every single one of them very clearly and strongly looked you in the eye, all 11 at least, and I'll get to the 12th one in a second, but looked you in the eye and said, no, that didn't happen. No, I didn't hear anything like that. No, there was no effect on our verdict. No, this was our verdict, and it was based solely, which was Your Honor's question, solely on the evidence and the law and the testimony at trial. And I think that carries the day. We have the one juror, and I want to make sure, because I'm about to say the number and I don't want to do that. Let me go back to Juror Z. And let's look at Juror Z and what she said, because Juror Z also said that, yes, I said this was my verdict. I was polled and said this was my verdict. Juror C also said that my verdict was solely based on the evidence and the law and the testimony at trial. Answer question number 2, yes. Absolutely yes. But then goes on after that to say she heard some communications from the clerk, and then says, well, it had an effect on my verdict. Even after she had already answered question number 2, when she said her verdict was based solely on the evidence and the law and the testimony at trial. And beyond that then, Your Honor, I think that it's very telling that the affidavit that was submitted from this particular juror, and we've been pointing this out from the beginning because it's very crucial and very telling, because despite the things that she alleges that happened, even though the other jurors say it didn't, despite the things that she alleges that happened, she says that she voted guilty because she felt pressure from other jurors. Not that her verdict was in any way affected from some supposed external influence. In that affidavit that was filed with the defense motion from day one, that is what she says, that she felt pressure from other jurors. And, Your Honor, we've cited the cases over and over again that the internal mechanics of the jury room, the fact that one juror feels pressured by others, as long as there's not violence or things that go beyond the pale, that is not a basis for undermining a verdict. That is part of the deliberative process, and it's expected, and it occurs. But I think it's very telling that we have those conflicting answers. And, Your Honor, without waiving any objection to the latest affidavit that we were just discussing from this juror, I think that's very telling. Because now we have answer number 3 as it relates to this particular juror. And of course, it is clearly manufactured and rehabilitated, recognized after the fact. She, of course, this juror is represented by Joe McCullough. And ultimately, we've got now a third version of events from this very juror. So we have this juror who's given answers all over the place that are inconsistent with 11 other jurors who were very strong and unequivocal that, yes, this was our verdict. It was based solely on the evidence, the law, and the testimony, that there were no communications from Becky Hill that influenced that verdict. And I think ultimately when you look at the case law, in the end, it's up to Your Honor to make that ultimate determination and looking at all that law together. We cited a number of decisions, including, as we discussed, the questions to be had. I sent an email where we set out some questions that it's not uncommon, perhaps, for a juror to have a second thought. But the law is very clear that it does not recognize that, because what that would do would be to consistently and constantly put every verdict that occurs in any courtroom in this state or in the nation at risk. Jurors don't have to vote in perpetuity. They vote on one day and one day only. And here, Your Honor, the evidence is overwhelming that those jurors' verdict was the product of honest deliberation, and the only bit of contrary evidence to that effect is from a juror who, frankly, not only said that it was purely the result of honest deliberation, but then has answers all over the place. And, Your Honor, I would say that the other 11 jurors are credible. They were strong. They were clear with Your Honor. And I think that ultimately that carries the day. Now, we've had testimony from other people since the jurors were here. We've had testimony, obviously, from Ms. Hill. We've had testimony from Ms. Rhonda. And we've had testimony from this alternate juror. But again, none of that testimony at all goes to what is the ultimate test for Your Honor, and that is whether or not this verdict was the product of honest deliberation. And on that, again, the evidence is overwhelming and strong and clear that it was the product of honest deliberation. It's very interesting as we look at some of the testimony from the other witnesses. And obviously we have Miss Becky, and as Your Honor has pointed out, we're not here to go through some of the issues that have been alleged or are percolating out there. That's not the point of this proceeding here today. But Miss Becky is a court reporter and then became a clerk, and was clear to you that she never made any comment in an attempt to sway the jury one way or the other. We have Ms. Rhonda. And Ms. Rhonda came in and testified, but I would submit to Your Honor that this is kind of a red herring, because what Ms. Rhonda described were conversations that she herself admitted
are just the kind of conversations that go on, and that's the reality of it. The conversations that go on among a trial team when we're not in open court, where we're discussing things, the kind of conversations that go on among court staff behind the doors, those types of conversations go on, but that does not mean, nor does that necessarily indicate that somebody's not going to come out here and do their job fairly. And understand the distinction between influencing a jury and not doing that.
Not malicious.
And one
just a
thing
hot
that I
mess.
think is very important is Miss Rhonda was at that trial more than Miss Becky was.
What?
And she was very clear. And I probably was as repetitive as anyone here today in asking that question over and over again because I didn't want that point to be lost. That Miss Rhonda said, I was there more than anyone else, and I never saw anything or observed anything or had anything happen that would cause me independently to go to Judge Newman, because that's what I would have done, to go to Judge Newman and say, something's not right about this. This needs to be fixed. Something's going on that's improper. And I think that that is an extremely crucial fact because Miss Rhonda admitted and said, of course, as she would, that if something had happened that the judge needed to know about, she would have been the first one to do it. And it never happened. And she was here more than Miss Becky was. It never happened. When we look at the balance of those facts, when we have the clerk of court come in and testify that
Ooh, it is
maybe
pulled
I
down
did
from
this,
Amazon.
or maybe I did that, maybe
No
I
Audible.
plagiarized the book, a portion of it, maybe I did this, maybe I wrote in things in there that are based on community knowledge or newspapers or poetic license or whatever you want to call it. I don't care about the book. And I would submit that Your Honor doesn't need to care about the book either, because the book and what happened with the book afterwards is not what is relevant to the inquiry. But she was clear that she did not have any attempt to influence that jury. She was clear about that. And Ms. Rhonda was clear that she was not aware of anything like that either. And what does that do but corroborate the most important witnesses here? The defense, I think in one of their letters, tried to say that Miss Becky was the state's star witness, and that's not what this inquiry is about. It's not what this inquiry is about at all, because as I've said from day one, if there were not facts to be litigated, if we had not done an investigation and had those 11 jurors say, that didn't happen, there was no effect on our verdict. This was the product of honest deliberation. We would be the first ones here standing here to say that. But what we do know, Your Honor, is that what Miss Becky said and ultimately what Miss Rhonda said corroborates who are the true, if you want to say it, and I'm only using this term because the defense accused us of Miss Becky being our star witness. There are no star witnesses here. This isn't about stars. But what Miss Becky and Miss Rhonda do is corroborate who are the most important witnesses. And that are those jurors. And you have 11 of them strong as a rock saying this verdict was not influenced, nobody tried to influence, and regardless, it was the product of our honest deliberation. And you have one juror who said that too, but then has answers that are all over the place. And if you go back to her original statement, what she says is not external influence anyway. It's not sufficient under the law. So I think that the proof here is overwhelming. I think the proof here corroborates what those jurors say. I think the only juror that we have to contend with, her testimony is compromised. And I'm not saying that that person is in here maliciously lying. I just think that this process is a lot. But it's clear that if there was any attempt to influence this jury, those jurors who sat in that box, every single one of them, you saw them, and we saw them for 6 weeks. They are conscientious. They take their obligations seriously. They were not here to reward friends or punish enemies. They were here to do their job appropriately and fairly. You saw that in their eyes. You saw that in their mannerisms. You saw that in their demeanor. And they were strong and clear that this verdict was fair. Your Honor, we would submit that the motion for new trial be denied.
Did you read the book, Dawn? The entirety of it? Okay, that was good closing. Braden's always really good with the arguments.
Mr. Griffin will be arguing.
All right.
Oh, Mr. Griffin! We missed you. It's been quiet. Hey, yo, Jim's here. Hi, Jim. We haven't heard from you all day. We missed you.
That way I won't be interrupted by Mr. Harpootlian as I'm trying to make my points. Your Honor, I want to first start with State v. Green because I understand that that's the guidance, that's what we're following here, and reading, excerpts from State v. Green. First, it is absolutely clear in State v. Green that we find ourselves, and the issue is whether there's a defendant's right to a fair and impartial jury under the Sixth Amendment has been violated. Reading from the opinion, it says, in the Sixth Amendment's context, the Supreme Court of the United States has held that, quote, any private communication, contact, or tampering with a jury during a trial about the matter pending before the jury is deemed presumptively prejudicial. Now, Green goes on to say that we are not going to categorically apply the presumption whenever there is a contact with the juror. But the question is it prejudicial? Not whether the verdict would have been different. It is it prejudicial? And I'll keep reading. The court says we're not persuaded that the Rimmer presumption of prejudice, we're talking about prejudice, not is the verdict different. It was their prejudice. Was this tainted process? Was it prejudice to the defendant? Was the process prejudicial to the defendant because of extraneous communications? Not whether the verdict would have been different, but whether there's prejudice involved in the process of the trial. The court goes on to say, our unwillingness to categorically apply the Rimmer presumption of prejudice stems from our view that not every inappropriate comment by bailiff to a juror rises to the level of constitutional error.
I missed that, Axel.
Goes on to say the attempted bribery of the jury and Rimmer conduct, which goes to the heart of the merits of the case, is a far cry from the circumstances presented in this case. The bailiff's actions here, though improper, did not touch the merits, but only dealt with the procedural question of how the judge might handle a jury impasse that apparently never materialized. The court says, while we decline to adopt the Rimmer presumption of prejudice in every instance of inappropriate bailiff communication to a juror, the occasion of this case presents an opportunity for our clerks of court and circuit judges to ensure that all bailiffs are properly trained. Now, the only thing the Green did was reject the presumption of prejudice in every case. And Your Honor, I just want to preserve for the record that our position is that the comments that you heard in this case go to the merits, go to the heart of the defense. And if you find that those comments were made, and I'm going to establish for the record, we clearly have proven that then we do get the Rimmer presumption. That we do get the Rimmer presumption if we have proven these comments were made. But I'm going to argue that we proved prejudice also in this case. So to start with, let's go to the evidence that was presented.
Okay, tell us how.
Since Friday. And Your Honor, we have 12 deliberating jurors. In this case, what you've heard, 3 of the 12 have testified under oath that they heard Ms. Hill make comments about the case, whether it's, how they categorize it as merits or not. But Juror X on Friday acknowledged that Ms. Hill made a comment about Alex was going to testify, that it was going to be epic or some words like that, and that defendants don't normally testify. That's what Juror X said on Friday. Today, so that's one who says Ms. Hill made a comment about Alex's testimony, how it's going to be a big deal, and defendants don't normally testify. Juror Z today says that first she says Ms. Hill said to watch his actions, to watch him closely, and then she said there are other things that he said I don't remember. And then we were allowed to show her, and with Your Honor, I asked her
questions about her affidavit, and she says, confirm what was in her affidavit, that Rebecca Hill told the jury not to be fooled by evidence presented by Mr. Murdoch's attorneys, which I understood to mean that Mr. Murdoch would lie when he testified. She also acknowledged, this is a truthful statement, that she instructed the jury to, quote, watch him closely, close quote, immediately before he testified, including look at his actions and look at his movements, which I understand to mean he was guilty. And she also said and confirmed that Ms. Hill said when they began deliberations that this, quote, this shouldn't take us long, close quote, and that if we deliberated past 11 p.m., that we'd be taken to a hotel. Those statements go to the merits. Those statements go to the heart of the defense. Those statements go to what Mr. Murdoch, his credibility. So that's 2 deliberating jurors down. The 3rd deliberating juror who testified today is Juror P. And he says, you were asked, Juror P, did Ms. Hill make any comments about the case? And he says, yes. She said the day that Alex was taking the stand, excuse me, Juror P is a he, but he is saying that she, Ms. Hill, said the day Alex was taking the stand, that she, Ms. Hill, made the comment about watch his body language. That's all I recall.
Who's that? Juror P?
So 3 of the 12 deliberating jurors heard Ms. Hill speak about Alex Murdoch's testimony. 3 of the 12. And then we get the alternate juror came in and basically corroborated what those 3 of the 12 heard. And she had additional things that she had heard, but she corroborated what those 3 of the 12 heard.
I don't think so, Taxi. I didn't hear about that.
And then you've got Ms. Hill
like
who gets on the stand and denies it all. And Your Honor, I couldn't agree with you more that you're able to judge the credibility of witnesses. And on this record, there's no way to find Ms. Hill credible. There's no way to credit her statements that she did not make these statements about his testimony. I mean, she crossed herself up as Your Honor is questioning her about the transcript involving the egg lady and how the egg lady learned that there's some Facebook post that was allegedly attributed to her husband. There's no way the egg lady would have known that unless Ms. Hill told her, and that pretty much came out there. I mean, so, you know, and I know this is not a jury argument, but if someone misrepresents a fact to you once, I mean, I don't think you should go back and credit anything beyond that. What we hear from Ms. McElveen is that she heard these almost identical statements from Ms. Hill that Ms. Hill told that 3 of the 12 deliberating jurors heard and the 4th alternate heard. That Ms. McElveen heard her make very similar statements about the defense's case, about Mr. Murdoch's testimony. So you got to put Ms. McElveen's testimony in our category. And Ms. Hill gets up there and says, never drove a juror home. Ms. McElveen's got no dog in this fight. And she says, she goes to court one day, she hears that Ms. Hill took a juror home the night before and went and talked to her and said, you can't do that. And Ms. Hill said, I didn't talk to her about the case. Well, she gets on the stand under oath here and tells you, I never took a juror home. I mean, it's totally inconsistent. And for her to say...
I feel like if she took a juror home, there must be some surveillance footage. There has to be. Maybe it got wiped already?
I never made these statements. You know, she tried, I mean, she kind of gave herself a little wiggle room. At the end, well, when they were lining up, I may have said he's going to testify today or something. But these jurors heard this information. And the question under Green and Rimmer, was it prejudicial? Now, what we got from Juror Z today, the question was, did these comments influence your verdict? And Juror Z says, yes. Then you ask, how? And Juror Z says, to me, it felt like she made it seem like he was already guilty. Then you said, did it affect your finding of guilt in this case? And the answer was yes. And so that's prejudice, Your Honor. That is prejudice from one of the 12 deliberating jurors. Was your verdict influenced by what Ms. Hill said? And good grief, how could it not be? How could it not be? And to ask all these other jurors who heard the same thing, was it influenced? It is really an impossible task, because you don't know what's influencing a jury, and frankly, that's why the Rimmer presumption is there. But let's try to sort this out.
No, they're not public
Your
defenders.
Honor, I think it was a State v. Kelly case where the deputies went out and they were investigating the jurors' beliefs on the death penalty, and there was really no testimony about did that affect your verdict, but it was just so wrong. The conduct was so wrongful that the Supreme Court says that's prejudicial, and we're granting a new trial. I mean, this is prejudice, and this has been proven. I mean, Ms. Hill is not credible. Ms. Hill is not credible. And she's talking about her book, talking about taking a literary license to lie. Literary license to lie is that's what she thinks a literary license is.
Literally license.
So her testimony should not be credited. We have proven, we have met our burden of proving that there was extraneous contact with these jurors. 3 of the 12 deliberating jurors have testified to that. 1 of the 12 says it influenced my verdict. How is that not prejudice? And that's all we have to prove. We believe, for the record, there is a presumption of prejudice that they have to overcome, but we have proven prejudice. And, Your Honor, we respectfully request that a new trial should be granted based on the record developed today. Thank you.
All right. The arguments are closed. I will take
You can think about it?
until 5 of the hour to examine my notes, and then I will come and make a ruling from the bench on this matter.
Today? What?
Court will be at ease.
Oh my God. I thought she was going to take some couple of days to think about this. Oh, she's going to decide today? All right. What do we think about closing arguments? I think both sides did a really good job with closing arguments. I think Creighton did a really good job, and I think Jim went up there was like, you know what? He did a good job, Jim. I don't know. I think both sides did a good job with closing. What do y'all think? I know, right? Your book? I keep thinking Amber Heard. Oh, God. Rolling from the bitch. Wow. Yeah, I don't know. I really thought the judge was going to take some time to think about it, and then we would just hear back in a couple of days or something. But nah, the judge is like, I'm ready. Let's go. Let's do this. How long is recess? Like 15 minutes or 10 minutes. She said 5 up before the hour, so. Oh, boy, oh, boy, oh, boy. Oh, I don't know. There's a lot of, I like how Creighton says 11 solid jurors. 11 said they were not influenced by Becky Hill. 1 came out and they said she was all over the place. What she said in the affidavit was different than what she said on the stand today. In terms of, in the affidavit, she said she felt pressured into a guilty verdict because of the other members of the juror. Today on the stand, she said she was influenced by Becky Hill's decision to coming into a guilty verdict. But I don't know, Harpootlian was trying to do some more questioning. The judge didn't allow that. But then with Jim, he talked about how there were a total of 4 people. So 2 members of the juror who said they heard something. They heard that Becky said something. 1 was an alternate, so 3rd person. And the 4th person was another clerk of court from a different district who came and assisted Becky Hill. So, but here's the thing. Like, I feel like what we have to look for when there's different stories, we have to look for consistencies. And all 4 said Becky Hill said stuff, but the content of it wasn't exactly pinpoint the same. It could just be maybe like it's been such a long time. Maybe like the memory's not really there. But just to recap, I mean, Juror. Oh, actually, no, sorry. There's also Juror X. Juror X on Friday said that Becky Hill said something about defendant will testify. That's an epic day. something about a defendant rarely testifies, but that did not influence her decision. I don't know, man. That's a lot of people that's saying that Becky Hill said stuff. Juror Z said to watch closely, watch his actions. Can't remember the rest, but she felt like, Becky Hill was saying she was guilty. Juror P said to watch his body language, but he was influenced. Oh, I don't know. That's actually a lot of people that's saying things about Becky Hill. That's a lot of people. Becky Hill should be financially held accountable for the retrial. Wait, so just to clarify, so Becky Hill said after expenses, she made $100K off the book, but then I guess there's a split between her and her co-author. Was it $100K before her split with her co-author or after the split with her co-author? It was before, right? Because I felt like the questioning, sometimes like I wanted the questions to be a little bit more elaborated, but then the judge would kind of just like stop it from continuing. So there's some parts where I was like, wait, can we elaborate some more? I thought she meant after expenses, but it's a good thing I took a lot of notes so I can just compile this later on together. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. That's a lot of people that said Becky Hill said stuff, but even though it was all over the place, it could just be attributed to, so much time has gone by. But the other clerk of court, the one who was helping Becky Hill, she's saying that like Becky said all these things, but never in front of the jury. She said it behind closed doors to other people. I don't know. Someone in the comments were like, well, maybe she's jealous of the book thing. I don't know. I feel like we didn't really get to know her enough, I want there to be more people too, like other employees, like the bailiff. I want the bailiff to go up there and say, whether or not they gave the juror a ride home. And then, whether or not Becky Hill was saying these things to the jury, whether or not she was saying it privately to the other staff members. And then I kind of want to hear from Judge Newman. I want Judge Newman to say whether or not he talked to Becky Hill and whether she admitted to questioning the juror outside of his presence, because Becky Hill, she denied everything. Just completely denied everything. Becky must be a blast at parties. I don't know. I feel like I wouldn't be. People who are too talkative like that, I'm just like, bye. I don't know. There's this party we went to, and she was a very, very nice woman, and she approached us randomly, and she started talking to us. But I felt like the only reason why she was talking to us is because, I don't know, she just, when you're in a conversation with someone and they don't really talk to listen, they talk just so they can talk. So she would tell us things, and then she would keep, I don't know, she would ask us questions about stuff, and we would tell her. And we have to keep repeating herself because I felt like she wasn't really listening to the content of what we were saying. She was just waiting to interject and just talk her ass off. I don't know. People like that aren't really fun to talk to. I'm just like, okay, bye. I'm out of here. I don't know. Maybe Becky's like that. Maybe she just likes to talk, In their closings, Jim cited the law, but Waters didn't. I feel like there's absolute jury tampering, but legally speaking, I'm not sure whether or not it rises to the level of requiring a new trial. I was joking. I hate drama around me. That's why I watched on YouTube and Bravo. Oh man, Bravo was my guilty pleasure. I don't know. I feel like Bravo, it's like whatever's now. I don't know. I feel like I can't watch it. My brother watches it still, all the Real Housewives stuff, Vanderpump Rules, but I don't know. I want to just watch a recap of it. The co-author claimed he made $2,000. I heard that the co-author said he didn't make a lot. That's very true, Taxi. I do remember hearing that. But I could have sworn Becky Hill said that she made $100,000 after expenses. And then she's interjecting and saying, but self-publishing is no fun or something. Who's a spoiled monster? If that spoiled monster weasels his way into a new trial because the big mouth clerk gonna do a job this. I know. I think a lot of people in South Carolina are gonna hate Becky Hill. Bro, gotta use her tax money again to do a retrial. How much money was it the first go? What's happening with Corey Richins? I've seen her attorney, Sky Lazaro. She's been doing a lot of interviews for other cases. But for Corey Richins, I think last I heard was they did They found Corey Richards' prescription drugs in his bloodstream. So I don't know if you would interpret that as he was also self-medicating with fentanyl and taking Corey Richards' taking Corey Richards' medication, or she also poisoned him with her medication and the fentanyl. I don't know. Maybe she gave him her medication so he would fall asleep and then he would die in fentanyl. I don't know. I'm not quite sure. That's the last thing I heard about Corey Richards, but I don't know. I should look it up. I did talk about Sarah Boone. Sarah Boone wrote another letter to the new judge, apparently, and she's complaining about her seventh attorney right now. Yeah, the Boone trial is pushed to May. I'm going to use the bathroom real quick, actually. Let's go use the bathroom. Get up. Do you work with law or just watching? We're just watching. We are just people who are very nosy. Oh, that's like the nice way of saying it. Yeah, no, we just watch a lot of like true crime stuff. Sarah Boone's a horrible woman. I doubt she's making friends in jail. I don't know. Maybe other horrible people are friends with her. What's crazier about Becky Hill's 100K? She would have made more if she had not plagiarized some of her book. Yeah, I wonder if her sales were like incrementally inclining, or like what am I trying to say? I'm sorry, 2 hours of sleep here. I wonder if her sales were like increasingly exponentially rising, or if it was kind of like teetering off. But I felt like because of the whole like the book thing and the drama, the potential mistrial, I feel like people were like, oh, let's read the book actually, see what's up. I'd rather be the judge, Steve. Corey Richards is writing her second book, Life in Prison, Grief Edition. She is writing a second book. She's writing a book about how her and her dad went to Mexico to get drugs, and it's totally not about her killing her ex-husband. Let's see. Hold on. Sarah Boone, did she really get a new attorney? Oh, Sarah Boone. Let's see. Did she get a new attorney? Yeah, she did get a new, not new attorney. I'm sorry, a new judge. Michael Kranick. Correspondence received. Status hearing, May. Man, the status hearing is all the way in May. Electronic copy sent to private attorney. What is this? Yeah, let me update my notes actually. All right, Sarah Boone's status hearing. Pre-trial May 3, and then May 13 is the actual, right? Yep, okay. I have that updated. Let's look up Corey Richards. Oh, also, we have February. We got a lot of things going on in February, actually. What's going on? Corey Richards update. Yeah, I just heard about how they found Corey Richards like drug medication in Eric Richards' system. That's about it. I wonder when that trial is gonna happen. When's the like the next status hearing? Paul Ferguson is going to be sentenced in February. Really? When in February? I don't know. Did you watch the case closely for Paul Ferguson? I wonder what his mental health evaluation will come out like. Becky's first chapter of her second book. Oops. Well, at least maybe she can use ChatGPT to write it this time. Can't get in trouble for plagiarizing ChatGPT, can you? Is it Paul for... Oh, dude, I heard Shonda was so pissed that she lost her parental rights to her youngest child. I'm like, girl, are you really pissed? Like, are you really? Look what you did to your other kids. He was originally scheduled to learn his sentence on January 29. Oh, today. But it's being scheduled for February 26th. February 26th. Okay, I'll add that to my calendar. 20-year-old Paul Ferguson. February 26th. I don't know what time. I feel like they never give you the time. That's so important. February 26th, we have... Paul F. All right, judge is going to make her announcement. You don't think Paul's evil? He's young for his age, easily manipulated. Yeah, just from like the little that I've seen so far, I was thinking he doesn't seem very mature. Like not like a normal 20-year-old. But I didn't watch the entire case or anything else. I just watched like bits and pieces. It's just the way he like talks and his mannerisms, I guess. Yeah. The boat accident was crazy. Which one? Oh, sorry. They're talking about a different Paul, Chill Cooks. Not Paul. This is for like a different case. Yeah. This Paul Ferguson is gonna be sentenced this month, or sorry, next month. Wow, it's already the end of January. It's gonna be February soon. Oh my goodness. What holidays do we have coming up? There's no like holidays where you take off work until May, right? May is what is it? Not Labor Day. I was getting Memorial Day, right? When is was it Indigenous People Day? When is that again? That's like in fall season, right? You think Paul should be punished, but he needs therapy too? Yeah, I don't know. I don't know how he would do in jail, like in prison. I feel like he might need to be locked away somewhere else, possibly. Valentine's Day. You can't take off for Valentine's Day. Are you running late? Wait, did the judge say 5 after or 5 before? I could have sworn she said 5 after or 5 before. All right, y'all. How are we doing today? Chill Cooks, how's your day going? Who here is also playing Pow World? I don't have time to play Pow World, unfortunately. I wish I did. Not saying that to be mean. I don't think I came across as mean. Wait. Probably read a better book. Sorry, someone said earlier about copying AI. I completely missed that message. It's been good. I love watching this. Makes it feel your dad's lonely. Yeah, it's nice to watch true crime with people. Sometimes it gets really dark just to watch it on your own. Especially if like the subject matters are really like heavy, you know? I remember I would catch up on my true crime stuff. I was like stretching and doing yoga. And I was like, what the fuck am I doing? Because yoga is supposed to be relaxing. It's like, no, we're watching murder. Oh God, kidnappings, fake kidnappings, horrible people, narcissists. Hey, Storm, how are you doing today? How's it going? I mean, it seems like the judge is going to reach a verdict today, which I'm very surprised. I thought she was going to take some time and think about it. But, I mean, I think she was supposed to be back 5 minutes ago. Yeah, I'm actually really glad this all happened in one day, though. Dude, if this was a 3-day thing, oh my God. 3 days. I don't mind streaming for a long time, but it's the waking up early. I woke up, because my sleep schedule is a little bit messed up right now. I've been sleeping at like 12:30 because I'm doing this book reports thing, and it's been getting me to stay up late reading. AI books cannot be copyrighted. Thanks for sharing. Yeah, I lost your message early. I saw it and I was going to read it and then I lost it. But yeah, I got in bed at 9-ish. And I was like, hey, I'm going to go to sleep early today. And then I just laid there for hours and hours and hours. And I actually looked at the clock on my iPad. I was like, oh, it's probably like 11:30. Dude, it was like fucking 11:11. And I was like, what? I laid here for 4 hours? Seriously? What a waste of time. I don't know. So annoying. Hi, Spring Thunder. How are you doing today? No, I just like laid there. I couldn't go to sleep. It was so annoying. And then when I finally went to sleep, sort of. I didn't even go to sleep. I kept waking up because I was like, okay, I have to wake up soon. Oh my God, the alarm's going to go off soon. You know that anxiety you feel when you barely got any sleep and then you feel like the alarm is going to go off. And so you're like even more anxious. Ugh, so annoying. And then my alarm was set for like 5 a.m. And I was like, okay, this sucks. Oh, you're hoping it'll be a 3-day thing? I don't know. I feel like 3-day. Too long. 1 day is good. I thought it was going to pour over to a second day, actually, though. Alarm anxiety sucks. Yeah, it does. What have you been up to lately, Spring Thunder? It's nice to see you streaming. I always wake up 20 minutes before my alarm. Oh, isn't that a good thing? I feel bad for people who sleep through alarms. Oh my gosh. My sister was a demon. She would just sleep through her alarms. It would be blaring. It would be so loud. I'm like, dude, turn off your fucking alarm. I don't know. People who sleep through alarms, they're psychotic, okay? It's crazy. It's wild. I'm a super late sleeper. I'm just putting in work. Nice. I don't know. What are we looking forward to this year? You guys got anything to look forward to? TV shows, movies, video games? Oh, you know what I watched? Oh my God. This is old, but I recommend you guys to check it out. It's called Mystic River. It's a movie I watched on Netflix. It's from 2003. And I don't know, movies from back then. I just fucking love watching it. But 2003, detective. Kevin Bacon is a detective. Sean Penn is the victim's father.
The order, all rise.
Hello. It's so good. Oh, Dragon's Dogma.
Please be seated.
This year? Are we back, y'all? What do you think the judge's gonna decide? What is the judge gonna decide? New poll. Shit, new poll. What will judge decide? New trial. No new trial. Okay. New poll. Quick. What do we have from the last poll? 34 says no. 32 says yes. Ooh, very close. 20% not sure. 11% just want to see the results. All right. All right, new poll. Retrial. You think so? Oh, gosh, I don't know.
In the matter of the state of South Carolina against Richard Alexander Murdoch. 2022 GS 1500592593, 593, 594, and 595.
Get it over with.
The following constitutes my ruling on this matter from the bench. This order will be supplemented, as I will explain, after proposed formal orders are received from each side in this matter. This case is unique in my 20 years of experience as a lawyer and my 35 years of experience as an active justice of the Supreme Court and a senior active trial and appellate judge. Usually matters involving possible improper contact with or conduct of a juror arise during or shortly after the trial. The judge then puts the affected juror or jurors under oath, conducts an examination, and rules on the request for a new trial or a mistrial. In this case, I was appointed almost 9 months after the trial to replace the trial judge who was recused. It is now almost 10 months after the verdict was rendered and sentence imposed in this matter. It is now on appeal to the Court of Appeals. Several months after the appeal was filed, the defendant moved that his appeal be suspended and this matter be remanded to the trial court to consider his motion for a new trial on a charge that the clerk of court for Colleton County tampered with the jury by expressing her opinion to the jurors about what their verdict should be and about the credibility of the defendant who had elected to take the stand and testify on his own behalf. Since this matter has been remanded to me, I have set the matter for a pretrial and a final hearing, conducted a telephonic status conference with the attorneys for the parties on December the 21st, 2023. I have received briefs from the parties. I conducted a pretrial proceeding on January the 16th, 2024, in which I invited briefs and arguments by the parties and by the attorneys for certain of the jurors and for the clerk of court, Rebecca Hill. On Friday, January the 26th, 2024, I conducted a hearing on this matter in which I took testimony from one of the jurors. The conduct of the examination conducted solely by me. I received further argument from the attorneys for the state and for the defendant. Today, January the 29th, 2024, I have taken sworn testimony from the remaining 11 jurors who rendered a verdict in this case. This examination was conducted solely by me. I have found no case that provides otherwise in the many cases I have read on the subject of a motion for a new trial on the basis of after discovered evidence of jury tampering or misconduct. I have also received sworn testimony from the clerk of court, Rebecca Hill. Direct examination was conducted by Deputy Attorney General Creighton Waters. Cross-examination was conducted by Defendant Attorney Richard Harpootlian. I have also propounded questions myself to the clerk of court.
Don't forget to vote.
I also received testimony from the clerk of court for Barnwell County, Rhonda McElveen, who attended most of the trial and assisted the clerk of court for Colleton County. I've also received testimony from the remaining alternate juror who was, when the matter was deliberated, dismissed from further service. The following is my ruling on the defendant's motion. The standard of proof. The state contends that in order to prevail, the defendant must show, 1, that the clerk of court made an improper comment or propounded an improper question to the member of the jury, to a member of the jury who rendered the verdict. 2, defendant must further show that Ms. Hill's improper comment or question actually influenced the juror's verdict, citing State v. Green, State v. Aldrett, and other opinions of our Supreme Court and
we don't know, Taxi.
Other authorities. Defendant contends that he must show only that an improper question or comment was propounded to any juror by a clerk of court Hill. If so proved, the defendant contends that the motion for the new trial must be granted. Defendant relies on United States v. Rimmer and many other cases. My ruling is this. On the law, the defendant has the burden of proving both the fact of the improper comment or question by the clerk of court, Rebecca Hill, to a juror or jurors, and 2, prejudice suffered by the defendant, specifically that the Hill improper comments to the juror or jurors influenced the juror to vote to convict defendant Murdoch. The facts. Did Clerk of Court Hill make comments to any juror which expressed her opinion of what the verdict would be? Ms. Hill denies A, and so the question becomes, was her denial credible? I find that the Clerk of Court is not completely credible as a witness. Ms. Hill was attracted by the siren call of celebrity. She wanted to write a book about the trial and expressed that as early as November 2022, long before the trial began. She denies that this is so, but I find that she stated to the Clerk of Court, Rhonda McElveen, and others, her desire for a guilty verdict because it would sell books. She made comments about Murdoch's demeanor as he testified, and she made some of those comments before he testified to at least one and maybe more jurors. Did Clerk of Court Hill's comments have any impact on the verdict of the jury? I find that the answer to this question is no. Each member of this jury took their involuntary assignment very seriously. They obeyed the instructions of the court. They obeyed their oath. These good and decent citizens of Colleton County stood to their duty and rendered their verdict without fear or favor. It was a difficult task. 11 of the jurors very unconditionally said they either heard no comment, or if they heard a comment, it had no effect. One juror was ambivalent in her testimony. She was then examined on her previous affidavit, in which she said the effect, if any, that she had was pressure she felt from other jurors. The cases are myriad that pressure from fellow jurors is a part of the normal give and take of jury deliberations. The court is not to inquire in any way about what is said in those deliberations. But the juror, who was somewhat ambivalent, said on her oath at the time of trial twice, and said on her oath before me in these proceedings that she stood to her oath. The Clerk of Court allowed public attention of the moment to overcome her duty. I have read the entire transcript of this lengthy trial, not an easy task.
What?
I have studied in detail all of the authorities cited. I have independently researched the case law, learned treatises, and scholarly articles on the subject. Although there is certainly a split in the federal circuits and in the states on the standard of review, I simply do not believe that the authority of our South Carolina Supreme Court requires a new trial in a very lengthy trial such as this on the strength of some fleeting and foolish comments by a publicity-influenced clerk of court. This is a matter within the discretion of the trial judge, and I am the trial judge at this moment. I do not feel that I abuse my discretion when I find the defendant's motion for a new trial on the factual record before me must be denied, and it is so ordered. I will file a fuller order which denies this motion on the grounds I have recited on the record before me as a trial judge and the authorities that have been cited by all parties in this matter. To that end, I will hold the record open. I direct that within 4 business days of receipt by the attorneys in this matter of a transcript of these proceedings, a proposed order by the state denying the defendant's motion for a new trial with citations be sent to me.
Damn, in 4 days?
And to opposing counsel. I will allow the defendant 4 business days from receipt of the state's proposed order to lodge objections and or submit an alternative proposed order. Upon receipt by the court of all proposed orders, I will finalize this record, submit a written order, and I will at that time transmit the written order to the Court of Appeals, the court which has remanded this matter to me. This hearing is adjourned.
Yeah, back to the appeal.
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you. Let me say this, and I should have said it before I began my order. Will y'all, hey, members of the audience, would you just be patient with me for one more minute? Please keep your seats.
There? He was sitting in the second row where the green shirt lady is. Where did Becky go?
I have probably had more experience with trial and appellate work than anyone else in this room for many years. And it has been an absolute pleasure to receive from these learned lawyers some of the best briefs I've ever received. I know they're a product not just of the attorneys who presented to me, but of the attorneys who sit with them and help compose the research and the writings that I received. I know that I put you on a very tight timeline, but my feeling is these matters are best disposed of by the trial judge in a very timely manner, so that you may then go to the authorities that really count more than I do. That is, the appellate authorities who will decide what the standard in this particular matter is. I've not seen a case such as this before. I doubt whether our appellate judges have seen a case such as this before. And they will take a lengthy time to study the record in this matter, the record in the part remanded to me. There are many issues in this case, issues over which I have absolutely no authority whatsoever. But I will say this about the record now that I have read it. And I will say this about the testimony that I heard Friday and today. Judge Newman said it best in his sentencing when he discussed the weight and the measure of the case presented and testimony and evidence submitted in this case when it was tried. It is a very compelling case supporting the verdict that the jurors reached. He said it with a lot more detail than I do, but now that I've read the record,
Yo, look that smart.
I say as the successor trial judge, I agree that the evidence was overwhelming and the jury verdict not surprising. This matter is now adjourned.
Yo, suck it, Alec Murdoch. Judge was like, you guilty as fuck. Bye. That's all I want to say. Dang, I don't see anyone in there. No family members to support him. I don't see nobody back there. Look at that lady taking a picture of Alec Murdoch. Yeah, when the judge, it was the way she was framing her sentences. I was like, oh, I think she's leaning on no in terms of whether or not she thought the jury were influenced by Becky Hill. I'm glad she called out Becky Hill though, because Becky Hill, I don't know. Becky Hill, you guys say that she's a hot mess. I agree with you guys. Becky Hill be a hot mess. I don't know what's gonna go on with Becky Hill now. Damn, man. Becky Hill just like she kind of got her reputation ruined. Just like that. She thought she was gonna get fame, recognition. I don't know, maybe the monies or something. And she got. I mean, she did get. You know how like have y'all ever watched The Wishmaster? Oh my god. I used to love watching horror movies when I was a kid. There was one called Wishmaster, was one of my favorites. It's about this demon. He's like kind of like a genie of some sort, and people make wishes, and he grants them, but he gives them their wishes in like the most horrible, awful way possible. Like one woman said that she wanted to be forever beautiful, and so he's like, okay, sure, your wish is my command, and then he turns her into this like fucking statue, and it's like she's forever beautiful, you know, but you're just gonna be dead. He's kind of like Becky Hill, you know? Maybe she went to some genie. It's like, I wish for fame. He's like, oh, your wish is my command. But it's not in a positive way. I don't know. Now, I mean, we have to still hear about the other investigations, right? With Becky Hill and her son to see what's up with that. I wonder how the Murdoch attorneys feel, because I really wish the camera panned onto Murdoch and their attorneys to see if like they kind of saw it coming, if they were expecting it, if they're just like, oh shit, like we're completely shocked by it. Man, Creighton's like, holy shit, thank you. I don't have to fucking retry this next year. Thank goodness. Can you imagine the workload? That would have been so annoying. I mean, granted, they probably know everything in and out. Oh, there's Harpootlian. Go say hi to Creighton. Oh, there's a judge right there. Oh, they're talking to the judge right now. Harpootlian's like, hey, I'm so sorry I was so spicy earlier, Judge. Just the way I am. Wait, why is she pointing her finger? Oh, maybe she's just telling them what she like wants. Okay, I want my paperwork 4 days from now. Y'all better have it ready. Damn. I don't know. I mean, honestly, if the judge had decided for a new trial, I would have been like, okay, yeah, I mean, we're doing this, you know? I still think what Curtin said was really good. How he said that 11 members of the juror said they weren't influenced. I thought that was very strong. And how the 12th one kind of was like a little bit all over the place, I guess. Affidavit versus in-person testimony. But I don't know. You're glad that you're wrong. There was a song and dancing a lot with the evidence. What was it? How unhinged is Alec when he's wasting time knowing he's going to spend 700 plus years anyways in prison for financial crimes? Wasn't that for the state financial crimes, right? That was reduced to 27 years. But for the federal one, do we already have an answer for that one? I don't remember. Alex Murdoch, federal financial crimes. I don't remember that one. I know the state one was 27 years, but the federal one, that's separate, right? I think he was charged separately. Federal and here it is. He pleads guilty to 22 counts of federal blah blah blah. Is it the same thing? I thought it was state and federal. I thought it was separate. I know he got 27 years for that. He took a plea deal for that. Why? I don't know. Maybe someone knows. Is she like 4 feet tall? I don't know. Maybe everyone there is really tall. How do we feel, y'all? Okay, let's see what the poll says. We got 44 votes. Oh, wait, what? 41% says 40% says new trial, 40% says no new trial, 18% I don't know. Yeah, I was definitely in the I don't know camp. At first I was in like the no new trial, and then I'm like, I don't know, no new trial, no, I don't know, no new trial, I don't know. We were all over the place, man. Bubba needs like a lifetime supply of treats. Y'all, that was a long day, but you know what? We did it. We are at the very end. Oh, we're gonna do press conference today? I miss Harpootlian in his Squirtle Squad sunglasses. I think we got press conference. All right, let's wait for a little bit. Hey, they did a good job. Okay, they did a good job. And as far as how they're getting paid, a couple months ago, they filed something with the court, trying to get access to some of Alex's like 401k money or some shit like that, because they needed money to pay for the lawyers' fees. So I don't know whatever happened with that.
Which means we met our factual burden. 2, she made it very clear the law in this area is unsettled at best, and that it means it's ripe for appeal. So the facts are settled. Becky Hill's not credible. The judge found, in fact, that the statements were made to the jurors. She just found that we couldn't show prejudice, but conceded that we may not have to show that if she's wrong about the law and the law's unsettled.
So Becky being not credible if she's wrong helps you at the next appellate level, or maybe the Supreme Court or the federal
Next level. Next we go from here to the Court of Appeals, and then the Supreme Court, if necessary, or South Carolina Supreme Court, and then federal court.
I have to be honest with you, I didn't really believe the whole story with Becky Hill until today's testimony, and I have to tell you, it did sway me quite a bit, you know, because I didn't believe it. Explain to us how you found out this information.
Go ahead, Jim.
Well, we're glad you're being honest today. I mean, no, I mean, and we found out the information by talking to the jurors. You heard the alternate testify today, and honestly, that was really the first one-on-one interview that we were able to get. We had gotten some indications from lawyers who represented some other jurors that, you know, we needed to go down this road, and when we finally met with her as she's cooking Sunday dinner in her home down a dirt road, I mean, she told us things that were jaw-dropping, and so that's how we found out.
And we rode down a lot of dirt roads. In Carlton County on Sunday afternoons, knocking on people's doors, and that, you know, that's shoe leather is the way you work cases. I know, you know, everyone's used to social media and electronics, but you got to knock on a door and you got to ask questions, and that's what we did. And that's how we proved to Judge Toll that Becky Hill attempted to influence this jury. She said for the siren call of publicity.
Now, this article says it was dated back in December 2023, I think, last month. Hill, who is still serving as the Carlton County Clerk of Court, still serving. So I don't know. Maybe she's still serving.
Look, I mean, right. You know, we were, you know, denigrated, made fun of, chastised because in our initial filing, we pointed out that she had a profit motive for doing what she did. And guess what? Justice Toll ruled that was exactly the case today. So we feel vindicated on the facts. The law is unsettled. And early on, she acknowledged, and we all acknowledged, this was not going to be the final say-so on the law. That's going to be determined by the appellate courts. And
yeah, they're definitely
that's
appealing.
The next step. If we had lost today, I mean, we did lose today. If we'd won today, the state would be appealing. So no matter who wins today, it's just one step in the process. We would not have a trial next week or next month. It would all be wrapped up and gone up to the Court of Appeals and the Supreme Court, and so we're prepared for that.
But the good news is we agree, the court agrees, that Becky Hill attempted to influence these jurors, that she made these statements. With the facts resolved, the only issue is what is the law, and as Judge Toll said, that is unsettled. This is not, you know, it's going to go through the appellate courts, and we feel strongly that we'll win.
Thank you all.
Wait, one more question.
How important is it to you all to get a different standard for the burden of proof when you appeal this? Do you think you can win under the burden of proof that she set, or do you think you need the burden of proof that you all offer?
Well, we feel confident that the burden of proof is, I mean, that we get a presumption based on our factual findings here. And so if we win that legal standard, I mean, on this record, we get a new trial. If we lose that legal standard in our state courts, then we probably don't get a new trial. But we go to federal court where there is no dispute in the Fourth Circuit where we would end up with what the standard is, and it is a standard of presumption. So it's either going to be decided, in my view, in our favor in our appellate courts, or 4 or 5 years down the road in the federal courts, unless there's a change of federal law. 4 or 5 years down the road?
Would there be a different outcome if you get another trial?
How y'all getting money?
Yes, there would be. But I'm not going to tell you why.
Absolutely, yes.
But it doesn't discourage you that Justice Toll at the end said she agreed with Judge Newman about the facts and the verdict and how it was, you know, that it was a compelling case and all of that.
No.
What do you mean no?
No. She's not going to say, oh, I disagree with Judge Newman. The facts were very thin. No, she's not.
Yeah, there's an innocent man here who's wrongly convicted.
And
we didn't expect her to say that. So.
But the appeals court could say
She could also have not said it, but there's a reason why she said it, because she believed it.
harmless error is my point.
They can't.
No.
They can't. This issue is not harmless error. Cannot be.
I've asked about this before. You all have said that you're investigating who might have actually committed these murders.
Yes.
Have you all found anything that you think you want to share with us?
We have developed some information. We want to get this behind us, and we'll be pursuing that in the near future.
About who committed the murder?
who really did it.
Do you believe Alec Murdoch has information, because his voice is on the kennel video? Do you think he has information about who did it?
Well, if he did, we couldn't tell you. That's called attorney-client privilege.
I know, but do you think? Is the question.
I can't think about what my client could have told me that would be attorney-client privilege. These rules are so pesky.
You have to give me credit for trying, though.
You get credit.
Was that Angela?
Okay.
How did Alec react to
Thank
that?
you. Pardon me?
How did Alec react to that?
Fine.
Hey, take care of that.
Take care, guys.
Thank you, gentlemen. Take care now, Tony.
Fool's like, bye. I gotta beat traffic. I gotta get out of here.
Swimming up here. You know what I mean? Swimming down. And when they got ready to drown, you grab out everything you can.
What's that sign
That's
say?
what I think. They just swimming up here.
Nicely done, man. You got the best and everything far back.
I know, right?
Are we done or we got to stay here? What do you think, King?
Thanks, sir. When you're drowning, you're going to try to grab everything you can. Don't care what a weed they say, you try to hold on to it. That's what they did. When you're drowning,
Good afternoon, everybody. On behalf of my 5 jurors that I represent, we're very pleased with the decision that Justice Toll rendered. This is what justice looks like. Sometimes it's messy, sometimes it's easy. This was not as easy as it looked. There was some very good lawyering on both sides, the defense and the prosecution, but the law is clear. And you heard from 11 jurors in no uncertain terms that their verdict was their own conscience. It was not influenced by anything that may have been said or done by anybody other than the testimony, the law, and the evidence. They followed what Judge Newman told them to follow. Yes, there was one juror. I don't question her veracity in whatsoever. I disagree with Mr. Harpootlian. Nobody on our team ever called that juror a liar. That is her conscience, and like the state said, we can't have verdicts that go in perpetuity and jurors can constantly say, well, this was my verdict then, but today it's different. You vote once in time. And I think Justice Toll believed that the verdict was the product of free negotiations. Yes, inside a jury room, it's tense. You often hear that there's arguments one way or the other. But she did not feel that this verdict was the result of anything that Becky Hill had said or did or any other court officer. And so, this is the verdict that we have. Our state supports this verdict. You saw how hard the state fought to keep this verdict, and we cannot continue to have trials go over and over again when you have jurors that hear evidence over 6.5 weeks, over 70 witnesses, over 400 pieces of evidence, get the instructions from the judge, give their time, are smart, bright people who come with their God-given common sense, render a verdict, and then are polled and raise their hand and say, this was my verdict. And so...
Well, here we have an issue of, as a legal professional that I once was, I have a problem with some of the things that we heard Becky say. I'm thankful that it didn't sway the jury. But we have to be...
Oh, I have a big problem with the things that Becky has said. And it's clear that there was some inconsistencies regarding whether she rode with a juror, what was said, what was heard. And I think Justice Toll let the public know and let Becky know exactly what she thought of some of her testimony, and I don't think we've heard the end from Becky, and that she may have to answer for some of the things. I think Justice Toll gave a foreshadowing of what may be coming to Becky.
Yeah. Did you pick up on how much Justice
Yeah, everyone turning on Becky.
I wouldn't say impeached. I just think that she didn't believe a lot of it. But it's not her job. Becky Hill was not on trial. This is not Becky Hill's trial.
Her credibility was a key question, though, in this case, and she was impeached regarding...
No, her credibility was not the key question in this trial. The key question in this trial was what was the jurors' verdicts. That's it.
Correct, but her credibility regarding what she said or didn't say in front of them is a part of that.
It's not, because the ultimate question was...
whether they were in the line.
Right, and she already discarded, I believe, what Becky said. I don't think she believed that Becky didn't say anything. I think she believed that Becky actually did say a lot. And I think that Becky, right, but that had nothing to do with her decision. The decision was, what did the jurors say? And that's what we were dealing with between the time the trial started and the time that they rendered their verdict, not what may have happened since March 3rd. Since March 3rd, obviously, there's plagiarism allegations. There's allegations that, obviously her son was indicted. There's allegations of ethics complaints, and there's allegations that she's being investigated. And all that will take place in due course. And what we're going to ultimately see, what Dick Harpootlian said is our state Supreme Court going to say we stick with the Green decision, or do we go back to the United States Supreme Court decision in Reamer, and all a defendant has to show is that a court official makes these kind of substantive merit statements to a jury, and if they do, does it guarantee them a new trial? I don't think, at this point, we know that it's the Green decision, and you have to show that impact on the jury. Thank you.
Who was the other attorney again? There's some attorneys that are just sick of Alec Murdaugh. Eric Bland, Ronnie Richter, and then there was one that actually testified during the murder trial. The one who represented the victims of the boat crash. What was his name again?
Justice been served.
How it became an outcast from fame to flame.
I've been out here a long time. I can go to the house now.
She should write a book about this.
And going back.
This is the most interesting. You just gotta make sure no one's gonna narc on her for plagiarizing. No, Meadows, John Meadows was the other state prosecutor. The guy with the really heavy Southern accent. Call him Hollywood lawyer.
Sure do.
Becky, the hill.
Is Creighton coming? Are we done?
However, if he does come back, I'll run on back out here.
Mark Tinsley. Yeah, Mark Tinsley. That's what I'm thinking of. Thanks to you. All right,
This is
y'all.
one case
I am
where it's
hungry.
good.
I'm gonna go eat lunch. I don't think the state's coming to give a press release. No, I think they're cleaning up. I don't know who they are. All right, y'all. We're gonna go eat some lunch. Thank you so much for hanging out with me for the past 8 hours. Thanks for waking up early. And if you're not waking up early, thanks for watching the VOD. I appreciate y'all. Okay. Thanks for hanging out. If you guys are new here, hit the like button. I don't know if you're hit the follow button when you're on Twitch, I guess. And yeah, thanks for hanging out. I do appreciate you guys. Thank you so much for the support, by the way. Thank you for the super chats and all that, and the resubs. I appreciate you guys being here. Thanks for having me on in your background while you're doing things, walking your dog, using the bathroom. I will. Dude, I'm just so hungry. I'm so hungry and I'm so tired. My mind is just bleh. But I'm gonna edit this. So if you guys, I don't know. I think I'm gonna do a recap. I think I'm gonna do a recap and then just like throw some edits in there. Yeah, I think that'd be good. And I'll upload this entire stream if you want to watch the whole thing as well, because there are some spicy moments here. I think I'm gonna upload maybe the spicy moments or something. All right, guys, have a good one. Take care. Yeah, don't be faking your own kidnapping. Hope you guys have a good one. Bye, Spring. Bye, Go Lucky. Yeah, join the Discord if you haven't already. Join the Discord. Those are my social medias. We have a hangout spot in the Discord. There's a true crime section, and we have a lot of stuff going on this month. A lot of stuff going on. Yeah, we got a lot of stuff going on this month. And then I don't know, maybe Karen Reed trial. I don't know. I'm kind of tuning in on the other trial as well. The crumbly one. Oh, that one's kind of interesting. Don't watch the Chiefs in the stuff. Oh, we gotta keep track of that case. Apparently, the autopsy report hopefully should be out in the next week or so. But sometimes I think toxicology takes a while. I don't know. But yeah, we'll keep an eye on that because that's a wild, crazy story as well. Yeah, thank you so much for hanging. I appreciate you guys being here. Hope you guys have a wonderful day. Take care. Give all the love to your loved ones and your furry animals. Want to say hi? You want to say hi? You say hi? You want to say hi? He's thinking about he's down here. You can kind of see him. No? You're just chilling? Oh, look at that. Look at that corgi. You just died right now. Are you sleepy? What happened with the cop conspiracy? The Karen Reed one, she got her phone confiscated to see if she also was part of jury tampering. Or not jury tampering, witness tampering. Or witness intimidation. Becky Hill. Yeah. Also, who said that? Email Becky Hill and give her that as a book title idea. The Betrayal of Rhonda by Becky Hills. Becky the Hill I died on. I'm just kidding. Don't email Becky Hill. Leave her alone. But yeah, guys, have a good one. Take care. Thanks for watching. And oh yeah, Sarah Boone letter. I will upload that today too. She wrote a new letter. All right, y'all. Have a good one. I'll see you later. Bye. Thanks for being here. Bye, Sarah. Bye, Chopper. Bye, Taxi. Bye, Leela. Bye, John. Axel. Nicole, Rain, Tam, Fire, David, John, Rhiannon. Guys, thanks for all being here. Julie, Go Lucky, Thunderspring. Yeah, guys, thank you so much for popping in. Toy Box. And I will see y'all in a different stream. Have a good rest and take care.